Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Orbital flight engaged.
Maya, Echo Victor Echo. This is Federal Flight Control. Welcome, Commander.
Scan detected.
Access granted. Proceed to landing pad 1-1. From touchdown.
Landing gear deployed.
'Docking confirmed. Power down your engines. Greetings, Commander.
Command, we're commencing routine maintenance checks on deck 5.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive
You are clear to
charging.
resume on navigation. Federal Flight Control signing off.
Ready to engage. 3, 2, 1. Engage. Orbital flight engaged.
Access will be granted upon request. Welcome to this federal port, Commander. Landing authorized. You are clear for approach to pad 08.
Landing gear deployed.
Maintain current rate of descent. Engines disengaged.
Incoming message. Charging. Ready to engage. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Raid difficulty is set to mythic. We are... Bro's going straight to WoW? Yeah, I'm starting with WoW. I am. I need to get this shit done, man. I either get it done today or it doesn't get done. It's that simple. So yeah, I'm gonna make a group pretty soon. We're gonna get Keystone Master. I'm prepared. I'm not
5,
prepared.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You said you're ready for sure?
Yeah, ready.
Okay.
100%.
Cool. All right. So, as you guys can probably see, We are doing it like a little bit different this week. We're like doing it on an actual Discord call. So it's gonna be the quality. We're gonna like figure out the audio and post. But it'll be totally fine. The vibes are always better when it's kind of a little unprofessional anyway. But yeah, we are here today with Asmin, and the big topic of today is just gonna be, well, BlizzCon just happened. WoW is looking to be in a pretty good spot. Both classic and retail got like really hype announcements, and we're just gonna spend the next little bit with no real time constraint, just kind of going over that, chopping it up, and seeing how people feel about the announcements. Go over some specific things and just kind of see where WoW is going. I think Asmin, you know everyone here, right? I think we don't need to like introduce anybody. You're good?
Oh,
you know
absolutely. I know all you guys 100%. You know, Dorky, Dratnos, have seen many of your videos before over the years. And so, Max, I mean, you know, you and I know each other relatively well. And so, yeah, thanks for having me on the show. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah,
so
thanks for coming on.
All right, number one question to you guys is WoW back?
Well, it depends on who you ask, right? I think the truth is that, like, if you, because like you brought up Classic, right, for an example. For Classic, I think that WoW never left. Like, people have been playing hardcore, like, intensively now for, like, what, 3 or 4 months? It's been crazy. Especially, like, recently, there's been, like, a streamer guild, and everybody's been trying to level up for that. So, like, there have been people that have been excited about WoW for actually quite a while now. Like, if you look at the directory placement on the entire, like, Twitch page, it's actually quite healthy and quite good. But the real question here is retail back? And, I think that it's as close to back as they realistically could have done. Like, the announcements, like, for people who weren't happy with the announcements, I think that a lot of them, I mean, they're not wrong to have the opinions they do, but I don't necessarily think that they would be as realistic, right? And, like, for me, I kind of wanted, like, a full world reset. Yeah, of course, that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. But, you know, I'm happy with what we're getting. That's what I think.
I think WoW's been
Yeah,
back.
for me.
Oh, go ahead, Dorky.
Go ahead, Charles. No, you first.
All right, I'll do it. I think it's been back since 9.1.5. Actually, I think the game has actually been back. It's been like trending in the right direction, and it's just kind of taken a while for all of that to really start. Like, a lot of that took several years of like ramping up, right? But you could tell with 9.1.5 that they were like, all right, we're abandoning some of the philosophy of early Shadowlands, of late BFA, right? And we're going to start doing this differently. And, right, Dragonflight, we saw a lot of that happen. And I think that the World Souls Saga, the 11.0, 10, 12.0 stuff, like, the features they've announced, like warbands, for instance, right? Just making everything account-wide is just... It's such a different thing than what they would have done with the Shadowlands philosophy, right? The early Shadowlands philosophy.
It's the exact opposite, yeah.
Exactly. It's like we're on the same team now, right? It's no longer like we go on these podcasts.
The devs.
Exactly, right? And we would just do these things where we're like, hey, we want this, but they'll never do it. Now it's like, hey, we want this, and they're like, yeah, all right, that's a technical difficulty. We'll do it for next expansion, right? We'll get it in there, but you know, that's going to be fun. If that's what the players want, that's what we're going to do. So I think WoW has been back, and now we're starting to feel it.
Orbital
I think that
flight
you're probably
engaged.
right.
All right,
Yeah, the way I see Dragonflight and even War Within, they feel like healing expansions. They feel like they don't really bring anything too big, bring anything new, any real way to capture what players have wanted in this game. But it does do a really good job at alleviating the problems that we've had in the past 3 expansions, particularly the whole AP grind, the amount of bullshit weeklies and dailies we had to do. Because if you think about it, in Dragonflight, there's like really none of this. It's really strange. Like, I would log into the game, there's no dailies, there's no weeklies, you just go do PvP or M+ or Raid. But it sort of feels formulaic in a way. It doesn't feel like there's anything that really captures players and gets them wanting to do something other than M+ PvP or Raid. But if you enjoy M+ PvP or Raid, I mean, you're gonna love whatever Dragonflight or even War Within has to offer. Now, I mean, we are gonna go into it a little bit with the whole delves,
Maya, Echo Victor Echo.
etc.
You're very welcome
Hopefully
to
that'll
the
change
station,
things up.
Commander. Priority
But
access
right now, the
will
way
be
I see
granted
it,
upon request.
it's been a healing expansion, but it's
For
not something
access,
that
make your way
particularly
to
draws
landing
in
pad number
new players
02.
or players who have quit in the past for specific reasons, like whether they don't like retail, they don't like M+, they don't like Raid. is just very different from classic WoW.
It's definitely an expansion that's for retail players.
Well,
Right.
yeah. So I think Dratnos, I think you were really right about the like philosophy change, and I think right before 9.5 was like probably the lowest that WoW has been in. So like they were almost forced into that. But Shadowlands was like I think the most popular release in like many years, and they totally failed in what we wanted at that time. So I think for a lot of people that was a like last straw. That was, you know, I'm kind of done with this. And like you said, you know, it's so funny. You mentioned 9.5. Almost no one even remembers it was 9.5 because so many people stopped playing that they didn't even realize that they made those changes or had those thoughts until 9.2 because that was how off of the game people were.
Yeah, they're just playing another game at that point. They're playing Final Fantasy.
Exactly. Yeah, and then Dragonflight, like you said, is a healing expansion. I've even been talking to developers. They kind of say that like, you know, this expansion isn't intended to have the highs of like, you know, corruption when it was at its best, or essences, or the Legion legendaries at the end of the expansion, or the artifact weapon system, or any of that, because they're not trying to. They're spending all of that developer resources making the base game better, right? Like UI improvements, you know, total overhaul of the talent system, professions, everything, just base things that will sustain for the rest of WoW. So we refer to it as a healing expansion. I never heard anyone say that, but they are kind of just like, hey, let's like stop making content for a bit and let's just like make sure the base game is like actually good or getting better. So, you know, I think generally speaking, anytime you were to play the expansion after that, it would be a really good place, because if they go back into trying to like really innovate with a better base game, then like obviously if you would take some time off, that would be a great time to come back regardless of anything else. And then I think another thing about it is, man, Chris Metzen's a fucking rock star, man. That guy, like, man, he obviously had some great announcements, but man, there was even just like almost 2 minutes there where he wasn't even really saying anything, but he was just hype, you know. People were just wanted to see him back. They associate Chris Metzen with like the good times of WoW. And I definitely, and we'll get into this more with the World Soul Saga in a bit, but that's also what I don't think it's a coincidence that he wanted to do a full 3X pack thing, because I think the 3X packs from Classic to Wrath was a fully, you know, fleshed out story that they kind of knew where they were going before the game came out, and they spent that time perfecting it, and people really bought into all of that. And I don't think that's happened in a very long time, and I think he wants to recapture that feeling.
It's kind of like Legion, you know. You think about like Legion was kind of the end of like the core Warcraft story, right? You're beating Sargeras. Sargeras was like the ultimate evil of Warcraft 3, like the overarching evil, and we actually beat him in Legion. And I think like that was another reason why Legion was very popular, is that it's like it's bringing back like all the greatest hits of like the main characters, right? You've got you know, Illidan, you've got Kil'jaeden, and, you know, Sargeras, and all these other characters, and you're going to Argus, which is a planet, like Terralion, even for like more old school players, Alaria. So I think that really, you're right, that they're kind of trying to bring back that sense of people getting excited and anticipating the next expansion. Because like whenever Burning Crusade was out, like I think Max, you started playing in Wrath, right?
I started playing I was like a turbo casual, looking at like 6K gear scores in Dalaran, doing like pugs. Yeah, at the very end of Wrath, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, like whenever BC was out at the time, and like a lot of people can probably attest to this, because like everybody knew that Arthas was coming. Everybody knew that the Lich King was coming. So whenever it finally hit and the cinematic happened, I remember like I was on vacation and my friend called me on like my little flip phone, and like people are just going crazy about it, because it was like the build up and like the payoff to that was so big. And I think that's what they're trying to recapture with this. And I also think that really, I mean, let's be honest, like you're talking about like 9.15, well, that was, I think, a response primarily to Final Fantasy too. And I think really look at the success of Endwalker and Shadowbringers, and like one thing that they did is they created like this massive cohesive story that they brought forward over like 8 or 10 years. So I think Warcraft is trying to do that as well. And, you know, like there's some other like secondary interviews where they were comparing what they kind of wanted to do with obviously the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Now I think you see a lot of people trying to emulate that in like their IP in one way or another.
Where do you guys want to start? There's so much to unpack about the announcements, and I think we're going to primarily stick to retail, but we'll certainly have to get to Season of Discovery, because I think where it's going from there is super important. Dratnos, did you have anywhere you wanted to begin?
Yeah, I mean, I already kind of brought it up a little bit, but warbands, the account-wide everything feature, I think is kind of the biggest, like, the biggest home run. That was the biggest applause at BlizzCon on that one. So I feel like that one is just a. It's very hard to find somebody who's suspicious of that, right? It's just
Landing gear retracted.
It's all clearly going to be good, but it seems like such a great step to. It's also kind of that thing you were talking about, Max, about making the core something they can build on. If they have this warbands feature ready, just any future tech they come up with can now be account wide easily, and like
it's not like you're gonna have to get essences and then be like, oh wait, it turns out again we've forgotten to make them account wide. You have to go back and fix that. If you start the game and approach it from your account as an account as just that whole thing from the beginning, you never have to make character broaden that out to other characters. And I was actually initially concerned when I heard it, because when I hear warbands, I think Lost Ark, because I think it's largely, very similar to Roster and Lost Ark, but how that interacted with that game, very, very different game design. But that was a, like, when I think of Lost Ark stuff, I think you are doing a ton of stuff on your ults to make your main bigger. And that was like, that's terminal. Like, that would be so bad if that was the case in this game. But I believe they said that they like immediately dispelled that, and it's gonna purely be for how like you progress with reputation and stuff like that.
I think one of the sleeper things in here is the warbound until equipped stuff, which is like you kill a boss that drops eye level 590 stuff, and previously you would just get that on your main, right? But now you can also get random extra 577 warbound until equipped drops, right? And send those over to your alts. So it kind of solves that problem they've had where people want account-wide stuff. They want to be able to get heroic gear and then send it to their alts. And now they basically have a tech that lets them drop normal gear you can send to your alts from heroic bosses, right? Or whatever the gap they want to end up being. So you can actually send your alt over a kit of gear from your main, which is something people want for a long time. But it doesn't actually have to be that high eye level that Blizzard doesn't want you to be able to farm, from your main to your alts. So I think that's sleeper going to be the best part of this.
Is that what it is? My initial impression was it was something where you just like transferred, say, one of those account-bound gear.
No, they talked about
your alts.
They talked about the warbound until equipped being like a special bonus drop that you could get from bosses, where and
I think it's like the Garrosh weapons.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like Garrosh weapons. Yeah. It's exactly like Garrosh weapons.
Exact same tech,
that
and
sounds pretty cool.
with an eye level down, but and I didn't say exactly how much, but I'm assuming it's like 1 or 2 difficulty steps, which. I mean, that sounds perfect, right? Like, you spin up a new alt, and it sucks to be in those auction house greens. But it is nice to be able to get that progression experience. It would just be nice to start from, like, a little bit further up if you could send over some items.
3, 2,
I'm very
1,
much an advocate.
engage.
Like, this is going to sound like a super hot take, but I'd be completely okay if all gear was account-wide.
Because I actually said the exact same thing, by the way.
Yeah, like I think back to like Diablo 3, right? And like I remember I got like a really badass item for a wizard, and I went and I made a wizard. Or I got a really badass item, I think, for a witch doctor too. I got like that 2-handed axe and like original D3, and I used that and I made the character. And so I think that like really having to have like gear progression for each character is like totally fine. Like I'm not really gonna mind that as much. And I think that really what people are applauding for with like the warbands particularly isn't really not having to like re-gear. Like that's actually just like just completely on the top bonus, because the Garrosh weapons were awesome, right? So I think the main reason is because people don't like having to farm out Renown 2 times, or having to farm out like, there are all these like systems. Like I think a good example of this is like the Tower Knowledge in Torghast. I actually thought progressing and doing the Tower Knowledge in Torghast was pretty fun the first time, but I don't want to do it on all ever. And so I think there's a lot of systems like that are like the first time going through it, it feels relatively good. Like Withered Army training back in Legion, for example, right? Those types of things were just fun to do once, and then that's it. And they end up being like, these systems end up being barriers to entry for people wanting to play alts.
Yeah, I've felt the same way about the whole account-wide gearing too. I mean, that's a super hot take, and that's something that like a lot of MMO players would not want, but BDO does it, and Final Fantasy does this, and it's so nice when you can actually share your gear across characters. At least like some gear, there's been a lot of times where I farm like a really rare trinket from raid, and I'm like, man, having to get this gear on like all my characters is kind of annoying. But I can understand why people enjoy having to gear up alts, because like that's part of their way of playing another character, is just like
Yeah.
another form progression. I could definitely see that. But for me personally, you know, just because I'm a competitive player, I prefer just having like, all right, if I've gotten my trinket, I would prefer to just have it on all my characters. But it's also very problematic because it probably encourages a lot of degenerate behavior, like players just trying to farm the trinket on all their alts and then trying to get it for their entire accounts. I'm sure it probably causes a lot of issues, which
Well,
makes it hard to implement.
I think with gearing in general, I just think in MMOs, always, anytime you're doing something for the second time, whether that's something in a season or like just in general, leveling a character, I think that anytime you do that a second time, it should be significantly faster, if not in some ways directly transferring, because there is no like there's nothing redeeming about doing something like if you're within a season, you're trying to gear a character, you actually, that's what WoW does differently with loot than other games. They get the feeling of, oh, this thing dropped, and you feel great, right? Like you mentioned Final Fantasy. In Final Fantasy, gear is a total means to an end, right? They're not trying to accomplish that, but they're trying to make it more targetable and acquirable. But in that way, it's also less epic. So in WoW, if you're going through that experience, sometimes that means it's going to take you longer to get what you want. But when you're about to log into the middle of a season, you've played everything on your main.
Good to see you, Commander. Please enjoy your stay
a
at
lot
this
of the times,
facility.
what it's been in WoW is, oh, I would play an alt, but the amount of effort I would have to put in to get that alt to where I'd want it to be
Access
played
authorized.
was enough for me to not
Proceed
play
to
at
Bay
all. And you
2-5.
have to stop playing the game entirely. So now you're done playing the season. So they've done a good job of like sending stuff over, but the Warband thing and Warbound until equipped gear could definitely be one of the best ways to like be like, oh man, you know what? I've actually acquired enough of this where I could log on this like new max level character I have, and I can just like immediately be doing content I want to do, and I don't have to do all of the grind that's kind of monotonous.
It's a good way to test the waters.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll always remember like the season we all liked in BFA, the end season, 8.3. But I remember before they made it so that you could catch up on the corruption resist, it was like June, and I was looking at making an alt, and I was like, oh man, if I want to push high keys on this thing and catch up on corruption resist, it's going to take me until November, and every single week I'm going to have to do a horrific vision and kill N'Zoth on some difficulty. And I was just like, I'm not going to do that, right? And that, I think, is a common experience of the worst parts of the
Commander,
Legion,
reduce your
BFA,
speed
and Shadowrun
immediately.
systems, is that you would often have this experience of like, I want to play this alt. Oh no, I have to do this. All right, I'm not going to do it, right? And this is like the exact opposite of that.
I think the devs need to just like be honest with themselves and be honest with the players and be like, why do you like playing alts? Well, people don't like playing alts so they can refarm the horrific vision, corruption resistance, like you said. People like playing alts because they want to do different plus on another type of character. Maybe they want to get better gear and, you know, improve that character, which is like, it is a counterpoint to like, you know, making a your account line. And I think that really just like looking at why players want to play alts and then making that road as clean as possible is the best thing for them to do. So it's like, if people don't like refarming something, then just make it to where they don't have to refarm it. I don't see why that's a problem.
Oh yeah. And also, last thing about warbands that I think is sick, and it is just the roster page. Just seeing your characters like chilling in your starting screen is
Ensure you have received
I love it.
authorization before entering the docking bay.
I hope they do like what Lost Ark does, where you can like unlock different backgrounds based off of different activities you can do in game.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, especially like aspirational content too. Like if you just make it so like, oh, if you time, you know, all 25 keys, if you get a clear mythic raid, if you do delves or something, just like give players a reason to chase after these.
There's like a frozen
cosmetic
throne
rewards.
one or something like that with like your main character sitting on the frozen throne. That'd be bad.
Yeah, that would actually be sick.
Oh yeah, put that as like a 2% drop from Lich King, and then everybody's going back and farming it again.
People
even
to
with
go
their
back,
invincibles.
yeah.
Although
Yeah, hopefully it's not in the store. That'd be the worst case.
I bet they would do some store ones as well if they did this, but
They
I'd
may
be fine with
absolutely
that.
do it.
I don't know. Yeah. The fact you also can go back and just get any transmog now as well, that's like another one of the sleeper best parts of this, right? Just
Yeah.
go back on your play character and get cloth and leather mog, because it felt so bad when you'd get the good mogs on the wrong characters, and you're like, no.
But
Yeah,
I
it's like
forgot
can't
that's
use it.
being done. That's being retroactively done, right? Like everything you have on your whole account, you can wear
Yeah,
on
so I guess
any
maybe
armor
if you're
type.
holding on to it, I don't know. I'm just not going to go back until
It's
11.0.
probably like, do you remember back whenever they did it in Legion and like you had to log on every character and then it would just apply them all? I think that's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because they did before. Because like, where are they going to? They're not probably going to have a record of like, oh, you looted this on, you know, December 7th, 2015, right? So it'll probably just be from like everything in your inventory and going forward. But can you actually transmog everything?
No,
or-
I think I
Yeah,
misspoke
was-
about that. I think it's collect. So like
Yeah.
if you're
that's
if
what I
you're a
thought.
cloth where you can collect plate loot, but you can't transmog into plate loot. Yeah.
Mhm.
I wonder if
Yep.
you can go back and like item restore the stuff you've sold from your old mog runs, and if it's still in there, then you can maybe get
Right,
back
item
going.
restore like test the Manaroth you get on.
Yeah,
Mage.
yeah. On your
Yeah.
mage, yeah.
All right, so so another thing I think the main system change they're announcing, and you knew they were gonna have to do something like this because, you know, they did talents as expansion, and the whole point was evergreen, right? If they spent this whole expansion balancing and optimizing and tuning these talent trees just to add 4 more rows of them, that would kind of throw out the whole evergreen thing. That would literally be like borrowed
Yeah.
power, right? You'd be gaining and losing talents. So they decided to go like the hero talent thing, which I think is basically what that is. It's giving you different talent options on top of the talents you already have, but it's also incorporating a heavy dose of theme and class fantasy for sure. So my question to you guys is, what was your reaction to the announcement of that as a system and like the potential of that? And then also a side thing, what is the favorite name of these subclasses that they announced?
I'll be honest. This is clearly just like PoE ascendancies, right? And
Yeah.
I think they're awesome. I love them. Like for example, in PoE, like you can be a marauder, and then a marauder can be like a juggernaut, which is, you know, obviously exactly what it sounds, or a chieftain, which is like a fire shaman, basically. And these are totally different things, totally different themes, and you can unlock them by just like leveling up. I think the ascendancies are awesome, and like the mountain thane thing is really cool. Now, one thing I'm the most excited about, the one that I'm really, really curious about, is the Rider of the Apocalypse with the
Yeah.
Death Knight. Because you remember the Death Knights in Warcraft 2 were always on a mount. So are they going to add
yeah.
like a mounted Death Knight class, like the original Warcraft 2 Death Knights? Because if they're not, they should.
I don't know if they're going to do that gameplay-wise, but Rider of the
Yeah.
Apocalypse is unassailably the best name of all of those things. That is
I
fucking
know.
insane.
It's
Yeah.
a shame as well because it looks like that's probably the Frost Unholy run, right? You can't, it's because Blood
It's
is probably
gotta be.
Sand Lane and
Yeah.
Deathbringer. Yeah, so tragedy for us Blood DKs out there.
I'm a big fan of Archon and Templar. It's a little bit basic, but
Yeah.
it sounds pretty badass.
You liked StarCraft?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I love Archons.
I mean, I think people are gonna be more excited about this than just the gameplay element. That's why I think it's so exciting. Like when they
very
announced,
thematic.
so covenants are largely reviled because of the accessibility to them, and the implementation and the ability to swap them and the choice and all of that. They totally missed on, and maybe a long time ago something like covenants would have worked, but like now totally did not work. But it incorporated a heavy element of theme. Like people really wanted to be a Kyrian paladin or like a you know, just like a Necrolord DK or whatever.
Dear
Like,
Warrior. That's what I wanted to be. Yeah.
yeah, and people are just like, this is like, I identify with this and whatever. But then they totally mess it up with the way you work with this. So I think just as much as it is ascendancies, it's also just like the feeling of being like almost a subclass, I guess is what it's been referred to. And like what that actually feels and looks like, and the ability to swap them right away, I think is going to bring a lot of people back. Because like Shadowlands was super popular at the beginning, and it may have been COVID and some other reasons, but I also think that the idea of covenants, just even aesthetically, just people fucking love that, and I think this is getting the good parts of that as well as some really good gameplay too.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think Shadowlands, like, people were very unhappy about Shadowlands, but you have to remember that, like, the first month or two of Shadowlands, I'm going to say it, I thought it was pretty good. I had a lot of fun. Like, PvP was really good. Castle Nathria was fun. And, like, at that point, everybody, like, yeah, the Covenants were a drag, and you still had the Conduit energy, and that sucked, too. But I enjoyed myself a lot in the first 2 months. It was the problem that it just kind of kept going on after that. Because yeah, like people love the theme and like the vibe that the Covenants brought, especially the ones that were like much more kind of like, I feel like Necrolord and Kyrian, like they weren't really as exciting to me, maybe as like the Venthyr or like the Ardenweald ones. But like I think also the fact that there's probably people that are disagreeing with me about that in chat implies that all of them were good in a way.
I think the impressive thing about the Covenants as well, right? Like, is that was from scratch, right? They didn't have like 12 years of Warcraft lore looking back at it. Like they whipped up all of Shadowlands completely kind of untethered from Warcraft, and that was one of the problems it had thematically. But what it means is that if they're doing this now with all of these hero specs, and many of them are actually based off of like Warcraft 3 characters and, you know, TBC characters, right? And like all this stuff, like they have the incredible storytelling and theming that they had with Shadowlands, but they actually have a base that already resonates with people, right? Like Dark Ranger, we already know what we want that to be, right? We already have a vibe we're aiming for on that.
That is a... Dark Ranger is the #1 name on the tier list for people bat chesting. That is an enormous bat chest class. Yeah, and I think just to kind of tie that up what I was saying, when you look at what people play expansions for, like a lot of the time they're like it's the right time of year and maybe they want to get back into WoW, or you know, but they're never going to like look at BFA and be like, "Oh, I wasn't going to play BFA, but they have Azerite armor and that's cool, so I'm going to play because of that." They didn't do that, right? So but what they are going to do in this next expansion, I think, is maybe you don't want to be you don't want to like log in and see the new system, but you might want to play just because you can be a Dark Ranger, or just because you can be a Rider of the Apocalypse, or a Templar, or an Archon, or whatever. And people are going to, that wouldn't have otherwise played, are going to play because they can be this thing. And I think that's an excellent, like really smart mix of like what looks to be really cool gameplay decisions, plus also like really getting into what people really care about when they play WoW.
It's like Demon Hunters.
Except Demon Hunter. I think the Demon Hunter ones are rough, right? I think.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, I mean, like the Demon Hunter, like adding Demon Hunter into the game caused people to want to come back.
Yeah. Oh, correct. Yeah.
They are also
ironically the Demon Hunter ones are lame.
Yeah,
they're so lame. Yeah.
It's Aldrachi Reaver and Fellscarred, which are.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get like one that's just like I'm Illidan in there, but that's got that they need to do that, right?
Yeah, like if you look at like how people who play this class, no doubt people who play Death Knights and Demon Hunters are by far the edgiest people of all of the people who play class. It's not close.
Yeah, they're the ones with the anime profile pictures.
So how do you not make one like the Betrayer or like just some crazy?
Yeah, I was gonna say
like,
the Betrayer. That's
some shit that'll have them like wearing a blindfold around their house. You know, like they need something like that.
So the real question is about how class defining would you guys want these hero talents to be? Like, would you want your class to be completely different if you were a Dark Ranger versus wherever the hell the other ones were? Because I don't feel like these are that class defining, are they? I'm not too sure.
I think that it shouldn't be. I don't think that they should have like a percentage that they're going for. And I think for some of them, they should be extremely class defining. And for other ones, they should just be like a little bit of flavor. And that way players can choose which one they want to have. And it also doesn't feel formulaic. I hope some are class changing and class defining though.
I do think they've bitten off a big challenge here, right? Where it's like, I mean, especially the fact that some of these hero specs are shared between like Keeper of the Grove, for instance, is shared between Balance and Resto Druid. And that is going to be a very difficult balancing knob to land properly to make it so that Keeper of the Grove Resto and Keeper of the Grove Balance are both good, but not too good, right? And like, you know, and then if you nerf Keeper of the Grove for one that's okay, is the other now too bad? Or if you nerf Resto because Keeper of the Grove is too good, is their other one now too bad, right? Like, that's going to be a difficult thing to do, but I don't feel the same sense of like doom about all of the different Covenant spec combos with this one, where I feel like they could actually land it, especially because the passives they've chosen, like they are primarily passive buffs that you're looking at on these trees,
almost
and
exclusively.
You do unlock the entire tree, right? And then there's like a couple of choice nodes in there, but it's not like we're looking at a tree of just 4,000 different options that they're trying to balance here. Like I think they have taken an ambitious balancing task on their hands, but I don't feel like it's impossible like I did with Covenant balancing.
Yeah,
Also,
for
now
sure.
talent trees are good. I mean, the talent trees are infinitely larger than these, and they did all of that. And I think that, I don't know about everybody, I'm happy with my talent tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So yeah, you're right. This expansion, they released a bunch of talent trees, and they've been, because I know you haven't been playing it as much recently, but you know
Yeah.
they have been reworking, you know, a few specs and a few classes trees every, you know, like 0.5, 0.7, 0.0 patch. And the new ones are like monumentally better from the old ones. So the reason
Really?
why I have,
Wow.
yeah, so the ones they're reworking are, I guess, giving a fresh coat of paint. You can tell that upon all of those class designers collaborating and working on a bunch of different classes, they're gathering ideas that really work, and they've made the ones they've touched really, really nice. Up to the point where the classes that haven't been touched in a long time are like, damn, I kind of, that'd be kind of good if they did that. But that gives me hope for this, because I think the task of balancing and creating these talent trees is infinitely more difficult than balancing and creating these smaller subclasses, just in the amount of pure buttons and things that are happening. They're more enhancements rather than the definition of the very definition of what you're doing in your classes. And because of that, I hope they do it. I do wonder, do you guys think this is going to happen? So they are swappable. I think the big issue with Shadowlands was, oh, I want to be a Venthyr warrior, but like this thing's better, so I just have to play that. But wait, I can't, because I can't swap. That's weird, right? This is not going to have that issue. They said, I think they even went out of their way to say, like, these will be like unbelievably swappable. Like they'll swap without even you thinking about it, or some shit like that. Like it's crazy
Yeah.
easy. But do you worry about someone wanting to play Hunter because they want to be a Dark Ranger? They're like bat chesting out of their mind, and then they log in and Dark Ranger's dog shit, and they have to be a Beastmaster, whatever the other one was called, animal
Pack leader.
Pack leader,
It's-
yeah.
I think that, yeah, that would suck. I mean, like, I get that. And I feel like, in general, I haven't really kept up with balance recently, but, like, I've seen a few charts, and it doesn't really seem like it's awful. How is balance in raids now?
Raids is, so it's super polarizing in Mythic Plus. And Mythic Plus, it's, you know, only 5 specs to be there, and augmentation became like a huge problem. Raid is weird. So like at the end of 10.1, 0.5, or 0.7, I think if you look at like a single target damage chart on Rashok, every class is within like a ridiculous, it might even be as close as it's really, and then like obviously this game has so much cleave and AoE and all that stuff. I would say like raid balancing is very good. And Mythic Plus is always, Mythic Plus is so weird. Like the God Comp thing is a problem. Like the God Comp thing is a problem, and this is the worst that's ever been. But like the reality is, because of selection bias in dungeons, like you're not ever gonna get selected unless you're perceived to be one of the top things. And there's 39 specs, and only 5 of them can be in, and realistically only 10 or 11 are ever meta, because it's an infinitely scaling game mode. So if you're not happy with being average, which you're not, because average is something by default 80% of the time.
the station. Be careful out there, Commander.
Mythic Plus is in a bad spot, but it's kind of like, there's no matter what you do with Mythic Plus, most people are going to be upset.
You're probably right.
4,
Yeah.
3.
It's like, how do you solve that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think there's like a number of things, right? Like key depletion, etc. But yeah, I mean, I think that really, if one of these ascendancy specs or subclasses, whatever you want to call it, aren't good, I think that Blizzard should just, I mean, realistically, they should try to make sure that the ones that people really want to play are good, you know, and then the other ones are just good for like more niche things, right? Or like, let's say if there's some weird demon hunter subclass that lets you farm transmogs really fast, okay, that's fine, right? But, you know, if it's something like Dark Ranger, yeah, make sure that one's good.
Yeah, exactly. And they've actually, okay, it's funny, they actually have done that. So this has actually also been controversial, because everyone's just like, oh, what am I going to play this patch? Oh, maybe the new reworked thing. Because recently when they've reworked or worked on classes, they've been insanely powerful. In 10.5, the whole God Comp thing, that was just 5 reworked, or like 4 reworked or rebuffed classes, and they all just shot to the best class on their roll by far.
Well, look at augmentation itself.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, which has been nerfed massively, and it's still super OP, yeah. But one thing they've done, you know, this patch, like the community perception generally is that rogues and demon hunters are really good. They just recently got reworked. People think disc is really good. Disc just got reworked, right? They very clearly, in my opinion, I think these classes are like considered meta because they're also getting like a touch of paint, right? They're getting new synergies. They should be powerful, but I think Blizzard is intentionally making them powerful as well. And if you think about it, that leads into what you were just saying, and I think it's also smart. If you're trying to convince people to come back to 10.2 and you're telling people, oh, well, we just like reworked Rogue and Demon Hunter, and you know, so people, Rogues and Demon Hunters might be like, oh, I might try that out. What would really suck is if they did and those classes were really bad and they actually couldn't play the game because they didn't get invited, and then they wouldn't, you know, so like they're kind of backing up what they're advertising. So I think what you're saying would probably be, if they know people want to play Dark Ranger, they'd be foolish to make it not good, you know?
Exactly, and it's just like you could say that's fan service, but like at the end of the day, what's wrong with fan service? That sounds great.
Better than fan, you know, not being serviced, which was all of BFA
But
Shadowlands. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I do think that there was an era as well of the game where you heard your spec was getting a rework and it kind of filled you with some dread, right? You were like, you know, are they going to kill my baby, right? And it hasn't been like that in Dragonflight, and hopefully that does mean these hero specs. I mean, realistically as well, like if they just buff the ones that are bad as well, that's I mean, that's still a lot of work, but that's pretty doable, right? It's not like they can't do that because it'll mess up some other part of the game, which was the problem with like the Covenant balancing 400 different wheels that were all interlocked problem.
I feel like the amount of inner balancing they had to do, especially in Shadowlands, but also in BFA, it's crazy to see because obviously we don't have 17 different interconnected systems that have to function into 3 different games. And like how much more content Dragonflight has had because of that. I feel like that's a big reason, is because they're not trying to microbalance all these different levers and knobs and pulleys against each other. It's just a lot more direct and simple.
But at the same time, that like, I wonder. Actually, I want to ask you this question. We had a podcast about this 2 weeks ago, and I don't want to bring up that entire conversation. But I'm pretty under the impression that if you keep making Dragonflight, which is like focusing on the core of the game, I don't know if they'll do that forever. Do you ever wonder if the excitement that existed at the end of BFA and the highs, like all these borrowed power expansions started out so rough, but at the end when it finally all came together, and then again you lost it at the end of the expansion, had to relearn all those mistakes and stuff, but do you worry about WoW's highs never reaching that if they're not shooting as much or innovating as much as they did in those borrowed power expansions?
Well, you think about it even from the idea of expansion itself. Like, there is so much hype that goes into expecting and anticipating what the new expansion is going to be. And now that they've announced the next 2 or 3 of them, or 3 of them actually, well, I mean, there's no hype to do that because we know what it's going to be. So I do think that does dramatically change the way that people like view even the game on a meta level as a product itself. And in terms of the systems, yeah, I think that like at the end of Legion, it felt really, really good. And at the end of BFA, it felt really, really good. I think that having some borrowed power is okay, and it's not really a bad thing, but it just shouldn't be the tail that wags the entire dog. And I think that's kind of what happened in Legion and BFA and Shadowlands too. Maybe a bit of a lesser extent, but still. And also, I think that, like, how did you arrive at that being a problem? It's because players gave feedback, oftentimes in alpha or beta, with whether it was Shadowlands, Legion, or BFA, about these systems, and the feedback just wasn't applied. So I think that the systems themselves weren't necessarily the entire problem. It was the fixation on making the systems in a way that the developers wanted, rather than listening to the input from players.
Dorky, I cut you off earlier. What were you saying?
I was going to go back into hero talents, which is so when we were talking about how it might be adding too much to it might be taking on too much. This was actually something me and Now talked about when we were doing the launch party, because like Now was afraid that like, wait, if you're adding this, aren't they just going to add too much to the game? It feels like there might just be like, you know, more bloat to the game. Like if you think about it, you're adding an entire 10 hero talents. Like what exactly are they gonna do? Are you just gonna have classes that have more buttons? Are you gonna have classes that have more of like, you know, utilities and defensives? Because we've talked about this before, right? How some classes just have too much. Like a mage, for example, has like what, 6, 7 defensives or some crazy ridiculous amount, and you have healers that have like multiple healing cooldowns. Is this just going to add more to it? And like obviously they did say that like, oh, a lot of it's going to be passive and it's going to be more like changing specific abilities rather than adding buttons. But even then, if by changing some buttons, to be more impactful, you might just add extra utility or extra defensives or extra damage cooldowns to specific classes. And it might just be too much, which is like something that will be hard for them to take on.
Well, you compare it, right? I mean, like, here's a great example, I think, and this is, I think, what you're trying to say. Death Grip is really good, right? But Morphine's Grasp, you know, that's effectively Death Grip on everything around. So it's like, yeah, that does kind of change the game.
Well, they've done this. History has repeated itself before. We've done this already, where... So you're, like Dork, you're saying, this expansion starts, you're adding hero talents, but then what? Do you add a whole nother thing like that next expansion, and then you get into button bloat, and even if they're all passives and they're not actually buttons, it's just like a bunch of stuff. And then that's kind of what happened around like WoD and going into Legion, where they removed a lot of this stuff because that was happening throughout Mob, and they've done that. The same thing with raid buffs now, right? Like raid buffs have progressed to this point where they're like required and on every class except for one for some reason, and that was exactly the same in like BC, and then it went through, and then they eventually got rid of them, and then they added them again, right? So the reality is they probably are going to do something like that, and eventually just have to find another interesting way to like make your character stronger. Sorry, Dreadnoughts.
I do think they said, right, that the hero talents were going to be these 3 expansions, right? But it's not like permanent after that. So
did they say that?
I think maybe they said, or they said that they
well,
were
they
leaving
said
the
something
option
along
for
the
that.
lines of like,
yeah,
they want to leave it open for like,
right. So like obviously, if we
certainty.
love them and we're like, no, you can't take this away, then they'll probably change their minds on that. But
I thought it was evergreen. I could be wrong. It'd be interesting to see them be awesome and people like being slayers, and then like it's just gone after 6 years. Which actually, speaking of 6 years, so you guys think? What do you think, Jonas?
well, we know it's so. They said there was an interview actually with where they said it's set to conclude before 2030. Right? We can't get into specifics, but yes, it will be faster. We want to ensure that players aren't completing this saga in 2030. Teams have been restructured to be able to create this whole saga, and all 3 expansions are being developed with a lot of stuff now in parallel that previously was not possible for them to do in parallel.
Landing gear retracted.
That doesn't mean that we don't know exactly what that means on cadence, but you know, if these expansions are a year and a half apart or a year apart, that would be a lot, and that would go a long way towards fixing that problem that you and we talked about several episodes ago, where these non-borrowed power expansions maybe have a little bit less longevity to them because we kind of run out of new stuff towards the end, and we don't have that epic awesome
Frameshift
but
drive
if it's just the
charging.
first year of those expansions and then we're on to a new one, that could be pretty cool. But they haven't said exactly what they're going to be able to hit with that, and I assume it's because they have a target and they're not sharing.
Federal Flight Control signing off.
I think it also probably depends on how the players receive it, right? Because like I think it was like maybe about a year and a half ago, like Blizzard acquired, I think it was called a
Frameshift
studio called like
drive
Spellbreak
charging.
or something, and it had over 100 employees, and apparently a lot of, if not all of them, went onto the Warcraft team. So it makes sense that they're going to have way more people that are going to be able to make way more content.
4,
I know
3,
obviously faster
2,
expansions.
1,
Some of these
engage.
control I think that actually might have been the name.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, and like faster expansions are like very much kind of like a double-edged sword for a lot of people, because you know it's like, oh yeah, I want faster expansions, but that also means that I have to pay money more often. So it's hard to really know. I think that the truth is that if the game is good and people feel like they're getting value out of the expansions and they're getting value out of the game, I don't think people are really going to give a shit about it.
I completely agree. There's been people dooming really hard. There's a lot of people like, oh wow, $90 every year for a patch. But the way I see it is, if for every year you're getting 8 new dungeons, you know, you're getting expansion-wide content, if you're getting like all these major features that you would get in an expansion, not a patch, I would not mind paying an extra, okay, $9 is a little bit extreme. Like, if anyone is pre-purchasing the biggest pack just for 3-day head start, I mean, that's something I guess we'll talk about later, but
That is a topic later, yeah.
yeah, let's
do
just
that now
say
if we want.
$50 a year.
Yeah.
Well, going back into this point, I would be completely down with having an expansion every year or year and a half if it meant getting content at a faster pace. Like, if they're putting in that much more work, then, you know, fuck it, just like give them more money. I mean, it's kind of like what Genshin Impact does, actually, unironically. Those guys, they make so much money that they're able to just pump out all these like content that their fans absolutely love. It's kind of ridiculous, but That's a reality.
Honkai
There are
Star
a lot
Wars
of-
is the same way. They're like making
Yeah.
new cinematics all the time. They're adding new content constantly. They're doing new stuff. And, you know, it's the power of anime waifus, but at the end of the day, it makes a lot
yeah.
of fucking money.
Yeah, and the whole like gacha thing.
And
Yeah,
people
but-
don't complain because they feel like the money is going back into the game. And people do complain, but there is that defense that it's like, well, at least, you know, our money is going towards something. Because I think that, you know, like with Shadowlands, you know, especially towards the end of like 9.0, people are like, okay, well, where the fuck is our sub money going? Where's the new content?
So
Right.
I think one thing that we can kind of transfer into this, like how long is this going to be? Is it going to be, you know, 18 months or whatever? I think 18 months, it sounds like from that interview, is like almost, at least starting with the next expansion, is almost a guarantee. Because it would just, if they did the normal 2-year cycle they've been doing for 10 years, it would just be over 2030. And that would just, you know, so that's not their plan at the moment, at least. And I think generally I'd be okay with that, but I just kind of want to talk about content pacing this expansion, what you guys would want to see in a new expansion, and like how that has played out in like recent ones. So like this expansion, the patch timings we've gotten have been very similar to BFA. So if you see Shadowlands as this like weird aberration of patch duration, which is like you could say it's because of COVID or whatever reason, like obviously that is like
Maya Echo Victor Echo.
if you
We
go
are
back
happy
and
to
like
have
look
you,
at BFA,
Commander.
this
Please note
expansion
that all
pretty
station
much has
services
followed
are
that
at your
cadence,
disposal.
except they've done a lot more in the 0.5s and the 0.7s of doing just like much more content. So I'm interested to hear how that has played out for you all. And then what we just learned is they said this is the last raid. Very interestingly, this has followed BFA's timeline. BFA just had
Access
a
granted.
full raid
Clear to land at docking bay.
and fourth major
0
content
9.
patch, and this expansion just isn't. I think they said they're going to do like a faded, which we're going to do a faded on a whole other podcast. We can get into the good and bad of that. But like they've seemed like to just kind of knock that down. I wonder if that's a sign for
Scan
the future
detected.
that like the next couple expansions are going to only be 18 months, so they're all going to just be 3 raids. But obviously you're going to be
3
getting
raids
that.
and a faded raid.
Yeah, 3 raids and then yeah, because faded. And this is very short. I don't want to get into big time. I think faded is fine as a couple month excursion to shorten, to like break up that super long last patch and like spice it up. That's fine. In my opinion, it's pathetic if that's used as like a full replacement of a
Content
patch.
plan.
Yeah, that's if it's a full replacement of a patch, I think it's just simply not good enough. Maybe they innovate it, but if it's just like a small thing at the end, it's fine. But that's separate. I just want to hear about that. What have you guys thought about the 0.5, 0.7 patches? How do you guys feel about the no last raid, this expansion? And then again, how would you guys build
Your approach is good. Maintain current course.
plan is? Do you like the kind of BFA style? Do you like the Dragonflight style? What would you want to see with patches?
For me, like, I didn't really play, like, I played a lot of Dragonflight at the beginning, and then I kind of, like, stepped out, so I'm not really sure exactly how the content cadence has been. So I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's really going to depend on, with the new expansion, it's going to depend on how these delves go, right? Because, like, I think that one big weakness that WoW has is that there isn't a lot of, like, and this is, like, always this, like, weird, you know, like, kind of counterintuitive thing with, like, MMOs, where people, like, want to play an MMO that's massively multiplayer
Ship is on the ground.
game,
Perform
but they don't
landing
always want to
checklist.
play with other people.
Good to have you
That's why
with
you
us,
have the
Commander.
success of something like the Mage Tower, or, you know, transmog farming, or even, like, in an abstract way, like hardcore WoW, is that you're mainly playing by yourself. And I think that with a lot of people, if Delves can be that replacement, if Delves can be the Mythic Plus for solo players, I think that's going to be huge. And I think it really just depends on what's going to happen with that. And then that will inform kind of what I would want to see in a new expansion, because I'm not really sure about, especially like with Dragonflight, I don't know.
For me, it was definitely a little bit rough hearing the announcement where I'm like there and they're talking about like, yeah, we're going to do faster content and blast you guys with content. It's going to be great. And then also Mirror Dracil is the last raid of this expansion, and also fall 2024 for War Within. It's like, hang on a sec. We talked a lot about all this faster content stuff, but now we've got a year, right, between this raid that's coming out next week and the next like raid, which for me is the primary content. I do recognize that the 0.5s and the 0.7s represent content patches as well, but I don't think there's been much compelling in the last few of them. I think Zeskara Vaults is the best of the like outside world content-y type stuff they've done for me personally, but like Dream Surges and Time Rifts haven't hit for me. Those aren't I haven't been having fun doing those, and I do most of the outdoor world stuff. Like I like all those things. I spent a lot of time running around Argus and doing the rare stuff there, and like I didn't even have to. I was just kind of doing it because it was fun, right? And Broken Shore, those sorts of things, but none of the other, aside from Zscaler Vault, which I think was legitimately pretty good content, I think that the 0.5s and 0.7s have mostly not had much that kind of filled the void for me between raids, and so I am looking at we're looking at this really long year now coming ahead. I will be okay with it though if it is like, okay, we need it this time so we could start the process of then a faster cadence once we actually get into this saga, which I hope.
I think that's definitely.
I mean, that's definitely what they've implied, right? But like, it's tough because I feel like we've had this storyline before, right? Where it's like, okay, Shadowlands, Shadowlands like cut content and it's like, okay, yeah, it's going to be a longer expansion with a bit less content so we can get into Dragonflight, and that's where things are going to be fixed. And now it's like, okay, well, Dragonflight's having that too, and that feels bad. I don't know.
Like you're
Yeah,
constantly
I
having to
agree.
pay it forward.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, okay, well, at some point, and maybe that's going to pay off soon, but it definitely feels, it was something where it's like, hang on, this kind of sucks.
That's a good point.
It was 100% noticeable in M+, by the way, like, you know, how they did a bunch of work in the beginning of the expansion on M+, and then as we've gone on into the patches, there's been less and less work, probably because we're dedicating work towards the next expansion or the next patch or whatever. And yeah, for all these mini patches, I also feel the same way as you, Janos. Like, I get it, I'm a high-end player, this is not the content that I'm catered towards, but I still enjoy doing a lot of the open world content as well. And none of this has really hit, like, the whole, like, Dream Surge, Time Rift, whatever the hell they've been adding in these 0.5, 0.7 patches, they really have not hit for me at all, and I'm not sure if it's just me or everyone else, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Janos. For me, when I think of Legion, I think, or even, like, BFA, they had a lot of great content in between.
Yeah.
Like Suramar, I
did hit
really
for you.
yeah, Najatar, Suramar, that was enjoyable. Wayward Army Training, I enjoyed that. Mage Tower, absolute banger. And there just doesn't really seem to be any of that. Like, I'm kind of just continuing to do the same because I don't really feel compelled or interested in doing any of these types of content. Now again, like, that could just be me. Like, maybe there are dozens, if not hundreds or thousands of players who enjoy doing this type of stuff. But yeah, I mean, the delves too. Like, going into delves now, like, I'm also a little bit worried about delves becoming sort of like that. Now, I mean, obviously, they want to make it an endgame pillar, and they want to make it interesting.
What worries you
But
about it?
Well, I just really hope delves don't become like Warfronts, for example. You know, like some complete failure of an expansion's content. Like, I would really hope that it's. So maybe here's like a hot take, but I would really hope that delves are actually challenging and something that like inspires players to continue pushing forward and, you know, getting some good rewards out of it. Like, I would hope that there are some rewards out of it too. It feels kind of bad if it's something that's just like catch-up mechanic or just like open world content that's for, like, you know, maybe like a small specific group of players.
I am not a fan of the fact that a lot of the open world content is a participation metric.
Right, you're literally just
think that
AFK in there, right?
Yeah, it's like Warfronts weren't fun. Like, I think that if you made a really, really hard version of Warfronts, it would probably be kind of fun to do. But it's like, I think if you compare this to like Classic WoW, for example, I think Classic WoW feels fulfilling and good to people because the game is, I mean, leveling it, right? I mean, not the raids so much, but leveling is fucking
Incoming
hard.
message.
Like, if you pull 3 mobs, you can lose your whole character. So, like, because it's challenging and it's difficult, it feels fulfilling. And I think that, you know, like Withered Army Training at the beginning, like the example you used, that was very challenging, especially to survive with having all of them towards the end, having all the strategies for that. Mage Tower was, in itself, very challenging. I mean, that was kind of the point. And, you know, Horrific Visions were kind of challenging at the beginning, and I think that made them fun. But if you compare that with something like, you know, a lot of the outdoor content, it's just very, like, okay, like, and this is something I was having a conversation with my chat about. It's like, okay, new zone comes out, and there's a bunch of new rare spawns, and there's like 45 people waiting at the rare spawn, and they kill it, and everything it does doesn't matter because it just dies. And so it's like this participation trophy content where all you have to do is just, you know, put your quarter in 15 times and then you win.
Cargo hold
There's not
at
really a lot of
maximum
challenge
capacity.
or depth to it. And it's something that I actually am not worried about that with Delves, because I think that what they're going to use is they're going to make Braun or Bran Bronzebeard kind of like an augment to the different classes to make it to where you can build him to be like a tank, a healer, or a DPS. And that way you can kind of progress throughout the entire thing with him helping you. I think the reason why I'm kind of assuming that is that was one of the big weaknesses that Scenarios had in Mists of Pandaria, is they didn't have that option.
Yeah. So, when you said, Dorky, you hope it's just not like Warfronts, I kind of hear that it's just like, I hope they make good content. You know, because sometimes content's good and sometimes it's bad, you know.
I mean,
Warfronts are so disappointing.
Yeah.
Right. Because I feel like there's always this whole like, oh, you know, you're a hardcore player, like you don't know what casuals like. Casuals. It's like I don't think casuals also want some like AFK activity that you just go into and just like Asmund said, it's a participation thing. I think players want to be challenged too, regardless of how casual or time restrained they might be. I mean, like Classic's the perfect example, right? Like Classic is an actual challenge, as much as people might disagree. Like I'm pretty sure if I tried hardcore Classic, I probably wouldn't make it to level 60 just because I'm not as knowledgeable or as experienced as some of these players. And there's like a threat to like almost everywhere you go, whether it's pulling multiple packs or specific quests that might be hard. And that's how that's sort of the perspective that I got after playing Elden Ring as well, or like all these Souls-like games. There are so many casuals, and I bet so many bad players that play these games, but they're able to get through the challenge, and it's probably extremely rewarding for these players.
And it means something to them. Very similar. Exactly. Mage Tower is the best example of that that's ever been around.
Right.
Where people are like, oh, I don't really want to, you know, I'm not really doing all the hard content stuff. One solo content, and you can actually like strive to get better at it, and then you get like some really sick reward. It's not necessarily tied to player power, and it's like purely aspirational. It's made me wonder why they haven't just done that more, you know? Like, you know, I think Delves, when you're talking about going into a new patch, it is largely solo content, you're worrying about it being too easy. I think it is going to be difficult, and it needs to be, because you can level up Bran. I actually think Bran and whatever the guy is in Season 2 or 3 or whatever, very similar to Withered training. You know, they said they're going to, like, be able to improve Bran. I'm sure on a weekly pace you can make him stronger, and the only way that making him stronger is going to feel good at all is if it starts out very difficult and then you make him more OP. And maybe that doesn't last a full 6-month season, but even if they just had the 3 to 4 weeks I had fun in Withered training at the beginning of every single season, I would look forward to and log in for that. And I feel like they should do that, and I also, just Mage Tower things, Brawler Guild things, I think stuff like that has always been awesome, and I wish they just did more.
But look at another game that's like really successful. It's old school RuneScape. And I think that old school RuneScape, a lot of the things that they've added are these solo aspirational challenges, like the Inferno or like Iron Man in itself. So I think that people really like having solo aspirational challenges that they can work towards, because a big reason why I think people might not do Mythic Plus or might not raid or whatever is that it's, again, like this weird paradox with MMO players where people like playing in a shared world and being able to show off their accomplishments, but they don't like necessarily having their fate tied to the, you know, other players' environment. So I think that giving people more things like the Mage Tower or like, you know, like the Inferno Cape and OSRS, or, you know, other games have just different random things, like a Green Fire for Warlocks. This was well liked by almost everybody whenever it came out. And just having more things like that, I think will only serve to make the game better. And as long as those things are evergreen in like the way that they did for the Mage Tower, I think it's just more content for players to look forward to.
Yeah, I think the thing they should be targeting with this is that feeling of early Horrific Visions progression, right? Where it's like, you know, that there's a week where it's really hard, like nuclear difficulty. And then next week it's like, it's pretty hard. And then next week it's like, okay, you've got the stuff you need to take this down now, right? Like if you have a good clean run, you got this for sure, right? And then the week after that it's like, okay, here you go, right? Like it's not trivial, but you have now like twice as much corruption resistance as you used to have, right? It's like you have plenty of time, you know, play safe, big IO, right? And like I feel like Delves can go for the same sort of thing here, where it's at the start of the season, it's like, yeah, you're showing up there in your greens and your brand is level 1 and he's trying to
Okay, I'm in the hot seat.
You're getting in there,
Initiating deployment.
Something and getting some stuff, and it feels good and fun, but you know there's more to it.
Fighter is
And
prepped.
then eventually you
Say the word, Commander.
Okay, I have enough to get through this, and then everybody gets there at the end at some point, right? Like wherever your skill level is, at some point Bran gets the super giga cannon and he can take out the whole place for you if you need to.
like, look at Mage Tower, right? Doing
Yeah.
Mage Tower with Nighthold gear was a lot different than doing Mage Tower with Antorus gear.
Yeah, but some people need that though. Just like in
Yeah,
Elden Ring,
exactly.
some people
Yeah.
need to summon or use magic to like one-shot bosses and shit. Like there is built-in ways in this game for people to, and that's like a step in the problem-solving process, right? Like if you are unable to do something, or someone might be able to one-shot the boss, but someone else maybe needs help, and then you have to figure that out. And that's part of the fun in that game, right?
Right.
It tells you to get to the number 4, and you can do 2 + 2, 3 + 1, or 5 - 1, or, you know, any other combination.
Yeah.
I think that is,
Under
yeah,
attack.
the player agency that it creates makes it exciting.
You know, that's actually what Lost Ark does a great job as well. If you're doing a really hard boss like Vaulting, for example, you're gonna eventually get enough gear to where you can like face tank a lot of mechanics and just kill the boss generally quick, so that you don't struggle with having as many mechanics as someone who's doing it at proper item level. So that's a
I'm
great
okay
point.
with that. I think that's a good thing. And
Yeah, exactly.
like, I think everybody here, I know Max, you played Lost Ark. Dratnos, did you play Lost Ark?
Target
I got like to
shields
level 30 or
offline.
something. I didn't get to the end game.
Well, yeah, I mean, Vaulton, in my opinion, is one of the best fights. Like, it is the best isometric, like, I know it's not an ARPG, but it kind of is. Like, it's the best ARPG isometric fight I've ever done, and it's so good. And I think that, like, after that, like, Smilegate, they got afraid of people just, like, being able to clear it too fast and beat it too fast. And I think at a certain point, you should let players take advantage of those things, because it's okay to let people feel powerful. And it's like, you know, you come back in after you graduate high school to pick up your transcript, and you're wearing a hat, you've got your sunglasses on, you don't have to follow the fucking rules anymore. And that's the way it feels whenever you're at the end of the season and you've got all the gear and you just go in there and you stomp the boss. And I think that's totally okay to have.
Under attack.
Especially if it's, I think that the best thing about it though is whenever it's earned. Like, you've earned the ability to do that, not just something as simple as an amount of time has elapsed, that it just makes it very easy.
Well, I think the way that happens in games, I've actually thought about this a lot, is when you're a developer, I think you don't want to, like, it depends on what you use the message for this.
The fire's getting all beat up out there, Commander.
For example, if Classic WoW never made
Target
their
shields
raids hard,
online.
you would probably...
Fighter is taking damage fast. Hull integrity is compromised, Commander.
For them to pick
Hull
a
is
method.
critical, Commander.
So
I'm going to be
in Lost Ark, I
limping
think what
back to the
happens
ship
is
if we
they
get out of this one.
And then they're like, oh, well, you know, these people are doing a lot better, whatever.
Fighter
Using the
assembly
metrics like
initiated.
carry the game. So then you start making your content harder and harder and harder and harder and harder. And it's like, the majority of the game is getting better, but not at this massive spike level, and they're kind of looking at that top curve. I think this happened in WoW rating, I think it happened in Lost Ark, where I think at some point, eventually, you can't let your stuff be super, super easy, or else, like we talked about this whole time, you kind of lose that, like, that part they initially meant growing more powerful and getting past it.
Shields
But
offline.
I wonder
Silent
where the
running.
bar should be for that, and how games should approach that in general.
I could
Warning.
not agree more. I was
Temperature
actually talking
critical.
with my
Taking
viewers about this,
damage.
because it's like the
Cannot
super
comply.
serious players, like you use
Frameshift
retail WoW
drive
or PvP,
charging.
for example, right? These super good players keep getting
4,
better, and they
3,
keep wanting
2,
challenges that
1.
challenge them
Engage.
as these better players.
Warning.
But
Taking
the
heat
problem is
damage.
that those players
Under
keep
attack.
getting better,
Hull
whereas the
integrity
new players, like
compromised.
a new player
Taking
coming into
damage.
WoW today, is probably not that much intrinsically or innately more skilled than a new player in 2014. I wouldn't say 2004 because of computer and latency differences, but basically you have like the casual player base who, by the nature of the fact that they're new to the game or very casual, they're not playing the game all the time, and they're not getting better at the same rate that the hardcore players are, but the game is getting harder at the rate that the hardcore players are getting better. That's the problem. And I think that we brought it up earlier, and I think that the best game to address this is Elden Ring. And Elden Ring was so good about not making the game super hard, because if you guys played all the other Souls games, I don't know if you guys did or not, but before I played Elden Ring, I played all of the other Souls games, and I had played through a lot of them multiple times. And I went through Elden Ring, it really wasn't that hard. And a lot of people complained about the difficulty, but the truth is that those people were the hyper minority. And I think that what made Elden Ring such a genius success is because it wasn't tailored towards people that have beaten Sekiro 5 times. it was created
Under
towards
attack.
an audience of players, and the content was just good on its own, and it wasn't meant to be hard. It was meant to be fulfilling and fun
Roger that.
for like
I'm
a
booting up
large
the fighter.
audience of people.
So Elden Ring for me actually was really hard.
Fighter is now
But a
active.
large part of that was
Standing
because
by.
of
That was
the
your first Souls game.
self-imposed. Well, not just that, but also like the self-imposed challenges. Like I tried to not use any summons. I tried to do things with like lower item level or just lower level, and you know, I had all these self-imposed challenges to make the game hard for me. Now, obviously, you know, I've seen the videos of people doing like one-shotting bosses or doing
Yep.
some like ridiculous build, or having all these like, yeah. And that's like one of the things that I wanted to touch on, how in these games they give you ways to express your ability and your skills. And it doesn't really feel like World of Warcraft really has that. It's
Target
the
shields
developers
offline.
versus the players, versus like the players trying to develop their own skills and promote their own challenges.
Under attack.
Because that's how I've sort of seen M+. Because M+ in the past has usually been something like, alright, if your group is insanely good, well then you just pull really big, right? Like you just pull bigger, you just expand on the pull size, you just do more and more. Like you impose that challenge on yourself. Whereas nowadays
Taking
it's like,
damage.
you sort of have no
Shields
choice.
offline.
You do the same type of pulls that a high-level player does. It's just like a plain old 5-pack of mobs, and every single mob in that 5-pack has 2 mechanics each. There's like 4 kicks going on, there's all these things going on, and it's like what the developers have imposed on you rather than you trying to come up with the challenge yourself and, you know, trying to do crazier pulls, trying to time the key faster.
I mean, as the probably by far most casual person here, I totally agree with that. I find it to be very exhausting to know a lot of it once you know because of just how many things are happening and how many things are going on at the same time. And it's like, at the end of the day, like, I wouldn't really say that it's not fun. I would just say it's very tiresome. And at the beginning, I'll think, oh, I'll do like 4
Warning,
or 5
hull
today.
breach attack.
And then
Taking
after I do
internal
like
damage.
1 or 2, I'm like, okay, I just
Yeah, that used to be my vibe with like
Target
half the
destroyed.
affixes in the rotation, where it's like, oh man, it's bolstering week, right? Get me out of here after 1 key is sanguine week, right? And what they did is they started nerfing most of those affixes so that they aren't that exhausting feeling anymore. But then they put those mechanics just into the dungeons, where it's now like, okay, some of these mobs are just so brutal to deal with, right? And you have to hit like 7 interrupts on a pack, and it's, you know, that taxes your group's brainwaves to the point where, you know, that's challenging. It's difficult, but it would be nice if that was a little bit less of the experience, right? If there were more packs that were a little bit more filler, and not like filler so much, but like if more of the dungeon was possible to be a little bit more creative and a little bit more forgiving to, you know, not have to have just every single kick assigned
Cargo
and every
scoop
single
I just
deployed.
liked in Legion doing big pulls and
Yeah.
blowing
Cargo
everything
scoop
up and doing a lot of
retracted.
damage.
It
Like,
turns out that's what everyone wants to do.
Yeah, that's what
it's
everyone
really
wants.
that
Plus,
simple,
Bring
man.
the fighter back to the ship, Commander.
I do want to bring one more thing up about Dells before we move on to the next thing,
Mhm.
because it's kind of transferred from that. I do think that this is going to be widely liked, and I don't even think it's going to really interact with a lot of people, at least in this call. The best gear that drops from Delves, I think, is heroic gear. Is that right? It's something like that.
I think
That's
they
what
said
they
that's
said.
what they were looking at, but I don't think they were like, we're gonna see what we can do. We want the gear to be good, but we don't want you to feel like this is the best way to gear your character or
Fighter
anything.
is locked
Yeah,
up,
exactly.
target.
And
Base
because of
secure.
that, it isn't going to be the primary focus of someone who does super, super high Mythic Plus or really early cutting edge rating or really anything like that. And because of that, I think the people in this game who need content made for them are getting it, and I think it is very clearly not made for
Frame shift drive
the people
charging.
who already have a lot of aspirational content constantly. So
Four,
that at least
three,
gives me hope that this will be
two,
tuned.
one.
And that doesn't mean it needs to be
Engage.
easy. We kind of just went over how if it's easy, it might just be dog shit.
it won't be
So-
fun if it's super easy.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I have a lot of hope in them getting that right. And even as a high-end player, I still think, even if you weren't really looking for the gear from it, I would just straight up do a Withered Army training every week. You're a little bit more powerful thing. I would just do that for fun. So I'm really looking forward to it. And the one thing that I do think is interesting is that they've mentioned it as an endgame pillar, and they mentioned it as being evergreen. This is going to be in the game for a long time. That's kind of a difference in perspective from before. In fact, a lot of people don't actually know this. I didn't know this until yesterday. That Mythic Plus was not intended to be evergreen. That was supposed to be a Legion-only mechanic.
you're right.
Yeah, it was supposed to just
Yep.
like be in Legion and then just be gone. Which I mean, thinking about that now is insane, right? Because like so many
Yeah.
people play the game just in Mythic Plus. But you know, they mentioned this and they're like, okay, no, we're keeping this game. We're making this a pillar. They're bringing PvP out of the vault. I just definitely just more along the philosophy shifts to go along with what they decided a while ago.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited about that. I think that Delve can be that new thing that people can get excited for and like play the game for. Now, is that going to happen? Well, it's hard to say, right? We haven't really
Shields
played it or
online.
seen it at all. But I just hope they keep iterating on it and they keep making it better, because like one thing, like you're talking about like these evergreen features, one thing that Path of Exile does really well, and it was a concern that I had going into Diablo 4, is that Diablo 4, especially with like Season 1, they ended up just replacing a lot of the things that were in Season 1, and they didn't go, like in Path of Exile, whenever a league comes out, and if the league is well received, which the majority of them generally are, a lesser function of that league is maintained and put into what's called the core game. And then the core game is taken forward into the next leagues. So you have something where, like, you know, there's one where, like, you would go into, like, these different maps that would collapse. And people didn't necessarily like that as much. It was called Synthesis, but they liked, like, one or two of the maps. And so we have a couple of those maps now. And some of the modifications that they would have on gear still exist in the game. Or, like, Metamorphosis, where you can, like, create a monster from, like, the monsters that you kill in, like, a map, which is, like, the dungeons in that game. And I think that really, like, I think to myself, how much different World of Warcraft would be as a game if every feature that was added since Legion still existed in the game in some form or another, right?
Ooh,
Yeah,
yo,
and it's
I've
like,
actually said this before.
Exactly, right? Like, imagine if all of those things still mattered. Now, and PoE also runs into the other side of this problem, and they've had to scale it back multiple times, is that there's too much to do. There's too much going on with your character.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's really about finding that balance, and I hope that, like, you know, maybe by the second expansion, you know, the Midnight expansion or whatever it is, Nightfall expansion, like, we'll start to see a little bit more of that stride happening where we have these features. Like, I want to see delves in Eastern Kingdoms. I want to see delves in, like, Northrend or something like that. Like, that'd be really cool to me.
Nice. We talked about this before. Remember how I brought up, what if we just had essences, corruptions, and blah, 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 like nowadays? Yeah, it would be too much. Yeah, I definitely think that's, like, the biggest issue with PoE, right? Like, it just suffers from too much. Like, it's a hit and miss, because, like, you know, for the players who love this shit, like, obviously, they're gonna love this shit. But for so many of the players, especially people coming into the game, it's like, oh man. Like, when I think of PoE, so I don't play PoE, but I've heard great things about it.
Scan
I love that game.
detected.
It's so good. And I
Yeah, I
disappear every
get
time
it
there's a
to that.
league. Yeah.
I mean, look, I would rather play Diablo 4 just because it's so much easier to get into, and, like, if I had the time, I would love to play PoE, but, like, man, I'm just a fucking WoW player, and I don't have time to, like,
I'm just too
figure out all these
There's no way I
systems.
could figure that
Well, yeah,
out.
that too, yeah, I'm also dumb as bricks, but
Yeah.
I've played it for
That
10
aside.
years. I don't really know anything about it.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah. It's like, you ask somebody who plays the game for a living, like, how well do you understand PoE? They're like, not that much.
Yeah,
That's
but,
one piece,
Yeah.
I've actually said this about Torghast too. Like, I felt like it was a mistake for them to scrap Torghast. Like, they really should have just, yeah, like, they should have continued with it and made it good, and they just scrapped it completely. And I felt like that was a mistake.
Yeah, I feel like, so Torghast, big time, like, I think making a roguelike that had to be completed every
Lighting
single
gear
week by
deployed.
the worst players in your game for vertical progression means that you couldn't make it hard, and a roguelike that doesn't have... there can be interesting decisions in a roguelike, but if you don't feel insanely overpowered from getting a good string of things you can apply to your character, because there's something hard to apply it to, it's just nothing content, and that's what it ended up being. And yeah, they could have definitely made some work with that, but I want to ask you guys about what you're talking about with, like, adding that. So PoE, I think it depends on what game you want to be and what currently you're trying to, like, what kind of players you're trying to get to play your game. So PoE, as much as if PoE, once you get to mapping in PoE, that game hooks you and they have you forever. I know that from anyone that I've ever heard that's played that game. But getting into the game, because all of the corruptions and artifact weapons and Azerite and artifact power and all that stuff exists for the long time, it makes it harder for new players to get invested in the game. But if you play the game, you're like, the amount of depth is incredible. So I think about that with WoW. You mentioned, what if they had all this stuff since Legion and kept it into the game? I could see people like us who play this game a decent amount being like, the depth in this game is awesome. It's really, really cool. I could also see it even being a bigger challenge for newer WoW players. to get into the game and actually it's already hard to understand, so they'd have to understand all of that as well. So my question to you guys is, in what direction should WoW go with that, knowing both sides of it?
I would love to see more levels of customization and depth to like character design and the way you play your character, and less depth and customization towards like the amount of mechanics that are thrown at you at a time. Like, I would like to see that balance shifted a little bit more, so players had more agency to build a character the way that they wanted to build a character, while at the same time they weren't having to deal with like 7 different mechanics at the same time, like we were talking about with Mythic Plus. And I think also, and maybe we can bring this up later on, a number of the new raid buffs and everything are like, aren't they like protected or hidden affixes, so they're not able to be tracked by weak auras? So maybe that might be something Blizzard is already thinking towards.
Yeah.
That's actually a take that I haven't heard yet, but that's actually really true. I mean, isn't that part of like what makes something like MoP, for example, really fun for a lot of players? Because I mean, I actually completely agree. Like, it would be really nice if you could express your character more and there was more skill expression to your character, but less so than counter. Because in MoB, classes were kind of wild, right?
Well, I mean, Mists of Pandaria, this is what my fucking opinion on Mists is that Mists of Pandaria made Razer like a massive company because you needed that mouse with 6 buttons on it or 9 buttons on it to play the game. Like, it was insane how many keybinds you needed. And I think that you don't need necessarily that many, right? Like, maybe Mists of Pandaria was a bit too much, but personally, I felt like in Wrath and in Legion, too, I felt like the amount of buttons and the amount of things that I could do felt pretty good. And maybe at the end of BFA as well.
I mean, Path of Exile is an example of a game that has tremendous character depth, and often you're pressing 1 button on your character for the gameplay, like, or 2 or 3, right? Yeah, like you've got like 700 mechanics on the back end of how it's working, but yeah, you're just literally mouse moving around and the screen's exploding around you or something. And that there's another example of a game where the boss complexity is a lot lower than WoW. Even the uber pinnacle bosses are, you know, it's like, oh, there's 4 mechanics here, right? And like they're all gonna one-shot you if you screw them up, and you know your character has different ways of handling them, but it's not like rocket surgery, right, to do all the 30 different Sarkareth mechanics that you got to figure out. So I do think, though, that would be a lot harder to work in an MMO for similar reasons, where like when you look at the Elden Ring stuff, like we can all go and play Elden Ring and have fun because we're going to play our sword build and we're not going to use any magic, we're not going to use any summons, and the game's going to be hard, right? We can go play Path of Exile and be like, oh, I'm going to roll up a chieftain this league, right? And I'm going to go play, you know, this skill because it looks fun. But the second you get into an MMO where it's like a multiplayer game, the fact that there's 7,000 builds isn't actually upside if 3 of them are OP, and you got a team that that's you know relying on you, right? You've got content that you're trying to clear, and it's not fun to roll into content and it's like somebody's there with their 2 swords out, and you're like, dude, you could have Alzur's Comet or whatever and just one-shot this boss. What are you doing here?
Did you say rocket surgery?
Yeah, man, it's like rocket science and heart surgery, but
at the same time and twice as hard and way more complicated.
Yeah.
Well, I think the point was more along like having more individual character expression or skill expression rather than like the challenge coming from the counter, right? I thought that was kind of the point that I was.
Yeah, the player's skill expression was higher, and it was higher in a way that was like more directly fulfilling. It's like whenever you watch somebody play classic WoW, there aren't really there actually are a lot of buttons, but like each button really matters whenever they press them, right? There's not as much of a you know, in retail WoW, there's just a lot of buttons and there's just like things happening all the time. But I do think that there's like a more slower and deliberate gameplay that can feel more fulfilling.
Now actually said this about Wrath of Lich King. He says something along the lines of like, in Wrath of Lich King, he feels really good when he hits specific buttons, but on retail, he just doesn't get that. I don't really know what it is exactly. Like, I can't really understand that, but I've heard that from other players too.
I think it's just like the difference in rotation. Like, there's just less things going on back then, so one singular button can be a larger source of your power. So when you press it, you're just like, holy fuck, I just hit this thing with like a truck, you know? And then as the game, again, like we talked about this earlier, like kept needing to challenge players, they made rotations, you know, they have more procs and they have like a little bit more intricacies to them, where there's just more things involved that are you're using with your
Incoming
character that are not
message.
just, oh, when I finally get around to pressing this, I'm just beating the fucking shit out of this mob. And that is something that may feel like that. But then there are people who play Wrath and they're like, I can't go back to, like, I do a retail rotation, like playing Wrath is just like less interesting, right?
Hmm.
I think that there's always going to be people on like every part of the spectrum. And I think the reason why PoE is so well liked is because it doesn't try to attract people on the entire spectrum. PoE is a game for enthusiasts.
A very
PoE
specific niche,
yes.
yeah.
And I think that World of Warcraft, like maybe this is going to be a hot take, but I think they really did themselves a disservice in like, I think you can see it here now in Wrath, where like Wrath of the Lich King is so dramatically different than, let's say, vanilla WoW, and also like a retail WoW, is that it tried to attract an audience of people who fundamentally don't like what their game is about. And PoE never really did do that. Now, I think that they should make some things easier in PoE, maybe improve some, readability of things, like less and more multiplicative versus additive scaling. Sure, yeah, they should do that. But for the most part, I think the reason why PoE is so well liked is because it's a game that knows what it is, it knows what its target audience is, and it also knows what it's not. And I think that's really maybe what WoW should do more of. I don't know.
I wonder if WoW ever feels trapped by that. PoE was initially
Appealing to
made for this.
everybody?
Yeah, exactly. Like initially made this game that appealed to a specific audience, and then they just doubled down on that to make those people happy forever. They probably have like, I know the game gets mad when they get like bad leagues and stuff, but they have just such a universally high approval rating of the actual developers than like most other companies, because they know that they're making that game for them, right? They might not be like the largest amount of people, but those people are all unbelievably invested. And I think WoW, for the longest time, I think back in Classic through Wrath, I think you had people kind of playing for unified reasons. You had people who were logging into level initially, and then it got into like raids. But if you raided, you also PvP'd, because that's a thing you do in the game. And then you do all of this, and you play the whole expansion. And then as time has gone on, I don't even think this is a WoW thing, but I think it's a gaming thing. Gaming just got so much more specialized. WoW when Wrath was out, it was the best game in the world by far. And then as time went on, you had you had games where like, oh, you like this specific part of a game? Okay, we have a whole new genre that's just for that. And that's happened over the past like 15 years. And I wonder now Blizzard is sitting here like, we don't have this group of people that all kind of want to play WoW. Maybe you have people who want to raid and you want to Mythic Plus, and you want to PvP and you want to pep battle and you want to learn the lore. And then I don't know how many pep battles there are, by the way. I don't know why I threw that in there so high, but like there's like people who log in and they care about the lore and like the casual content, and they have all this. And I really wonder if Blizzard feels like they can't make the game fucking awesome for any of those people without alienating anyone else, so they're kind of forced to make a game that is pretty good for everybody, or at times okay or not good, right? And I wonder if when they're developing this game, if they ever have thoughts onto like running into that issue with development.
I feel like they
absolutely feels
probably
that
do.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like I know there are like so many players who literally don't give a shit about M Plus, and they'd rather have it just gone or like completely reworked. But there's like a large player base that really loves M Plus, and they play it for M Plus, and it's the same for like all these other sections too. I feel like the game retail is so divided. I've mentioned this the other day where it feels like in retail WoW there is a massive casual player base that just like literally never goes on Twitch, never goes on Reddit. They're
You never
just
see their
working.
opinions. They just
Yeah,
play.
exactly.
Yeah.
They're just some 9-to-5 gamer dad who just comes home and they just do shit on World of Warcraft. And they're just a completely different player base from, say, the M+ers or the PvPers or the Raiders. In fact, I don't even interact with a lot of the PvPers. And whereas like classic WoW, for example, sort of has a more meshed together community where everyone's kind of like working towards a common goal, and people are generally playing the same game. Whereas like Veep, like bro, I don't know what the hell a Dream Rift is, and I'm sure a lot of people are out there doing that right
London
now.
gear retracted.
Yeah,
I
do think
it's one size fits none type situation that they run themselves into.
it does remind me, like back in classic, you would just do battlegrounds as you were leveling, right? Because like that's
Yeah.
what you do, right? Like you do everything, right? You do dungeons, you do that's all part of the path. Whereas now it does all four in split. And if Delves is going to be that new endgame pillar that didn't exist before for those casuals, right? I think that is really exciting because that means it's not targeted at me, and it already does sound pretty cool for me. Like I'd love to get some more great vault rows on my alts, even, you know, on characters, whatever random alts doing 1 key a week, and then get some more vault rows so I can get my sockets out of the vault. That sounds fun, right? Like, there's a lot of times I log into the game, I don't have stuff to do. Delves sound like a really fun thing to do, so if it's not aimed at me, and it seems very exciting to me, hopefully that is not because it's missing those other people, but it's like, it's really hitting them, and then I'm getting some collateral off of it. That's really good, right? Like, that's, obviously, like, we know so little about Delves, they could suck, right? Torghast, I was excited about hearing about it. Kind of
I was so hyped about Warfronts.
Yeah, exactly right.
Oh,
so
no.
we got to be a little bit careful here because,
Yeah,
like, we don't actually know if it's fun, but if it hits the potential here, I think that's it makes sense that it's going to be evergreen, right? Like this, and a new endgame pillar, and that is like such a huge chunk of the player base that just has been without an endgame pillar for so long. It kind of had M+, like low keys or whatever, as a thing for them, but I think this is a much better place for those sorts of players to lie, and I think the thing that really is the giveaway that is targeted at them is that it's solo or up to 4 friends, right? Like that flexible, role agnostic, any sized group thing is exactly where I think you hit those players the best.
Actually, I was just thinking about Warfronts and also how much islands have been slandered, but I actually think that is a example of like another. I don't think islands were bad. I think the fact that they were the best AP efficiency by, I think, like 3 times the next thing by spamming them forced you to do content. It's like, oh, you know, you might really want to eat steak, and steak sounds really good, but if like someone was just forcing you to eat steak 24 hours a day, you'd probably be like, you know, this is a little old, you know, I don't really want anymore.
Yeah.
I don't want anymore. That's islands, right? So like I think they totally failed the there was like one weird island, was it the PvP islands, where it was like super strange? I forget which one it was, but I think islands in general were fine, but people will just immediately get so mad about it because you just had to, it was just a bad decision with Azerite power.
True.
It's the same thing that we were talking about with Torghast, where like people have a bad impression of islands and they have a bad impression of Torghast because they had to do islands and they had to do Torghast. It's the same reason why a lot of people were like negative towards like Mythic Plus or like, you know, kind of a lot of the Legion systems, is because the way that you had to progress in them was just really unfun and it was mandatory. Whereas the content that's like very much optional, things like the Mage Tower, they're not received that badly, even though they can be even harder in a lot of cases. So I think it's like more, if you make people do something, you're going to make them do it.
Yeah, I've said it before about Mage Tower. If they made Mage Tower some weakness,
Access granted. Cleared for landing on pad 3-2.
but the fact that it was just like some aspirational challenge for you to get some cool transmog, I think that alone made Mage Tower a massive success.
Think about challenge modes in Mists of Pandaria. You didn't really need to do those for anything. But if you got the gear, then that was really cool. And I think that's what made them so well liked.
Okay, I have an interesting question. I actually wanted to ask this to someone who does Classic, because one thing I think is a fascinating difference between retail and Classic is that in Classic you can do relatively, it's a bit harder in ICC, but relatively very easy content to get the absolute best gear in the game. And in retail, that is not even remotely true. It's, you know, over 10 to 15 years of time, it's just become like they need to challenge you in some way. We can have a whole other podcast about the direction of rating and things like that. But I've always found that to be really interesting. And recently they have been doing things to make raids more accessible. Like they did, I think it's like Cross-Realm Mythic from day one, should have been done for years. They also need to remove the Mythic lockout. But I wonder, how do you feel about potentially in retail, this is kind of a big can of worms, but the idea of making kind of rating like that, where
Mythic cosmetic, kind of, and heroic
well,
be the count.
yeah, I guess maybe the closest thing, I guess that other games do this, Ultimate is a very different, and rating in Final Fantasy is so different from WoW in so many ways.
Kind of like
but
hell mode, maybe?
Yeah, kinda, yeah, where it's not like you're doing this to get this item you need to be the best geared that season, but you're doing it because it's awesome, and that way you can make it for like a specific group of people. I don't know if that needs to happen, like WoW does, I doubt if they'll ever do it, but I'm just interested.
Station service
take on a big reason why people raid in one game than another, right? Because I don't know if you were to make retail raids like let's just say this for the sake of argument. Let's say retail raids are to get the best gear in the game, just like Classic, you log on and you like clear this unbelievably easy raid, like normal raid in WoW.
Sure.
Retail right now. And then you get the best gear in the game over time. Are more people playing the game if that is what the game is? Or should the harder content... I mean, obviously in MMO, it's a big reward philosophy, right? Like, you want harder things to reward you with better gear. Like, that makes the challenge worth it. But then at the same time, sometimes making really cool challenges, people appreciate it when there's nothing attached to it at all. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm gonna be honest. I think that a big reason why people started getting really into like hardcore classic, I don't think it was a coincidence that it was the same time that Ulduar came out. You know, Ulduar was a massive step up in difficulty in classic WoW, and I think it absolutely is true that a lot of the people that are excited about playing like, you know, classic WoW, they're excited about it because it rewards you just for being basically there, for participating in the raid and just for getting the gear by itself. And I think that the easy nature of it, and also it's not that it's easy, it's that the difficulty usually occurs outside of the raid. It's like the logistical challenges, it's the getting a group together challenges, getting everybody to the raid instance challenges. All of those things are what makes classic WoW raiding difficult. And I think that for MMO players, that's probably more fulfilling in general. And I think that, like, personally for retail WoW raids, like, I played the game for a long time, so like if I wanted to Mythic Raid again, like I'd have to practice, like I would, but I could probably figure it out, sure. But for a lot of these people, like, you know, like they're not super great at the game, right? That's just the truth. And if you have like 6 mechanics that they have to pay attention to, it's just not really gonna happen. And I think that with Classic WoW, the reason why it's so popular, straight up, is because the raids are super fucking easy. And they give you the best gear in the game. And it is rewarding for people. They log on and they look forward to that. Now, is that something retail WoW should do? I do think they could tone down, like, and this is like, again, very much in line with like the add-on conversation, because I think WoW raids are harder because of add-ons in general, and it's kind of like an arms race, you know? But if you didn't have that, I do think that it would probably be healthier for the game as a whole if the mechanics were, maybe there were less of them, but the ones that existed were a little bit easier to do, and you had less like pass-fail group mechanics that are based off of like one player's actions.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, that's what makes some of the great raids really, or great raid fights really great. Like Rashok, pretty simple boss. It's like the mechanics aren't that hard, but because it's like a big number check, it's actually fun. And same with like Sludge Fist, super simple fight. You just run the boss into the pillar and
but
soak
every
the
single
swirlies.
mechanic in Sludge Fist is so well done.
Right, and
Right
it's
after
about
they
the
did,
numbers.
like, the graphic changes.
Yeah, it's usually about like, you know, oh, like how hard is it to heal, or like the DPS check, pumping big numbers.
The player is playing against themselves and not a series of obstacle courses the developer put in front of them, right? It's like, how can I maximize my damage in these uptimes? So it's more like the player feels himself getting better as like as a whole, as a player, rather than just memorizing different boss timings or boss mechanics.
I do love these patchwork style fights, but I do also think there is something to the really nasty coordination end bosses, right? Where it's like Jailer or Denathrius or something like that, where you do actually have like a really difficult recipe and 20 chefs that have to do the right things to make that happen. That it's so rewarding when you actually do get that coordination and do all the right stuff as a team. But yeah, I think the patchwork things are also really fun. The Sludge Fist, when it's done well, really good fights. I do think that more accessibility into retail rating is good, but also we don't need to target like people that love classic and love classic rating.
Yeah,
We
they
don't
do
need to
exist
target them
really
for
well
retail, right?
alongside
Like,
each other.
Yeah,
I
you don't
think
need
that's
these
a
two
good
games to be
thing.
the same, right?
Yeah.
Like they should be different and both be good.
Kind of like what we were
and-
just talking about.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like it's about having two great games, and I do think that there's stuff that retail and classic can learn from each other, and Yoink, especially the Season of Discovery, you know, the set of changes and the Cataclysm set of changes that they're looking at. There are certainly some ways to improve both, and I agree with you about the add-ons and like how much the difficulty should be locked behind setting up a perfect UI and having good reminders and having like good raid leader outside the raid type stuff, like those. When those are the right answers to retail's problems, I think that's a less fulfilling challenge to solve. But I also love the high coordination retail fights. Now that might make me a pretty small minority, right? Like mythic raid, high end stuff. But I would personally be pretty sad to see those go.
I don't think that they should go. It's just like maybe they shouldn't be like the main content star next.
Yeah, add-ons are weird. So add-ons most of the time, like weak auras and probably 90% of raid fights are just way more customizable debuffs with sounds and size and you know, most things like that. Honestly, like it's become more of a buzzword. Like you see, like this raid had a terrible fight like this, Echo of Neltharion. I'm not sure if you've seen it. It's like you basically progress this fight, and you are progressing a weak aura more than you are. It's actually maybe the first fight that's ever been this way. There's been fight-defining weak auras, but none of them were progressing a weak. This fight, you're actually progressing people looking at a map and going to the right spot. It's fucking. But the issue with that is not add-ons. The issue with that is a major flaw in boss design. I've done this before, but I can show a VOD from our Mythic Neltharion testing, in which none of these problems existed. You didn't need a weak aura at all, because you could just break multiple walls and spread these things all the way around the room. And they just made terrible changes to prevent you from doing that and forced them into this super ridiculous positioning strategy. And I feel like that's pretty much been the case with any mechanics like that. Now, do I think that developers at times are like, we need to make something harder because like this wasn't hard enough last time? I think that does happen. I think that happened majorly in Sepulchre, actually. That's, I think, when they did this the most, where they were just fully on this. But I know they know this. I've talked about them with this over the weekend, multiple encounter designers. You can make a fight that is perfectly hard for all the right reasons and very challenging and strategically challenging, and basically have no weak auras involved in it whatsoever, other than just being the UI that makes it look the way you want. Rashok is a perfect example. Rashok could have been the second to last boss, made a little harder with things that were purely visual and in the fight, and it would have been incredible. I mean, it was incredible where it was, you know? But most of the time, the add-ons have been like, oh man, you need this to play the game kind of thing. Or you mentioned 21st Man. Pretty much every raiding game, if they had an extra person outside that really knew what they were talking about and had all their POVs, it would make them go way faster. I don't know if there's a way for Blizzard to mitigate that.
Stuff like the reminder weak aura though, those things are super OP. Not a lot of people use them, but like when you start using them and it's just like, oh yeah, 630, press Spirit Link Totem or whatever, like, and you just get to offload your brain cells onto that.
Yeah, but
yeah, exactly.
Oh, that stuff is bad, but I also think that's the kind of stuff that we're like way back in the day, you'd have like a post-it note on your fucking monitor or something, and you'd have like some way of like reminding yourself of that.
Yeah.
I think there's some way of doing. I think there's some way of doing that. I think another talking point I kind of hear is like, I wish they would just, you know, why not just remove all add-ons and bake all this into the game? It's lazy. Well, I mean, there's an opportunity cost to that too, you know? Like, they, you know, let's just say they want to fully get rid of add-ons, but then they want to have some better, you would need a lot of things, but like way better debuff customization and stuff like that in the game. It takes years to do that, and maybe they do that and it's not better than weak auras are now. So why would they, like, do that, right? And you're like, unless you're saying like, oh, just hire more people and get it done. It's like, okay, well, if the answer is you wish Blizzard would just spend more money and hire more people, then I'm obviously, I'm on board. That sounds great. Do that all the time. Infinitely make a huge, you know, get a bunch of people. But that, you know, it's going to come at the cost of other things. Unless they were to actually hire like Mr. Weak Aura, if that's a person, you know, and just like, hey, can you like make something in game that's like easier to understand and like maybe a little bit reduced, but like has some, because I don't think is anyone against like weak add-ons that you can just simply make your UI make it the way you want it to
Scan detected.
Is that bad?
My only real problem is how it always breaks every goddamn time. It is so frustrating. Like, it literally broke this patch too, and having to keep it up, that's the real pain I have. But yeah, that's aside.
I think that the add-ons that are problematic are combat add-ons that increase your awareness.
So
like
DBM.
Because
Fighter is prepped. Say the word, Commander.
Warning, incoming hatchbreaker limpet.
If you think about a person's attention like a pie chart, like basically DBM can take a slice out of that pie chart so you can focus more on other things. And that does make it easier for you to focus in a fight, and it does increase the level of like awareness that you have. And those are really the problematic add-ons, are the ones that effectively,
We lost the link,
you know, like,
Commander.
did you guys watch the kill for the world first, and this is actually for Heroic Lich King.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Paragon.
So y'all saw the whenever the Valkyrs spawned, it actually showed not only is there a Hammer of Justice on each one, but the Hammer of Justice is indicated, and the Paladin that's supposed to do it has their name next to the character model. Like, that is an insane level of min-maxing, and that just simply makes the fight a lot fucking easier. And I do think that that is problematic, because
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
how do you fight against that? And I'm actually kind of curious, because like, I don't understand this as well as you guys do. What is really the way that Blizzard can like counteract that? Because I'm hearing about protected auras and protected buffs. Is Blizzard able to just make it to where you can't track that?
Fighter
So
assembly
they're trying
initiated.
to. They did a little bit this raid. They did
Yeah.
on 2 bosses, and
Bad
on
news
one of
is-
them,
Yeah, one of them was that horrible boss we talked about, like the Project Aura. Those were protected auras, but you would just get like a macro that you would press that would tell all the other people with the weak aura that you had the mechanic.
What private auras do is it prevents the like add-on
API, right?
to be able to even see that you have this specific debuff. So the way around it is you press a macro that
Landing
tells
permission
you
granted. Assigned to landing pad 3
just like
active.
annoying and not really much of a change.
Fighter
Now there's 2
assembly
bosses in this raid
complete.
that have private auras. That boss, which was horrible, and then another boss, Forgotten Experiments, which was, in my opinion, a perfect iteration of what private auras should be. So this mechanic picked 3. The boss had a charge that would put a bleed on you. If it charged through anyone else, it would give them an bleed. And you would mark 3 people. You would see it over your head, but that was a private aura. If there wasn't a private aura, a weak aura would tell you to stand on the triangle marker for one person, star for someone else, and diamond for someone else. And you wouldn't even interact with the mechanic. You would just see, go to diamond, and you would do that, right? That's bad. But they made it a private aura, and it wasn't important enough to press a macro, so players just YOLO spread out and played the mechanic like you would naturally. In my opinion, that is exactly what raid mechanics should be like. You know, you're saving the player from
400 meters from
themselves.
touchdown.
In my opinion, 95% of the private auras they put in this upcoming raid are exactly like that. So they're going down the road of, and by the way,
Lighting
we can
gear
talk about this later, this
deployed.
raid fucking owns. But the one of the best ones they've made in a long time, just like boss for boss. But they're doing that private aura thing like a ton.
Landing successful.
I think the
Engines
goal is,
disengaged.
and they're gonna have to try and be creative with addressing it, but I think their goal is to make raiding not like that. Because I would agree with you. I think a lot of people, I'm defensive of add-ons because people say delete all add-ons from WoW, and I'm immediately like, there's no fucking way that deleting like UI add-ons
I
and
like my bag on.
yeah, like simple
Yeah.
quality of life add-ons, that's fucking crazy. Like these are just make the game better, right? But I do, and I think everyone would agree that anytime you're getting a super intrusive raid combat weak aura, or even, I mean, I'm a fucking raid leader, right? Like my job becomes more important, and what I'm doing is more relevant if I don't have any of this other shit, and I just have to figure it out and do it. There's been a few fights like that, and I've really enjoyed it, right? So I think most people are fond of that if they were to do it right, but it's kind of hard to see how they would get to that point.
Yeah, I hope that they're able to like get past
Incoming
that,
message.
because I do feel like weak auras and like all the add-ons that players feel like they kind of have to have, especially like awareness add-ons. Like everybody has, I see add-ons for Mythic Plus, and like Dorky, you can probably attest to this more than I can, that will tell you like, okay, this person's interrupt is up now, and like just like the level of awareness and just like the increased ability that gives you is just massive. It's huge.
It really is. I've mentioned this before, where I tried plugging a 28 key on my bear tank
with no
zero
add-ons,
add-ons, and on one hand it was extremely liberating. It felt like, you know, I was just completely free of all these like dings and dongs and frickin' all this like crap on my screen. But at the same time, I felt blind as a bat, man. Like I could not tell what the hell was going on. I couldn't tell if my team had kicks up. I didn't have like, you know, sound warnings for like specific frontals. I couldn't even tell like how long my incarn was lasting for unless I look at the top right of my screen. And yeah.
There's 2 parts of that though. This is relevant to what you're just saying. So while yes, but the thing is you've used those add-ons to allow you to become a better player and focus on things that you can by using those as a crutch to focus on things. So when you take them all away at once, it's obviously going to be a shock because you're literally training yourself to ignore all of the things that they were tracking. So like if you played like that all the time, you would obviously develop the skill set to see everything else that was happening, and you would feel it better, or you would know it better, or you would be better at you would have to communicate more with your kicks and stuff. So I think it's way too extreme when you do it right away. But I mean, yeah, I mean, all of us would. Definitely an interesting experiment.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say, like, for the most part, I would just play worse, right? And I'm pretty sure every single top level player in the world would probably say the same. Like, yeah, for sure, you could still continue to do what you do. You would just have to do a little bit simpler. Like, instead of doing like this massive pull, you'd have to cut down like maybe 2, 3, 4 mobs so that you have a little bit less going on. And I've actually had this discussion with Evade not too long ago, but it was like a pretty good discussion about like how add-ons and weak auras affect how we play nowadays versus, say, BFA. Like back in BFA, he talked about how there was this example of how you had to like blade dance the bleed from the Berserkers in King's Rest, and there were no nameplate CD weak auras at the time. It was like just not a thing. Yeah, so like he had to just like mentally, you know, count it in his head, and he had to like, you know, be able to react. He's like, all right, this Berserker's about to do bleed in 2, 1, and just like be ready to react to it. Whereas if you had add-ons, right, if you had weak auras, you just know like, oh, okay, you can just continue doing your DPS rotation, continue calling kicks on these 5 mobs and AoE stops, and then he sees that like, oh, the blade dance is coming up in 2 seconds, and then you just get ready to press your blade dance in 2 seconds, rather than having to like fixate half of your brain into this part and the other half on trying to do the rotation and all, and just like, you know, fucking, there's all this shit going on. Whereas if you had weak auras, it simplifies that by a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're ever going to fully get rid of it, but I think you can curb it, and I think curbing the most annoying versions of this is actually just not having faults in boss design. I really think boss design and bad, clearly too complicated mechanics are the cause of like over-reliance on these things. And you could argue that they ended up getting to this point because weak auras ever existed in the first place, right? I mean, they've had to nerf weak auras multiple times because they were just so insane. But yeah, I don't know. The whole thing is kind of fucked, but I think as long as, like, I'm trying to, like, Jailer bombs. Did you guys ever, I know you two did Mythic Jailer, but like,
it assigns the player. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so if you did not, in my opinion, of all of the mechanics I can remember, including like the Archimond mechanic, which by the way the world's second kill did without a weak aura at all, Paragon, shout out Paragon, I think that might have been the most impactful weak aura that's ever existed. I think he would have wiped in that phase like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds more times if that one thing did not automatically assign. And those are the best guilds in the world. My opinion is if the difference between weak aura and non-weak aura on a mechanic is that's fucking terrible. Like, that is clearly bad. You could make the mechanic multiple different ways. You could give it out 3 at a time with a 2-second delay and make it infinitely easier, right? Like, even just the same mechanic. So I think that's the thing, because the reality is most mechanics in World of Warcraft are, you know, the difference between you doing them with and without a weak aura is either nothing or extremely small. And they can be really hard too. It's just the way that it's visualized and the way that you deal with it. So yeah,
it's the awareness of it. Yeah. So what you're saying basically is like, it's not really a problem with the weak auras. It's a problem with like the specific mechanics. And if the mechanics were designed in like a better way, it would be less of a problem.
100%. I think that weak auras, as the most problematic versions of weak auras, are only created as a solution to bad boss design. Yes.
I would also say it's largely the community and how people play the game now. Because, like, the reality is you don't actually need all these add-ons for majority of players. I would say, like, over 90% of the players. I mean, hell, Asmon, you tanked the 24 the other day with, like, no real major add-ons. And
because you guys were helping me.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm pretty sure you could have tanked that by yourself, too. But the thing is, like, it's been perpetuated on the community so much so that if you're trying to pug a heroic raid, what happens? You join the raid leader links a weak aura package that you're supposed to download, and it's just like some frickin' 20, 40, 50 downloading weak aura shit from Liquid or whatever. And this happens all the time. Like, hell, even in my guild raids, I have, like, you know, every single guild I've been in, all my guild leaders have been like, all right, guys, make sure you download the weak auras, and, you know, make sure you have this or that add-on. And you really don't need all this stuff, but
Well,
It's
so you're right, Dorky. But the reason why people do it is they want to like respect their own time, right? Like
yeah,
it's
yeah,
actually
yeah,
true in the
yeah.
race world
It's
first
easier.
too.
Yeah.
If you guys followed the race for a long time, you would know that like us and Echo used to go about this totally differently. Echo would like if you could do a mechanic on your own at 97% consistency, they would go to 100 by using a weak aura. They'd use a weak aura, and we never would. We would just be like, that's lame. We actually really don't like using weak auras usually if we can help it. And then over time, it's like, oh, well, I mean, if you're doing this purely for the sake of competition, you have to do that. So over years and years and years, even if something can be done, you always try to make it automatic if you can, which again is lame, but you're going to do everything you can for the sake of competition. The issue is, in gaming in the last 4 to 5 years, especially, actually maybe even 3 years, it's become so tier listy and what is the absolute pure competitive best thing to do. And a lot of people who are playing the game for fun don't realize that you don't have to really do all of this shit. Like I think an analogy I gave of this before is like, let's say you're playing Diablo 4 or 3 or whatever, and like a Sork is going to play totally different than a Barb. Total different class fantasy, total different speed of gameplay, everything, right? And then you as a player, like I like to play shifty, fast characters like rogues, right? So I know that I'm going to play a rogue because I like that a lot more than playing a Barb, right? But then what a lot of players will do before they ever start playing the game is look at a tier list of what the best classes in the game are, and maybe the type of gameplay they identify with the least is S tier, and then they just play that and hate the game, right? And like that whole philosophy has just led to a lot of people kind of unintentionally ruining fun in their own games, and I think that's definitely true with WoW. If you're doing a heroic raid and someone is not going to pull the boss until you download a weak aura pack, that's absolutely ridiculous. But people have just become used to doing it because they want to get in and out of there in 30 minutes and go like have dinner with their wife or something, right? So like I don't know, it's hard to deal with, and I think it's just so much just where gaming has gone more than a specific WoW issue.
I think also, like this is, you brought this up earlier, Max. It's like this is very common with Mythic Plus too. Is that Mythic Plus, the level of gatekeeping is extremely high. And I think that once you really break it down, it actually kind of makes a lot of sense because if it's same with like Lost Ark. Lost Ark has a massive problem with gatekeeping. And why is that? Well, I think it's pretty simple. The harder you punish players, the harder players try to not get punished. And because Mythic Plus failing in Mythic Plus, you lose the key, it gets downgraded, etc. And like you're totally fucked, and you lose like the Raider IO score, and that's like very important. Well, then people are going to try even harder in order to avoid having that happen. Whereas if there wasn't this type of like punish and fail state, I think that people would be more willing to take risks and try things a little bit off the beaten path. And if you look at Lost Ark, it's kind of the same thing. It's like Light of Salvation is like kind of this, it's like a card set you get in the game that takes like 6 months to get, and if you don't have it, a lot of people won't even play with you. And it gives you a pretty relatively big damage increase, but not at the level that people require it at. And the reason why isn't necessarily because it gives you 8% more holy damage, it's because it means that you've played the game for a long time, and the chances of you making a mistake are a lot lower. So people become much more gatekeepy the more that they get punished for not gatekeeping. I think it's just
You're clear to resume own navigation.
So
Federal
how
flight
much
control
of this do
signing
you
off.
think like happened in the past though? Because I didn't really play a whole lot of Classic and Wrath back in the days, but nowadays it's definitely much more gatekeepy than before, right? Or am I wrong about this?
There's always been gatekeeping. Like I remember back in vanilla WoW, and like this was what was this, like 17 years ago. Like I barely played vanilla WoW. I got 60 and I rated it.
Frameshift drive
But like you would
charging.
get invited to a group and you would go to the store, or not the steps of Stormwind, and you would get kicked out because the raid leader didn't understand what your class priority was for gear. And like that would absolutely happen. So like there's always been gatekeeping, but I do think that in a similar sense, like the level of classic gatekeeping probably isn't as just like brutal as the level of gatekeeping in like retail WoW or for Mythic Plus, right? Like people will invite a rep paladin in classic WoW. Like I can't believe they do it, but they do it, and I see it all the time in groups. So obviously, like there's going to be gatekeeping and people that are going to trend towards doing whatever is the most optimized. But I do think that there's also, the more that you punish people for not optimizing, well, the more people will try to optimize so they don't get punished. I think it just makes sense.
I think it's a group size thing too. Like
It is.
Mythic Plus, like 39 specs and you can only take 5. And then if you think about the decision that someone is making at any key level, let's just say John has his plus 16 under rot. He wants to do that in 40 minutes, get his loot, make it be as clean as possible. He either wants to push up his key or just get gear. He has no way to know who he's inviting other than what he perceives to be the best classes. He's way less likely to play with a different class before that point because everyone else does this. And he wants the best chance of making the next 40 minutes of his life, again, because keys deplete, worth something. And then he's going to, there's no way to tell if someone's a good player. You just see their score and their spec, you know? And you just end up picking whatever you think the best is of that. In Raid, I don't, like, there's this weird thing where pugs think that like this 2-3-9 ratio like makes raids easier, and it's completely ridiculous. Like, it makes no sense. Like, the raids
per boss basis, right?
I mean, it just doesn't matter. Like, you just, if you see someone good and geared that applies to your group, you just like add them and it's always good. But the there's way less like of that in raiding and like heroic raiding or like mythic pugs where like there's the selection bias, but in mythic plus specifically I mean, it was terminal last season for sure.
Well, that's the one that depletes keys, you know? Like, because you don't deplete a key if you wipe in a group in like a raid, right? You just go back and do it again.
But there is...
I think that's kind of what happens, is that you make it harder to, you know, to have a failure or point of failure, and then people just aren't going to want to have somebody that can make a mistake. And it's also like how much individual player mistakes can affect other players.
I think there's also a huge like feedback loop, right? Where it's like, if we can get the balance within a few percentage points, then people don't feel like a spec is very bad, and then good players will play it, right? But if the balance is like further off, then we get this herding where the good players are now flocking to the good specs, and so those specs are now overperforming because anybody who's still playing the bad specs, you know, they could have swapped and they didn't, right? And like
it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Exactly, right? And it becomes
I think
more
you're
and more true.
100% right.
Yeah, and so like this season, you know, Augmentation, Fire, Shadow, or whatever was clearly good, and then all the good players swapped to it, and then it was even better because now there's no high-end balance druids left, right? They're all Augmentation druids now, and so the balancing being close for
Gudamaya, Echo, Victor, Echo. Welcome to this federal facility. Please observe all standard docking procedures.
A lot of diversity in
access approved. Make your way to landing pad 3-2.
We're actually extremely diverse. You can play like 15, 20 different specs at more than 1% representation in the top level keys. Now there's like 4, 30, which is it's rough, and it's not that they're that much better, right? It's not like Augmentation is 400 times better than Fury, right? It's like, that the players moved, right? The players herded over towards it, so.
Well, people hear that something is better and they just go with it because, like, it's what Max said, right? Like, you have no frame of reference to determine whether somebody is going to be good or not based off of an item level and, you know, like a class. That's basically what you're looking at. So, like, you look at their score, their item level, and their class. And there are going to be classes that outperform others. So if you're going for the highest percentage probability of success, like here again, it's like kind of goes back to like the 97% versus 100%. Well, 100% is high. And if you don't want to have your time wasted, you're going to go with 100% every single time over 97. And I think that's just kind of what happens with players. And also, like, you get to the point to where, and this is like with Classic, is that you want to invite people that are doing meta things, because the chances are that the people that are doing the meta things are also going to be the kind of people that want to improve and be good at the game. Because it would logically make sense that people that don't really give a shit, this is 100% on the other side, is that the bad players that don't really give a shit don't care if they play bad specs, because that's not their focus.
Yeah, and it actually presents a different problem too, which is that multi-classing in WoW is actually really hard. The amount of people that can play at a high level and play multiple classes or roles are extremely low. A lot of people feel forced to do that because getting invited to groups, right? Like, if you really want to play Mythic Plus, that is your game mode, and you're playing a certain spec, some patches, you can't play the game. at least at the key levels you want to play. So you feel forced to reroll. Well, a lot of people don't have the sauce like that, so they end up re-rolling, and they're like, you know, you guys have all queued in with these people. They have a decent Mythic Plus score. They're playing the new patch. They're playing the new Fodom class of the patch, and they just fucking stink, right?
Yeah.
That happens at all levels, but a lot of those players would do a lot better if they would just stick on their own class. So now you're, just like you said, Dranos, you're worried about recruiting these other classes because you feel like they don't care. But in reality, the players would almost always perform better on their main class. So like they feel forced to do it, and it's like it's going backwards, and
it's real bad.
It's a
Yeah.
situation
I think it
where nobody
depends. I
wins.
mean, there are definitely times where, like, you know how like people say, like, oh, if you reroll augmentation, then you're just gonna have easy success. So I don't think that's like always true, but that's definitely true a lot of times. I mean, it's like JB said. I remember that one tweet he made. It's something like, I don't need a car to go to the grocery store either, but you'll never catch my ass walking. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna try to do what. Yeah, I'm just gonna do whatever is gonna be the best. And I mean, so this actually didn't happen as much back in Legion, because one specific thing that Legion did really poorly at, which also turned out to be good in this situation, is they made it really hard for people to reroll. Like, if you wanted to play an alt, good luck with that. You'd have to like freaking grind up all that AP. You're gonna have to get all that Titan Forge gear. You're gonna have to give good legendaries. But what this did create was it allowed players to be valued for how good they were at their class, regardless of their spec or role. There were so many times where like you would play with someone that was really good and had a ton of gear and a ton of AP and just put a lot of time into their character because they were just good as hell. Like, there's been hunters that people have invited in Legion that just did so much damage because their character was just like built different. Like, maybe not necessarily them as a player. Well, I'm sure like them as a player was also extremely good, but their character was also really strong, and they couldn't just easily swap over to some meta or bottom character, which obviously like was not great, but that was one of the good sides of it being harder to reroll.
I kind of want to. Do you think we should talk about the release?
Yeah.
The pre-order.
I think that's a good thing too. We can end the show with a little bit.
So, WoW caught a lot of dubs this weekend, so they thought they would be real cheeky and sneak in a little L in there and people wouldn't notice.
Landing gear retracted.
They did something that's really, it's become a meta for game releases. Like, a lot of games have done this, like, oh, you can get our Super Giga Edition and you can play our game over.
Scan detected.
And that has worked, and I haven't seen a lot of complaining on that for like single player games, especially like RPGs and stuff like that. But this is I
Scan detected.
I just feel like in an MMO it's strange.
Frameshift
I
drive
feel like it's
charging.
strange.
This is what I think. I think that it's completely stupid. It's unfair. It's another way that segments players based off of income. It's another grim reminder that we're not playing in a fantasy world, but this is a capitalist endeavor. I think it's just annoying. It doesn't really affect the game a whole lot, and I just think it makes the game feel a lot cheaper. And if I made a game, I'd fucking do it. Because it only affects the first 3 days, and it's probably aimed massive.
Incoming mission critical message.
And I bet that's how Blizzard looks at it. Is that, like, as much as I don't think anybody in here likes it, but the truth is that the people that don't like it won't act on it. And I think that's just...
Yeah, they're buying it anyway. Yeah, they're buying it anyway. And just to be clear, everyone here is going to buy it, if not have Blizzard give it to us. So... we're saying this for like most people that would be, you know, opposed to this. And the other side of it is beta.
I like the beta
access, yeah.
So the beta thing got like some initial negative reactions, but I actually know, and I constantly see on stream, a lot of people that would love to play beta when it comes out, but they can't because it's like it's always been this weird lottery system / do you know people, and now at least if you know you're playing the game anyway, you can deterministically get it. So it seems a little gatekeepy, but I don't know. What do you guys think about the beta thing?
I think that's just good.
I don't think it's a big deal.
Like,
yeah.
I think given the
just a
beta
bonus.
has to be limiting it by money versus by lottery, that seems like a great place to put the by money limiting. I do think the early access is more, like, it does feel icky. I agree with you, Asmund. Though, like it's the first couple days only. It's not like it's not going to really
it's not
affect
gonna
the end
ruin
of the
the game. Like
expansion.
a lot of games do this. Like Hogwarts Legacy did this. Lost Ark did this. Like
Diablo 4.
I think. Say what?
D4.
Diablo 4.
Diablo
Yeah, the
4
big
did
one.
it. Yeah, like that was not in the top 50 problems that Diablo 4 had, right? So Starfield did this. Yeah, like every game is doing this because it literally just prints money and it has no real effect on the game in the long term, and players don't choose to not buy the game because of it.
So even
If
though...
anything,
Go ahead,
say,
Rookie.
there is one advantage though. One advantage is, so the past few expansion launch, there's been a massive server stability problem. I remember the beginning of Dragonflight was real bad. You couldn't even get on the Zeppelin. So one thing this at least helps with is splitting up the launch a little bit and making it much easier for people to actually play the video game in the first 2-3 days.
I don't... Okay, so yes, but wouldn't the servers just get absolutely crammed once max level stuff is finally available 3 days later, once everyone logs in and is leveling / is at max level at the same time? It might spread people out of the zones a little bit, but like I feel like probably largely a lot of that stuff will still happen.
I think that you'll
I don't know,
probably
did it happen in Diablo?
You'll have some of it, but you'll definitely have like that sharp decline. And even if somebody is logging in daily, they're probably going to log in daily like for 18 hours to get to max level for like the first 2 or 3 days, and then they'll scale back to 8 hours. So like by that point, you'll have half of the people doing 18 hours and the other half doing 8 hours rather than everybody doing 18 hours. So I do think that like the staggering out releases does make sense, and it is a good argument. But I just think that, you know, for a lot of people out there, it just feels icky. Yeah, you know, like Dratno said,
it's literally the Squidward meme. You guys know the Squidward meme with him like looking out the window and it's Patrick and but that's people having fun, and you know you're just getting FOMO'd out of ass. You don't get to play the game.
And I say this as a streamer who has very rarely gotten
Please
this thing,
observe
but
all
sometimes has.
standard
It's like the
docking
feeling of when
procedures.
like there's this really
I hate that.
good game you want to play, and then like streamers are randomly playing it a day earlier than everyone
Goddamn
else.
streamers,
That makes me want to die. I hate that so
hate
much. I wish
streamers
no
so
game would ever do that.
I completely fucking agree. And this is as somebody who gets in on a lot of those. I really don't like the early access for only streamers or something like that, especially whenever it's an anointed few, right? Like only a handful of people that have good relationships with the company get the ability to play the game. I feel like it's very preferential treatment. It feels bad if you're not being invited. And if you are being invited, you have like this big advantage over other people that's kind of not fair and just
Access
sucks.
granted.
Yeah, I
Proceed
wish
to landing
And
pad
even if
2-5.
it's fair, like it's like a game where you can get ahead and stuff. I
Screen
just think it's
detected.
just if you're just looking forward to a game, it's just a total fucking buzzkill to go on Twitch and see 4 people playing it early. But the other thing I want to say too is while we were saying yes, Blizzard's going to do this, everyone that's going to complain about it is still going to buy the game, so they're just like doing their capitalist thing. I do think it's important to voice your
Decrease your speed to within regulatory
because
limits.
that really matters to these companies. If you just are, if everyone's using where it's like, oh yeah, well this makes sense, we're making money and stuff like that, and then you don't actually fucking whine and complain about it, what you're gonna get is all these games, because you know what all of them want to do? Turn every single one of these games into a fucking gacha game where they're just a blood-sucking like mobile game where they're just making as much money as possible, and that's kind of happening in the East right now, and it's not happening over here because of the absolute crazy reaction they would get if they did do that, at least until all the kids that are currently indoctrinated into it get older. But yeah, they're you gotta watch out for that. You gotta fight back.
I think it's as simple as the reason why they're not doing it is because it
Landing
doesn't
sequence
make
completed.
money. And
Deploying
also,
ground
we
crew.
talk about them not doing it. What is FIFA Ultimate Team if not a gacha?
It is a gacha. Those are
Right?
I've played a few of those games. Those are I really hope that people who play those games realize they're just getting absolutely dog walked every year by these companies. Just they are just
characters.
they are siphoning their they buy the same character. It's not even like a gacha where like, you know, you played over like 4 years and you collect all these different things. They have them collecting the same characters and players every year. Crazy.
It's insane. And like, yeah, the recent 2K was like just bro, it's like on Diablo Immortal level. Like, it was nuts. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I just personally think that, like, yes, obviously developers care, but as a molder of store mounts ever since the inception of store mounts, and now they just keep making them, I am just so tired, man. I am so tired. It's like, if they're gonna do this, I either decide to buy it or not. But like, I will make it known that I don't like it. But man, I've never seen it matter before. It's sad.
Yep. All right. Well, I think we're chilling. I think we did a nice. This was an absolute banger. Thanks for coming on today. This was an awesome episode. I mean, I was thoroughly interested the entire time. I think a lot of the chat was as well. This was great.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for having me. I had a lot of fun. Yeah, this was great. And I feel like we talked about a lot of stuff too, honestly.
Yeah, that was
we
absolutely
absolutely covered
packed.
a lot.
Yeah, we slammed out a bunch of content in 2 hours. Yeah, we won't.
Yeah.
For people who are watching this weekly, we didn't do a Patreon episode of the week this week because we just had so much to go over from BlizzCon. But you can find all the information about the Patreon stuff. We won't have an episode next week because of the race. I will be busy. But then we should be meeting the week after that, assuming the raid is over. If not, maybe like later that week or something. So we will be away from you guys for a week, unfortunately. And Dratnos, do you think we have any other things?
Nope, nothing there. Good luck, Frank. Congrats on getting to edit together this new scuffed version we're gonna send you. Have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. All right, cool. And shout out Asmin and your audience. Thanks for really, really just an awesome.
Unsanctioned acts of aggression will not be tolerated. Obey station law and enjoy your stay.
Did you see Mizkif kill Emmy last night? Yeah, I actually watched it live. I couldn't believe it. And Fandy died too?
Not your credit.
Look, WoW Classic is a game for men, alright? These girls just can't do it. And, they try, but you know how it is, right? Here we go.
Mage, watch out!
So we did one of the most successful ever tournaments in World of Warcraft history. We had over 300,000 concurrent viewers on the directory while the tournament was in its finals. $100,000, one of the biggest prize pools ever. Definitely the biggest prize pool in the history of Classic WoW ever. On YouTube, it has millions of views collectively across everyone's videos. But there could be something sinister at play here. There could be a conspiracy at work.
The supposed alleged drama in regards to the $100,000 OTK duel tournament, which happened yesterday. This is the #1 thread on the Classic WoW subreddit right now. Let's see what people are talking about. As a participant of the OTK mock Gora, everyone knew Snuts and Zico would win from day one. Well, okay. I don't know if this is alleging a conspiracy or not, but Snuts and Zico are like two of the best PvP.
Do you know why people thought they were going to win? Is because they're so fucking good, you don't even know how good they are. That's why. You could have had all the same consumables as Zico, and he would have put you in the dirt. Do not even think for a fraction of a second that the reason why they won was because of consumables.
Peers in the world, so it's a
Snuts
good
has won
bet.
BlizzCon.
If you had to bet on it going into it, I think putting your money on Snuts or Zico is probably a good bet because they're both really, really good, and everyone knows that. But let's see what is the content of the post. This is not a hate post or anything. I had a great time playing in the tournament and made some cool friends doing it, so I don't regret my time. But from day one, the entire tournament was already decided in favor of these two, and it was easy to see why. It was already decided in favor of these two. So the only way that you could like decide the winner of a tournament preemptively, kind of, if there was a conspiracy, is to try to give them the best tournament bracket seed possible to give them the easiest matchups all along the way.
Naturally.
Did that happen? I don't know. We're never going to know. Let's keep reading. If you go back a month to Snuts VOD, a day before the tournament, he already had over 3,000 gold on the server, along with Titan flasks, important consumables that later were going for insane prices. He had all of the best BOEs for leveling the end game, and right as soon as the tourney started, he had a booster who took him from 1 to 60 without dying, and even got a title charm without ever having to camp it. Usually a 3 to 4 day respawn, highly contested before anyone else.
That's correct. Streamers have tremendous advantages because they have massive influence. There were a number of other people that had these same things, and they had these same items who weren't streamers, though. That's how it is. There were a lot of it. Snuts also took 10 days off of the tournament.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to.
They said no rules. Yeah, this isn't bro. Like, this is an MMO. It's not Valorant. If you want everything to be completely equal and totally fair, go watch BlizzCon. Oh wait, Snuts is winning there too. Shut the fuck up.
The access
devil's
corridor
advocate
is
here.
designated.
I'm gonna be non-conspiratorial. Snuts is a famous PvPer. He's known as one of the best World of Warcraft PvPers of all time. He also is a pretty successful streamer. He has hundreds or maybe, I don't know, thousands of viewers on Twitch. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And he has a big YouTube presence. People watch his YouTube videos. And so is it possible that he just has viewers that want to support him in the tournament, and they were happy to give him things because they knew he was competing in the tournament, and they thought that he had a reasonable chance to win because he's such a good PvPer.
100%.
Yeah, I think that's entirely possible.
True.
Now, I will say this.
It's a fact. It is an absolute fucking fact. Of course that's going to be a benefit. But the truth is that a lot of people that weren't streamers still had this stuff. That's how it is.
This is a decision I made as a streamer, and so I'm gonna let me walk through this. I do think.
Well, the point is that it was unfair. If it was unfair, then Snuts would have things that nobody else had. But he didn't. That's my point.
Unless you're a big streamer who was able to get assistance or boosting or gold handouts or help from your viewers or from a community that you're a part of, it probably was not worth competing in that tournament. That's my take. And that's actually a decision that I made for myself. I decided, I leveled up for 2 days and I said, you know what? I don't have that type of viewership. I don't have that type of like apparatus. I don't have that many people on that server that can help me out.
Docking clamps retracted. Regulate
and I see
speed.
other people do. And I've only got so much free time in my day. Is this a good way to spend my time? And it's a month-long time commitment. And it's an equation of, okay, am I even...
It's also like, can we just be honest here? Stay Safe would never beat Snuts. I love Stay Safe. But he wouldn't have a chance. It wouldn't even be close. Like, he would get destroyed. Like, that's just how it is. Because these guys are really, really fucking good. It's like, do you think I could beat Sony? Probably fucking not, man. And even like you go and you look at like the retail warriors, like Trill, not a fucking chance. I wouldn't even come close. So yeah, why would you compete unless you're a serious good player? Stay Safe is very good at the game, but there's a huge difference between being very good at the game and winning BlizzCon. This is like massive. Like, I would say that there is a bigger difference in skill between somebody who's never played the game. Sorry, like, the difference in skill between somebody who has never played the game and Stay Safe is smaller than the difference in skill between Stay Safe and Snuts. Again, you don't even know how good these guys are. That's just how it is. The skill ceiling is so high. And again, I love Stay Safe. I think Stay Safe is great. But that's just how it is. Snuts would beat the shit out of me too. Or Zico.
I'm gonna win. Is it worth it? Is it not? Do I have what I need to win? The support, the community. I said I don't, so I dropped out. After 2 days, I said, this is probably not going to work out for me. After I saw how sweaty the tournament was becoming, and by sweaty, I mean just how much assistance people were getting. There were some rumors of RMT going on. I don't know, RMT meaning real money trading. So I said, you know what, not for me. But I do think if you're just like an average guy I've got 4 hours to play in the evening, and that's it. And I'm just like a normal guy.
There's no way.
Yeah, this tournament was probably
No
not
way.
for you. That's the unfortunate reality. That's
No
the way
way.
it goes. Let's keep on
Absolutely.
reading.
True.
He was so far ahead, he took a week and a half break to go to Vegas.
Yep.
Came back and still had better gear, more gold and resources than 90% of the competition.
That's right.
So, the only way that you will not have this phenomenon occur in a duel tournament where people are getting assistance.
The way that you can make it not happen is by making the tournament boring.
Help or boosting or gold or whatever is to have a solo self-found hardcore duel tournament.
Yes.
And by solo
Which,
self-found,
how can you possibly enforce that? What if somebody logs on whenever they're not streaming and they just, oops, well, I just got traded 100 gold. Use the add-on, people disable the add-on. People cheated with the add-on all the time in hardcore.
I mean, you need to level up on your own. No trading, no auction house, no boosting, entirely solo. That's the only way. And if we have a tournament like that, I would be really interested in competing with that. But you understand why OTK...
I still don't think Stay Safe could compete. He has a wife and a kid. He can't invest the same amount of time as somebody who's able to play 15 hours a day. He has 2 kids now. Yeah, he can't do it. He loses by default. Life is not fair. He can't do it. Yeah. And also, it's not that he can't do it. He could, but his wife and kid are probably a lot more fucking important. So guess what happens? He focuses on them instead. Naturally.
Who was hosting this tournament chose not to go that route because from their end, they are facilitating the tournament, they're moderating, they've got referees, they've got a support staff. They really have no way to guarantee that everyone is playing 100% solo at all times because some people are streaming, some people are not. It takes place over the course of a month. It's just impossible to guarantee that people are solo or not. They're not getting help, they are getting help. Someone gave them 5 gold. Are they disqualified? All of those little tiny logistics, it makes sense why they chose not to even. They just said, you know what? Do whatever you want. The tournament is no rules in that regard. Just go. And does that favor it a little bit towards streamers or people with big communities? Yeah, no doubt. That sucks. That's the way life goes.
Absolutely it is.
Hopefully, we do have a solo self-found SSF. Is what
we could never do it, and I'll tell you why. If I was playing solo self-found, you could still get mob tag leveled. Number 1, you could still have people do dungeons with you and pass you the gear. Number 2. Number 3, you could still have people buy your auctions. So you would have to have like no auction house at all at that point. So how would you get different resources? You could still buy gold. You can't do it. Like guys, I don't know why people try to keep trying to turn classic WoW into a game that it's not. Stop trying to ruin the game in the pursuit of fairness.
That's called. Hopefully we do have an SSF tournament of some sort, and then that can be a little bit more inclusive of people that do not have a giant supportive community that a streamer or a YouTuber might have. Let's continue reading. We're halfway done.
Yeah, it's true. SSF is even less fair. You win the tournament by RNG of your drops. True. Yeah, somebody gets RNG of Title Charm and somebody else doesn't. Massive advantage. Totally random. It was kind of like our mindset for the tournament and everything was, if we let everybody do everything, then nobody can get unlucky.
Zico had a similar situation where his viewers boosted him while he was AoE leveling by not allowing him to die and by doing massive pulls.
True.
He was also given thousands of gold and had friends in the only...
I just love the premise of this post, as if this person thought that they would be on Zico's level if they had that. Like, that's what's so fucking funny to me. Is that this person thinks what's separating him from Zico is the fact that Zico got help leveling. Somebody gave Zico a flask. That's why Zico's better than you. It's so sad.
Guild on the server, so he was given recipes, gear, consumables
Ego
very
and
early
audacity,
on,
yes.
and he even managed to raise the market price on a lot of things so other competitors couldn't get a hold of it. I'm gonna be on. Yeah, that sucks for you. This. Of course, I chose not to compete. I'm with this guy. I'm like, it probably was not worth my...
Such a good job legitimizing the drama. Oh, absolutely. What's the point of playing a hardcore server if you play this way? Winners win, that's why. I agree with shitters cope at video games. I've been top 500 in multiple games. This tournament wasn't fair, bro. Bro, it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. I'd beat the BlizzCon champion. I just didn't have enough flasks. I didn't have any flasks. I couldn't beat the BlizzCon champion. If only I had another flask. Do you remember whenever Snuts beat that other mage with his UI off? The argument is clearly that streamers have more gear and potions to have a better survival, and without them, even a worse player would have had a chance. Andy disconnected. Yeah,
Maya, Echo, Victor, Echo. Priority access will be granted upon request. Welcome to this federal port, Commander.
People just
request approved. You are clear for approach to pad 08.
Get it. It's just like, this is such a massive cope. It's actually sad. Yeah, this is so different. Yeah, it's like LeBron has LeBron has a basketball court in his house, and a new player doesn't have that, so they're not on equal ground. Okay. Well, that's the difference, guys. Hey, that's really why you're not LeBron James. Oh, God. Oh, it's so fucking sad.
I'm telling you guys, it's probably not worth your time to compete because you're not a big streamer that has all the support. That's the way the tournament goes, though. We knew the rules of the tournament 2 or 3 days prior to the tournament even beginning.
Yeah.
Okay? You could look at those rules and you can know exactly this is what it's going to be. There was no confusion about how this was going to go. Okay? You had the rules a couple days before. You look at the rules, you say, yeah, you know what? This one's not for me. Okay? Let's continue reading. Both of them are incredible players, very skilled with a massive fan base, so this isn't to hate on them or anything, but the tournament itself was never going to be won from a dark horse non-streamer unless they bought a ton of gold to compete and had a whole month to grind, and even then, they'd be behind the streamers by a large margin.
They think the gold is the difference. They honestly think that the gold is the reason why they're losing. It's actually so insane to me. I can't believe it. What a massive fucking cope. This is so sad. The reason why a dark horse wasn't going to win, Soda said it, and to be honest, he's completely right. A dark horse would never win because in order to be the best, you have to play against the best. And if you're playing against the best and you're beating them, people would know who you are. You don't just randomly get really good and then I showed up and then now I'm just better than everybody. No. You become the best by playing against the best, by losing against the best, and then eventually overcoming them. That's why. It's never going to happen because you're not playing against them. You have no idea the way that they're even looking at the game. It's just crazy. Practice perfect. Yeah, it's just the thoughts of losing. Losers. Only losers try to come up with this fantasy stories to make themselves feel better. Yes, it's just crazy that people actually thought that was why. Other big streamers didn't do well. Peo didn't have a chance in hell. Do you know why? Because Peo is a good player, but Peo, I love Peo. He isn't shit compared to Zico or Snuts. Compared to Waz. Massive. There's a bigger difference between Peo and Waz than there is between Peo and a person who's never played the game. That's just the truth.
Probably true. That's probably true. Yep, that seems to be true. It is what it is. It was still a fun event, but it was also decided from day one what the outcome would be. Well, I mean, it wasn't decided. Okay,
No,
it most certainly favored streamers that have a large audience.
It did, absolutely. He's right.
No doubt. but it wasn't it wasn't coordinated in that way. It wasn't calculated. It's not like, okay, we're going to guarantee a Snuts victory. It's not like that.
Yeah.
That's not what it is. It most certainly had a favor for people that have big communities that can support them. There's no doubt about that.
Absolutely.
I just wish some no-name guys can have a shot at a top spot to shake up the scene. But like any other WoW tourney, it's always...
You're not going to have no-name guys do that because they're not good enough. Because if they were good enough, they wouldn't be no-name guys. That's just the truth. People with small and no communities coming in and getting to semifinals. Yeah, there's a mood argument because there are people with small and no communities coming in and getting to the semifinals, like the Priest. He's a no-name, but surely not a large audience streamer. He's not a large... No, you're exactly right. There were plenty of people that actually competed and weren't big streamers. There were tons of them. Hydra? No, Sots, the other guy. And also, Hydra isn't a massive streamer. He's not. He's not a massive streamer. You can't compare Hydra to Zico. Like, he's a streamer. He's known, but he's not big like that. No.
Going to be the same names every year because it's what gets the most views and attention, which is a bit disappointing. Well, I'm not sure it's like every other WoW tourney. This one is kind of uniquely
It's like this is the guy that would watch Rekful, and he sees that Rekful was using an offhand Warglaive, and he's like, oh, well, of course I can't be like that. I don't have a Warglaive. Of course I can't get to 3K. I don't have Warglaive. Like, this is the mind of these people. They're like, oh, I don't have Warglaive, though. So I can't do this. Jesus, man. Copium overdose, yes.
Favoring streamers, but I think most PvP tournaments are probably not favoring streamers. Who knows what they'll do? Who knows? Maybe they'll do an SSF, that's solo self-found.
It's impossible to do that.
Version of the tourney too in the future, or maybe some new rules for the next time, and they learn from this time. But overall, it was a fun ride, and I hope to see more stuff like this down the road. This just sounds. This just sounds kind of.
It's like, it's funny because this person doesn't even know how big of a skill gap there is. He doesn't even know what he doesn't know.
Of like complaining, I'm just going to be honest. Yeah, we all knew that these were the rules from day one. No, from day -5, 5 days before the tournament started or so. We had the rules 4 or 5 days. We knew what the rules were going to be. We knew that it was going to be gloves off. We knew that it was kind of everything goes. We knew that, and as such, streamers were people that were able to get a community that could support them and give them free stuff. We knew that that was what the meta is. Yeah, no doubt. Gold and support and getting boosted and having groups that can carry you through dungeons, that's obviously going to help you. And so if you have...
Yeah. Somebody says, that's not the point. The point is that a competition should have equal ground for all competitors. And the only thing deciding is class and skill and build. Otherwise, you get shit like this. Everybody did have an equal chance. We didn't give anybody advantages. We said, these are the rules, follow the rules. Everybody had an equal chance to get in. Other people used resources better than others. It was equal. This is as equal as it gets, boys. That's just how it is. Winners win and losers lose.
Have an apparatus like that, a support group or support apparatus, of course that's going to be beneficial for you. Let me take a look here.
Sucks to suck. Yep.
This is the top comment in the thread. I think most people already knew this was the case. I was excited to watch people level up and see how they geared, but every time I tuned into a stream, it was just watching them get powered.
Yeah, Blizzard can't even enforce no gold buying. How the fuck do you think we can? Yeah, how do you think Blizzard can't even do it? Why do you think we can do it?
Leveled or shoveled gold or consumed or whatever. To be fair to the streamers here that are getting given free gold and boosted, like Snuts or Zico, or actually like a lot of them that competed. First off, there's no rule against that. So I don't think you can blame them for getting...
And you couldn't make a rule against it. It would be impossible.
Boosted or given free shit, given there's no rule disallowing that. Second off, there's $50,000 on the line. So of course they're going to do everything they can in that regard, as long as it's within the rules. You can understand why they're doing it. Where it gets a little bit fishy, and I I'm not going to name names or anything like that. There are rumors of people that were buying gold. There are rumors of people that were saying, hey, listen, if you support me, if you boost me, if you give me free stuff, then if I win, I will give you some of my winnings. Okay, if you support me, I'll give you 10% of everything I win, or stuff like that.
That's cheesy. I hope nobody did that. And I hope the people that did do that lost.
There are rumors of that.
Yeah.
I'll say non-confirmed. So if that's happening, non-confirmed. If that's happening,
not naming names.
Then
there's no names being
that's
used.
in bad faith.
No names.
That's a little bit toxic. That's
but we've
not
seen,
so good. But
we've seen how it is.
Just having a community that's looking to support you.
No names.
That is within the rules. That is what it is. Obviously, this is going to happen, but the fact that they all did it on stream, not even pretending to be doing it themselves, doing the tournament for me, there's no way to enforce. You can't have it yourself, or hell, even no gold buying, so it is what it is. There is no way to enforce. You can't have it yourself. That is true. Or you can't have free handouts, or there's no way. And so that is the reason.
And so that's why we didn't want to do it. It's because it was impossible to do.
Well, in fact, I think that the OTK guys, I think that they said, you know, we would prefer to have a tournament where you're not getting boosted, where you're not getting free gold, but we don't have a way to facilitate a tournament like that.
We don't know and we don't care. What I wanted to do, I'm going to tell you guys what I wanted to do, right? Is that, like, I wanted to have an Olympics where everybody was on drugs. Everybody was using every performance-enhancing drug possible. I'm talking about people doing the shot put with one arm. People jumping over the pole vault, like the little bar, and they're not even using the pole. They just jump that high. I'm talking people going so fucking fast, it's breaking records that we've never even had before. That's what I wanted to see in the tournament. And we had it. And it was good. It was beautiful. Let people do whatever they want. There it is. It was great. That's why people liked it so much. Add in a bunch of rules, and it gets boring.
That we don't have that degree of oversight. So as such, we're just going kind of in the opposite direction. No rules, because...
Can a man outrun a cheetah? Tune in on the 2028 Crackhead Olympics to find out.
We can't go that direction. Like I said, if Blizzard ever decides to offer an official solo self-found game mode option, and they said that they would...
People would still get advantages.
They said that they would. We will have that at some point on the hardcore servers. That would be great. Then I hope that we have another tournament similar to this, with a big prize pool and everyone can get involved. Then effectively, the only difference between you
and that's the thing. It's like, and again, like the fact that people suggest these things reveals their lack of understanding of the game. Because their limited understanding of the game makes them believe that their solutions will work. But their solutions only reveal how uneducated and ignorant about the game they really are.
Or in your capacity to compete effectively in that tournament is how much time can you invest, right? So the streamer can play 12 hours a day.
Yep.
If you can play 12 hours a day, then you're on the same footing. It's all good.
That's it.
So there's that. Well, I agree the outcome is fairly easy to see happening. Would you have rathered they not stream themselves getting help? I think I'm happy at least they weren't trying to hide it. Tournament outcome would have felt even worse for me. I mean, why hide it? It's within the rules. It's not against the rules.
That's right.
They have no reason to hide it, right? No. So I guess that's the drama, the recap. That's why this is pretty inconsequential. By the way, there were some people in the tournament that scored very highly that maybe even got best of class, which was a $6,250 prize pool.
Yeah.
If you got the best of your class in the tournament, that did not get boosted. I'm trying to think. I think Zoroji, the hunter, I think he was the highest placing hunter. So he got the $6,250.
I think Bean
and
beat him out.
he did not get boosted. He did not have handouts. So maybe it depends on your class. It was situationally possible. I'm not.
And Bean beats Mez, by the way. Bean got second place at BlizzCon and beat Mez, somebody who won BlizzCon.
Sure. Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, Bean got it. Bean got it, and so Bean is a streamer, so he probably
Bean
had some
resisted a
support.
sleep powder and beat Maz.
Never mind. Okay, so Bean got it.
There it is.
Those streamers, those damn streamers. But no, I mean, yo, I'm a streamer. I can play all day, and maybe I could get some handouts. I looked at this tournament and I was like, listen, this is not worth it for me. One, because I don't think I'm going to be able to get that amount of support, and then also two, you know, I'm not the best PvPer in the world, and so it's like, okay, you know, maybe
that's what it comes down to. I saw a lot of people, like a lot of other players, saying I wasn't going to compete in the tournament. I wish people would be gracious enough to just say, I'm not going to compete in the tournament, because I would get fucking farmed. I would not even begin to have a chance. I wish people would at least have the self-respect to say that.
it's worth it, maybe it's not. I did the equation in my head. I said, okay, this is just not a good way for me to spend my time.
Yeah, exactly.
And so most certainly...
I quit Apex because I realized I was never going to be good at that fucking game, man. It's just not going to happen. Just go back to just go play PUBG again.
You're not a streamer, and maybe you're an average PvPer. Yeah, this tournament was not for you. I hate to say it. In fact, I'm going to get into the business of this a little bit. This tournament was hosted by Starforge PCs. Starforge PCs is a pre-built PC company. It's a
listen to this, guys. Write this down.
The area of OTK. OTK owns it, okay? And so they're selling their PC computers.
Yes.
Starforge PC fronted the $100,000 for the prize pool. Why do you think Starforge...
Not entirely, but yes. Obviously, it was a part of it.
PC would host a duel tournament where they are losing $100,000. Why would they put up $100,000? It's because the entire tournament is an advertisement
for Starforge PC
for their product.
That's right.
Okay, every single person at the end of their
That's right. That's crazy.
And all the competitors had to have SF whatever, like Starforge something. It was a 4-letter acronym. So every competitor's character name had an advertisement at the end of the name. Every person had to be in the guild.
Yes.
The guild name was Starforge PC. And then, of course, during all the live coverage and the broadcasting, the streamers are shouting it out. The host is shouting it out. This tournament is brought to you by Starforge PC. Go check it out. Use this discount code, whatever. So the entire thing
that's true.
Is an advertisement for Starforge PC. And that's fine. Yes. That's all good. It's okay to make money and also have a cool product. In this case, the product is an awesome duel tournament. So
absolutely.
It's fine. It's fine. That's awesome.
That's right. That's right. We sponsored the event, and we advertised our product on the event. I know, guys. I know I'm sorry, but we did it. How dare you? I know, I'm sorry.
But from that lens, it makes sense why Starforge PC, who's trying to host the tournament to get advertisement or promotion for their product, it makes sense why they would want to have streamers involved.
Yes.
Okay? Let's say no streamers competed in the $100,000 tournament. Then no one would be watching, and then they would
Nobody would care. Nobody would care about... The only reason why Dark Horses are interesting is because they're playing against streamers. Random nobodies queuing up against random nobodies. Nobody wants to watch that, and nobody cares. So even in the instances where random nobodies are interesting and compelling to the audience, they are only interesting in the context of them being related to the people that are popular. Sad but true. Yes. Gentlemen, I am sad to announce that I am kind of an expert in this. I have been for many years, and I understand it very well. Another person who's an expert, even more than I am, is Soda Poppin', and he agrees with me.
Advertising to nobody. But the more streamers that are in the tournament promoting...
I disagree with that a little bit. Hardcore MG was what made me interested. I didn't know who the big ticket players were prior to the tournament. You don't disagree with that. You said that doesn't apply to you. So these are two separate things. Whenever you say, oh, that's not the case with me, this doesn't mean it's not the case.
In hyping the tournament, you've got this guy with 10,000 viewers, this guy with 5,000 viewers, this guy with 3,000 viewers, whatever. Okay, the more eyeballs you have on the tournament, through the streamers, watching the streamers,
Yes.
the higher return on investment Starforge PC has. Okay, so it's very clear what the dynamic is, and I'm not throwing shade. That's like business 101. That's called it's like a sponsored tournament. That's how the world works. But yeah, like let's not beat around the bush. That's the point, right? If Starforge made no money from hosting the tournament, then they wouldn't host.
Streamers would have still competed even if we didn't allow them to use their viewership to succeed. It wouldn't have mattered. It's not like we had to allow them to use their viewership to succeed as an inducement to have them play. Snuts won the CDL back in the day. Like, it has nothing to do with that. They would have competed and played no matter what.
The tournament, then there would be no prize pool. That's the way that it goes. Sorry. Okay. But that's the drama. This is a nothing burger. This sounds kind of whiny. What do you think? Let me know in the chat. Let me think in the comments down below. This is a nothing burger. Okay, thanks for tuning in. As always, stay safe.
So
people look back to Cataclysm.
Here is the...
So, as I said, the audacity of a Redditor to think that the difference between him and Snuts is the fact that, or him and Zico, is the fact that Zico got level boosted.
A hyperspace jump.
It's like, that is a certified Reddit moment. It's like, you don't even know what you don't know. You have no idea, bro. Like, it is so yeah, delusional classic Andy. It is sad, man. Oh my god, it is sad. He didn't specifically say that, though. You're reading it through the lines a bit much. Jeveros was never going to be won by a Dark Horse streamer unless they bought a ton of gold to compete. No, he literally did say that. He said the reason why it wasn't going to be won by a Dark Horse competitor, and he implied that reason is because they don't have a ton of gold to compete and the months to grind. They should 1v1 with the same geared character. Loser quits the internet forever. Oh, I'm sure they wouldn't want to do that. Yep, there it is. You think you do, but you don't. There it is. Let's do a level 1 Makara so you can placate these man children. Well, then it wouldn't be balanced. The skill difference isn't the issue, though. This guy feels a bit hard done and is having a rant on the internet. Well, yeah, I just hope that he knows that, like, it has nothing to do with it. There were plenty of people that weren't streamers that got into the finals. We only asked them to stream in order to see their perspective to make sure they weren't cheating. Yeah, somebody says, if it wasn't for all the training and natural athletic ability professional soccer players have, I'd probably be just as good at them. It's not fair, really. Yeah, exactly. The only difference between you and Messi is the fact that, like, he just has different shoes. Like, that's just, yeah, it's just how it is, guys. You know, everything in life is just pay to win. That's what's holding you back, bro. It's your shoes. I'll read a few of the comments. I found this tournament way more interesting to watch. That's right. That's right. You're welcome. And by the way, I don't want to be taking credit. We've got Nick in the chat, Tips, S-Fand, Soda. All of the people that play WoW in New York were very invested in talking about this tournament, getting into it, and if anybody is going to be given a lot of credit, it is actually Tips, who is the one that did all of the CDL, and of course the competitors like Sony in the chat there right now. Zaryu as well, absolutely. Well, I'm talking about the organization. Of course Zaryu and Sony and the competitors too. Yeah, there it is. Let's see here. Watched the entire tournament, loved every second of it. True, there it is.
And yeah, so here it is, guys. The prize pool, $100,000 total. The way that's going to be divided and distributed is $50,000 will be going to that Makara champion, the first place.
50,000.
And these will all be best of ones.
Somebody's winning $50,000 today.
Now, $6,250. The remainder of that $50,000 will be divided between the top of each class.
My
and
pick?
just to clarify, if say a warrior wins the tournament, then the second place warrior would get that extra, or that top of class warrior.
I think Snuts is gonna win
because a warrior won the 50,000. Just to be fair, and yeah, this is like
there's a reason why I said I wanted to play Warlock.
The largest prize pool tournament, maybe ever.
All right.
So in this first matchup, guys, like we said, Zico versus Flixie is going to be moved until later because those cooldowns were accidentally used. But today, the first matchup, we're going to be watching Xzane versus LT.
There's
Hunter
the gear.
versus Elemental Shaman. Xzane is actually, he leveled to be in our guild.
Ooh, level
LT's
56
gear.
green.
Not 100% here. Wow,
Not level 40 green, no.
pieces. Impressive. He's made it to these top 64.
Yep.
But yeah, Xzane leveled to be in our guild.
This guy's
on
got a
Horde,
lot of
and then this
stamina
tournament
gear.
got announced like the next day. So Xzane
A lot of
leveled to
stamina
60.
gear.
And then got like pre-bis, so crazy grind. This tournament got announced, and then he re-leveled to 60 for this tournament. And I'm just excited to see a guildie in here. I'm really rooting for Xzane here. Looks like he has the gear advantage. LE Shaman versus Hunter. I'm not like,
oh shit, the
extensively
flag
aware,
is
but look
down.
At that Makarov flag, S-Fan.
Dude,
Look
I
at
know.
that, man.
I
Here
know,
it is.
Dude, like you could just feel it, man. You can feel the intensity.
Let's fucking see it.
You got Xzane versus LT. I mean, I could see this really going
And
either
so
way,
it
to be
begins.
honest with you. Xzane getting all of his totems and stuff set up. He's ready to go. LT.
Oh shit, he
opening with a
charges
charge.
in.
Okay,
there
So
we
Xzane
go.
wanted to...
Yeah,
purging. He's just purging, bro.
I think he's trying to set up to get the big open. He's probably going to want
he's
to
got
purge
the
him.
pet
He wants
out.
to clean him, and then he wants to go in and hit him with a big chain lightning.
Nope,
or a shot
pet's out.
combo.
This is the Grim Reaper.
You can see he's going here. He wants to get as close to him as possible.
Oh, to get him in
the
that
big
dead
thing
zone.
He's trying to keep him inside of that dead zone.
Yep.
And
bro, he fucked up the feign death.
He's a Beastmaster Hunter, so he has a lot of pet damage coming in.
That's bad.
But as you can see, he's chasing him, trying to stay in that.
Oh, that is bad, man.
It's funny, your mic might have cut out.
Yeah, mic might have out. Yeah,
So
I feel like the Hunter's
what I
a little
really
bit
like here from
panicking.
Xzane is the Viper stings seem
Yeah.
to be getting
Bro,
dispelled
Lieutenant
fairly fast
Swag
here from
is
Xzane.
like-
Having said that, Xzane's already
Yeah.
doing his best job
Yeah,
to
Swag
dead zone
might
the
actually
Hunter.
win this.
And
Chain lightning?
if this chain lightning goes off,
Ooh,
LT
he
could
did.
just drop.
But he
Major healing
healed.
potion coming in, and the Hunter has a lot of mana to work with. That was the
He
nature
just used his
swiftness
mana?
and the T from Xzane. The T,
There we
guys,
go.
is a 3-use item that gives you a ton of health and mana. A separate
Okay.
cooldown from potion. I believe it shares cooldown with that health stone.
Oh.
Instead, lightning bolts connecting.
Oh.
LT going to the max range here.
He's
Viper
doing
Sting's
his
not going
best.
to cut it. LT.
He's trying to kite him out.
15% mana, 40% life. This is dangerously close for both players.
Jesus.
Looks
I think
the
Shaman
Goblin
wins.
Rocket
I think
helmet.
Shaman wins.
Looks like LT charges Xzane right there. Going for a little reset. Well played. He gets to eat and drink food and water
no.
back up to about half.
He got out.
Xzane getting the early break. Goes
Oh,
for two
man, he got so
food and water
lucky.
himself. How funny. Frost shot coming
He
in.
got
and
so
looks
lucky.
like LT is in that dead zone, but the
Holy
arcane bomb
shit.
coming out. It's a 5-second
He
silence on
bombed
the
Xzane?
Xzane. It's not what you want
This
to
is
see if
really
you're Xzane.
bad.
LT's getting all the distance
Wait.
in the world right now. What is Xzane going to do?
That's only
yeah,
that's only
one
level
lightning
1.
bolt, but that's not going to finish the job.
Bro.
LT should never let Xzane get in the range, but a quick backpedal comes out.
Oh
Xzane
my-
closes the gap. The wing clip
Oh, the
lands.
wing clip.
LT
Look at that.
might be able
Bro,
to
is
get
LT
a
gonna
little
pull
bit
this out?
of distance that he needs here. Both players both
I'd be
players
autoing
low
that
on
pet.
HP. It might be down to
Ooh,
one
this is
last
good. Another
engineering
wing clip?
item. LT
They
back into that
autoing?
melee range once again. Who's gonna
What
finish
was
it
the
off
chess
first?
piece?
This
Wait,
is
did he just
dangerously
use his
close.
chess
Xzane
piece on
10%
use?
life. It looks like Xzane's gonna fall here. LT finishing it off with the Hunter melee.
Thorium
That might be
grenade,
all
and
he
he
needs. The
misses.
grenade coming in. Viper Sting. Xzane can't do anything. One or two more attacks, and
Oh, he
Xzane is
gets a
gonna fall.
potion. He's got a
Healing
potion.
comes off of cooldown. He saves himself
Oh
for
my
the time
God.
being, but it might be the same exact result just a few seconds
Oh,
later.
man.
I don't know what Xzane
Xzane
can
used
do.
his belt.
That's the
He
Gnomish
used the
harm
Gnomish
prevention
belt.
belt there from LT. A big absorption that
Just in
Xzane's
case
gonna
he
have
thought
to
he
work
had a
through,
chance.
and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Xzane falls, and he
Oh,
is dead on
man.
the ground.
That
There
was the
you
belt
go.
that he used
Hey,
right
that's the
there.
first death of the tournament. Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, you guys can't see it.
Okay, we're good. You can hear me now. All right.
Yep.
It wasn't off on my end. I was looking at it. I was like,
crazy.
it never turned off. So,
Bro.
but yeah, I mean, that's. I
That's
was
some chat.
fixing my mic, or trying to fix my mic.
Sometimes
figure out
you
what
get
was wrong.
caught.
But there it is, guys. The first death of the tournament. 07's in
Xzane
chat.
is done.
Hats
Dead.
off, Xzane. 07's.
And we have another
versus,
shaman in this next matchup. A
Savix.
shaman that some of you guys
Shaman
may
is
know.
Sea-Doo.
We have Stadman.
Savix
This is
is the
Sea-Doo.
shaman.
Then we have Korean
Sorry, Savix is the rogue.
SFMG on the rogue. This is Savix. Sea-Doo
Yep.
versus Savix in such an early first-round matchup today is an exciting,
you guys
exciting
can
game
see
to
it.
see. I know players
This
and
is big.
little chats were mentioning that Sea-Doo is
This
a
is
little
very
upset
big.
with this specific matchup. But, you know, that's the way the dice rolls. We got
Uh-huh.
that title charm on the Savix. Who do you give this one to?
I think
Sven?
Savix wins.
Savix is stacked.
I
man.
think Savix-
If you look at his
Savix
gear, like
takes
you said,
it
the
home.
title charm, Is that a Goblin Mortar on Sea-Doo?
Yeah, I think it is.
Let's see that.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
Goblin Mortar. Okay, we gotta get our cameraman to watch out for that.
Oh,
We
yep.
don't have that happen again.
Double freezing
Okay,
ban.
so the freezing ban tech. Sea-Doo, knowing that he's going up against a rogue, going with the
He
dual
is
freezing
ready,
bans.
bro.
Can you scroll
If
over that real
anybody
quick
can
for us,
beat a
please?
rogue, it's Sea-Doo.
That freezing ban has a 1% chance to freeze
It
the
freezes
target,
you. It CCs
the
you. It's
person attacking
insane.
them. It frees the attacker for 5 seconds. So
Savix will probably
if you have two
proc
of
it
them,
twice.
it's 2%, right? It stacks. And with a rogue, you're getting a lot of small attacks in, a lot of quick attacks. So it's a very high likelihood that you get a big stun off the freezing band. So I really like the freezing band tech.
Oh shit, here it
Here
comes.
we go, we're getting started. Savix
Let's
gets
see
the
it.
open.
Savix opens on him?
Opens with a cheap shot on him, goes, he
Okay,
keys,
expose armor.
and exposes armor, trying
Okay.
to break his armor down a little bit, taking out the totems in the meantime.
Sea-Doo stuns
Burned his
him.
combo points. Gets here we go. Here's the clean. Yeah, the rocket helmet,
Yeah.
the purge spam,
He's
trying
just
to clean
cleaning him. Look at that.
all his buffs off.
Purging
That's
like
gonna be like a pretty
crazy.
simple
Look at
strat.
that.
I think that we're gonna see for a lot of the shamans.
Jesus, bro, it's
today,
not
is trying to clean
breaking.
them as much as possible.
Once
Oh
again, I
my
love that
God.
Goblin Rocket Helm opener. It slows things down.
Jesus,
That's what the opener that Savix was looking for, but
Yeah.
his cheap shot coming out. Here's the cold blood, a lot of damage about to connect here.
Shit.
Man,
Arcane
how
Bomb is
fast
gonna hit. It
Arcane
did.
Bomb, it lands. Sea-Doo's out of mana already. There's
The freezing ban. I told you
Yeah,
guys.
that's really great. That's the RNG Sea-Doo is looking for.
Yep,
He's down to
there it
30%
is.
mana though post T.
The fucking freeze.
Big cooldowns. There's the preparation. Second cold blood here. So much damage connecting. What is Sea-Doo gonna do?
He's
There's
gotta
a big
get another
blind
freezing
coming
ban
really
proc.
soon here from Savix.
You notice he didn't oil of immolation as well, so he's oil of immolation on the flame shock. He's trying to keep him from resetting. He's trying to keep him from re-stealthing.
Sea-Doo will be able to
Savix
reset
is
a
gonna
little
come
bit
in
here.
here and he's going to the blind. He's going to re-stealth.
Oh, is he gonna make it?
Oh, bro.
Nice.
He
Big sprint,
re-stealth
big sprint to get
inside
in
of
there
the
and make sure
cast
he
of the
doesn't have
totem.
time to retaliate.
Oh, it hit him.
Oh no!
Oh no!
The totems.
The totem.
going for him.
Savix didn't kill the totem.
Oh my gosh, he's just gonna go for it. He gets caught out from that totem. He's
Ooh,
probably
this is
kicking
bad
himself
for
not killing
Savix.
the totem
This is
sooner.
very bad
Goblin
for
Rocket
Savix.
Helm,
If
yes.
Sea-Doo breaks
That's
this,
gonna be the reset Savix needs. This is very close. Savix gonna sit in stealth for a second and eat back up some HP, going for the half diminishing return sap here, opening up with a cheap shot just to build combo points. Gonna go for another re-stealth. Savix praying that there's no heartbeat break here. Sea-Doo low on mana,
another
but
reset.
I think this duel's kind of going Sea-Doo's
Oh, it
way.
breaks.
Another
It
immolation
breaks.
overuse that might knock him out. Lesser healing wave being casted. Does it knock him out? Does Savix... Did he disconnect? What? Oh no!
Oh no! It was the totem. The totem.
Wait, oh, the totem pulled him out?
He just wasn't moving. Savix, he wasn't moving. He's so low that might be it.
Oh,
That's
he
another
DC'd.
tuber. Oh no! I think at this point, like the duel, I mean, it's almost
Too
over.
short of a time for a DC.
He logged in really quick if it was. I'm not 100%
Landing
sure
gear
we'll get
retracted.
That's the Korean reflex.
confirmation from admins. It looks like Sea-Doo and Savix have a gentleman's agreement to restart the duel. I mean, it looks like they're both honoring that maybe Savix disconnected. What great sportsmanship from both of these players, especially Sea-Doo, because Sea-Doo could have taken the win there. Decide to let Savix re-stealth. Manage to full. Sea-Doo gets full mana. Now, the duel restarts essentially, but Savix has no prep. No vanishes, and might have one blind. Actually, maybe no blind either. No Goblin Rocket Helm. So Sea-Doo, despite not taking the win, is probably maybe more in the driver's seat than he normally would.
Yeah, I think
Friendship drive charging.
Too, man. That's
Yeah.
There is $100,000 in prize money. $50,000 to the winner.
Oh man.
These guys,
Okay.
their honor and their respect for each other. Is
All
worth
right,
a lot
there's
more
another
than the
arcane
prize
bomb.
pool.
Arcane bomb goes
that's
out. It
great.
happens.
Arcane bomb once again. That's the second one that
There it
lands.
is.
I'd love to see that coming out from the rogues once they lock someone down.
Ooh,
Kitty shot
wait,
misses.
Kitty-
That's not the RNG.
Yeah, it resisted.
Savix wants here
Holy
today.
shit.
He's down to 20%, but gets a nice big major healing potion back up to half. Kind of energy starved, and it looks like he goes down. Sea-Doo.
Savix goes down.
Man.
Sea-Doo with the victory, man.
Well,
Sea-Doo
man,
won.
Sea-Doo, I know was very nervous about today, and it looked like things went in his favor. I have to
Congrats
say,
for
I'm
Sea-Doo.
sorry about
Yeah.
circumstances.
Now-
I just think of the bingo board.
I do think Savix did
Yeah,
make a
that's
mistake by not killing that
unfortunate, man.
totem.
Dude,
Like, whenever he first went to go out and re-stealth, and I think that put him behind the entire time. The totem is the flag is down, gentlemen.
Yeah, let's see. Can
There
we
it
take
is.
Can we take another look at their gear yet?
The
Again?
flag is down.
If we have time, or they might just be starting. We might not have time.
Yeah, we might not be able to.
Yeah, he's got the Bantok sash. Yeah, you can see Zico is just
Zico is just
teeth.
Zico is ready.
Got absolutely everything. Got the Sorcerer Road Flixie as well. He's got the big. Is that a Flurry Axe he's using? He's using a Flurry Axe.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, is he enhanced then? I said elemental. I might be
could be
mistaken.
spell hands.
Well, he was elemental, and his gear is elemental. But you know what he
Yeah.
might be
Yeah,
doing?
bro, he's ready.
He might be doing
Flixie's
something with
also
the Flurry
stacked,
Axe and
to be
just
fair.
hoping for like a big win for you. Oh, open with a Tidal Charm into the Polymorph.
Ooh,
this
Zico
yours.
is
You're the mage guy.
destroying the totems.
I love
with
this
the
opener.
wand.
You know, like you can play a couple of ways. You can use
Okay.
Tidal Charm as like something in your back pocket, or you
Zico's
can
ready.
guarantee an opener with just Tidal Charm Poly, kill all the totems, and you get the
There
opener
it
you
is.
want. And at the same
Grounding.
time, Zico dropped combat, so we got to swap
Polyed
trinkets
him again.
there
He
to another
double
valuable
polyed.
trinket. So you get the Tidal Charm on cooldown, you swap to another trinket, and you get the opener you want. So it's a very safe
Jesus.
play from Zico, and I
Ooh.
love it. I think it's a great opener. Once again, Zico's playing
Whoa,
max
he
distance
nets
and
him as
taking it
well?
slow. He's using
he got
Frost
out
Bolt,
the dick
very
boy.
mana efficient spell here,
He brought
trying
out the
to
dick
slowly
boy.
DPS the Shaman down.
Oh,
the hard
shit.
thing from the mage perspective in this matchup is the Shaman has Earthshock.
Look
to
at him
interrupt,
go.
Spells. He has Grounding Totem to interrupt spells. But
Flixie
the
is
nice
getting
thing
fucked.
about the mage perspective,
Flixie-
Nature Lock. This could be it actually. Wow, the healing potion comes out.
Oh my
Flixie's gonna have
God.
to use something.
Dude,
He's locked
he's
out.
got
He can't
nothing.
heal. That might
Oh,
be
he
it.
had to do the stun? He
And
blocked
Rafael
out of
blocks
it.
Zico's playing aggro.
Dude,
And Magic
oh,
just aggressively for the
Zico.
kill. It's a pseudo interrupt. Wow, this is not normally what we see. Flixie getting
He's
caught
playing
there
him like
on the healing
Firestar.
wave. Zico decides to use the mana pot to just finish it. He's probably just gonna go all in here with Arctic Explosions, Conic Holds, Fire
Oh, he got
Blast.
so lucky. Flixie got so lucky.
Did it break? He got the grounding off? It looks like it
Yeah,
beat
I
up
think
on
that's what
you.
happened. And Flixie actually got so ridiculously fucking
Well, that
lucky.
might have been the case, and the issue here is Zico playing very close is kind of like the kill shot, right?
Yeah.
But if he doesn't kill, Flixie, this is what Flixie wants. Flixie wants to
Yeah.
fight close, so Flixie can get value out of shocks. Zico wants to kite
He
far.
baited fire.
So Zico's kind of going in for the kill here, but there's the Ice Reflector. Zico
There it
sees
is.
it, cancels his cast. Zico playing very
Scorches.
aggressive, and if he can't
Oh,
kill, he's gonna
he
have to
scorched into an interrupt and the spell pushback let him interrupt.
Man, there's,
Yep,
I think
that's
he's got
it.
him right here.
Scorch.
Oh my
man,
dude, how
what a
is he
duel,
so
man.
good?
Man, when he got that first lock in, the pressure
Jesus.
just tilted, just full,
Bro.
full tilt. I
Bro,
think,
how did he
Flixie
just
did
knew?
as good of a job as he could have.
He knew the
trying to,
timing.
And we were taking a look at the brackets. We have Zico moving on. His next matchup is going to be versus that Hunter LT. It's exactly what Zico wants, is to be fighting these Shamans, these Hunters, Rogues, Warriors, and that'll be exciting. Sidu moving on as well. And we have this next matchup
Let's see
underway.
it.
It's going to be another Mage versus Shaman matchup. This is going to be Svamp versus New Jack.
Dude,
that
this guy
Sage
is
play.
stacked.
Wow, Svamp is
This guy is
very, very geared here
omega
with the
stacked.
Tidal Charm.
Look at
we haven't
that.
touched too much on Svamp's gear and team.
Wow.
He looks as
Look at that.
prepared as you can really be, and New Jack looks similar. Ice Reflector equipped, Medicine Pouch, Varamondes. This is a very, very min-max gear set here from both players. It's
I
be a
think
similar
Mage
style
takes
duel in terms of the strategy both players are bringing out.
Mage takes
I'm curious to see if Svamp pulls what Zico did and kind of goes in early for the kill with that lockout, or wants to play a longer duel and fully the Shaman.
Yeah, I think Mage
I
takes
think,
it.
we
That's
talked
just
about
how
this
it is.
yesterday. I really don't know how the man, I really don't know how the Shaman is going to be able to play this and be able to come out with a win here. I mean, this is going to be one of those
Shamans can
situations
win
where
by
you almost
rolling a
have to
new
play and you have
character
to hope
after
that
they
the
die.
Mage makes a mistake at
Yeah.
some point and then really
Yeah,
capitalize
they can
off
roll
that
a
mistake.
Warlock after they
The
die.
way the Shaman wins is
That's how they
honestly
win.
like a Chain Lightning, NS Chain Lightning one shot.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the Mage doesn't block
He's
it, and
right.
you can just get, like, the Mage can get one shot. You know what's so cool? Bro, look at the dead bodies on the ground. We're seeing dead bodies stack up. By the end of today, there's going to be dead bodies everywhere on the floor from these Makaras, and the duel commences. Duel the death flag down. Looks like some totems are already chunking down Svamp's life bar, and Svamp going in early for the Nova Conic Hold and blinks out far. Another totem dropped. Yeah, kiting for that distance.
Yeah, it's just Chain
well
Lightning
played.
after Chain
One for
Lightning.
Polymorph.
Oh, yeah,
Grounding
in
has
classic
been
WoW.
destroyed. Wants to kill the totems. Very mana efficient play here, and I like it.
Patch 4.3.
Not like a crazy action-packed opener. Is the
Okay.
Mage once again
Mage
trying to
is just doing
slow
what he needs
things
to do.
down. The Mage not using the Tidal Charm yet, but using
he
it
Tidal
now.
Charms to
Could have used
CCM.
it to burst. Barov's trinket being used as well. Looks like he might have a strategy wanting to rotate through those trinkets. Looks like both trinkets from New Jack used as well.
Bro, they're using their armies.
Yeah.
All these pets
They're having their minions fight for them.
Yeah, you love to see it. And Spamp rebuffing with a bunch of scrolls.
Yeah, he's
it
bringing
looks
out
like
the
there.
zoo.
New Jack though closing the gap.
Ooh,
with
he
the Goblin
blocked it.
rocket helmet and ice block immediately coming out from Spamp to break that CC and to gain distance once again. Man is looking equal here. I think from the mage perspective, you want to go for that sheep soon, and then well, you can like the shaman a little bit more, then sheep, then Evo back
Spamp
up.
is
I really like
spamming
the strategy
scrolls.
that he's using to spam scrolls.
Yeah.
He's been spamming scrolls, and I don't know if it's
So
rank
they
one
can eat
scrolls or not,
purges.
but he's basically putting up a bunch of trash buffs, so that he's essentially burning the shaman's mana
New
with
Jack's
purges.
Dude, yeah,
Yep.
that's
His
brilliant.
mana.
A lot of the times, but ooh, here's the Ellie Mastery Chain
Ooh,
Lightning.
that's
Be
a lot.
careful. Ice
But it
barrier
wasn't
put up
enough,
just in the
bro.
nick of
It was
time.
not
Spamp
enough.
negates a lot of that damage coming in. Celestial Orb, level 30 Mage Quest offhand being used to regenerate some mana there. He's gonna swap off of it after that cooldown has been
Look at the green
used.
boy
Mage
just
blinks
going
out
after
of
him.
range. Polymorph being casted, and now
Look at the green
this is
boy.
not what New Jack wants to see. Spamp now able to
Oh,
Frost
wow,
Nova the
wait.
mechanical Yeti.
Spamp is
banish
fucking
back
up.
to full, and then get
Bro,
ready to
the
set
green
up an
boy.
evocate after this. And now
Look at
New
him
Jack's
go.
gonna be in the situation where the mage is fully reset.
Oh, he killed him.
He is not. There's the evocate on Spamp. He's going back to full
Okay.
mana now, and Jack is kicking himself
like
because
New
this
Jack
is
is,
exactly the mage's game plan that he wants to see. Now Jack going for a
Wait,
drink
did he
himself
just
with the
use
grounding
an
totem. It's
invisibility
going to force
potion?
Spamp back
No.
in to cancel this.
The hell is
Frost
that
Nova
potion?
misses, unfortunately. Kona Cold with the nice Frostbite RNG lands.
Ooh, New Jack
this is
is
going
big
pretty decent
dicking
for
it.
Jack here. Counterspell
Yeah.
misses.
Is New Jack
grounding
winning?
totem has been killed. New Jack going for some more purges, and Spamp forced to kite out once
he
again.
outranges it.
I think Spamp has a big opportunity here New Jack has a big opportunity here. If he doesn't get polyed, good. He stopped the poly.
Ooh, he got that
he
one.
can get a big burst
That's
here.
a big one right there on him. That is a big
It's
one.
another full duration polymorph
'Cause he's
sitting,
probably gonna
and
come out.
That's really a great awareness
He
from
can come out
Spam. Those
anytime.
polymorphs need to reset off the
Come
diminishing
on.
returns, about 20 seconds for the poly to
He's
go
out.
back.
He's out.
It seemed like he was at max range whenever he polyed. It would have
Jack
been nice
was
to
just-
see him be able to range that poly and to come back in, but I think he was just going for the full send, trying to go for the lightning bolt combo and finish him off, just hoping for the best.
He's just trying to
kind of like
drink.
what you said earlier. Like he knows that's his win condition.
Yeah,
is
he's full
just get
resetting.
him
Well,
low
because
and
the
then go for
mage
big
used
burst.
way more cooldowns than he did.
Yeah, and
So
Spam's
he's
getting so
ahead now.
close. I'm really worried for him because this is the range where
Yeah,
Earthshock
he's
can
ahead
come
now.
out, where you
Oh,
can.
Spamp's
That's the
dead.
second
It's
ice
over.
block from
It's
Spamp,
over.
and he's
Spamp's
half
done.
HP. This is going really
That's
well
it,
for
bro.
New Jack.
He
Really, he's
blocked
kind of
a
low on mana. The
lightning bolt.
mage is
It's
playing so
over.
defensive, trying to just get these resets, and I don't want to count Spamp out yet.
Bro,
He's
this
getting
is a New
dangerously
Jack
low. There's no
W.
ice blocks, no big defensive cooldowns.
This
That's
is
the
a new-
T.
Oh,
The
Spamp
backfills are
used a
coming
T
out. We
and
can
a potion?
knock that off our bingo card. Polymorphs being casted.
There it is. New
Looks
Jack
like
is
New
out of
Jack
mana.
is out
Oh,
of mana
no.
completely. He's going in for the pokes with that Varamondi's dagger. Polymorph lands, and once again, it's going to be 20 seconds. Spamp here is going to have to
I actually
kill
want
the
to see.
totems, gonna
I
have
want
to
New Jack to
regenerate
win.
HP.
I want New Jack to win.
And really, though, this is kind of what the mage wants to do. Look at this.
New Jack. I was just gonna say New Jack's completely out of mana here, but when he's getting polyed, I mean, he is regenning just a little bit. He comes out with a sleep. This is gonna give him a big chance to drink.
New Jack, there you go.
If he
Drink
gets
up,
a
drink
drink
up,
here,
bro.
but
Like,
doesn't
just
heartbeat
kill this
resist.
kid. Bro, put this kid. Oh, no.
Heartbeat.
Oh, no, it
he
resisted
reacted
early.
So slow, man. He reacted so slow. He had an opportunity to stop another tick.
Jesus.
This is it. Here's the big combo.
Oh, boy. Here we
Yeah,
go.
and this
New
is
Jack,
where
you got
the Shaman
this,
gets
bro.
in trouble. Chain Lightning being casted, Ice Reflector being faked from Spam, so great awareness
Yep, there it is.
This is problematic, though, for Jack. He's at 20% mana.
Come on.
The mage has a lot
Come
more
on,
mana to
New
work
Jack,
with,
you
so
got
the mage
this.
can kind of just
Bro,
go
kill this
toe-to-toe with
little
him
bitch.
and take him out. He doesn't want
Put
to eat
this
these
bitch in
lightning
the
bolts,
dirt.
though.
There
Mage
you
might
go,
go for
yes.
one more reset. Furbog's Medicine Pouch coming out.
Come
That's
on.
at least 2 or 3 offhand. Vamp is swapped between. This guy has been prepared
Come on, kill him.
and ready for this tournament, and it's really showing
Kill his
today.
ass.
Jack, though, down to 2%
Come on, New
mana.
Jack. Come on, there it is.
His last chain lightning is probably a low rank chain lightning, to be
First
honest.
aid,
Spam gonna go for the
Jesus,
first
Spam
aid
is
on
playing like such a
cooldown.
fucking
Great awareness there on that
bitch.
first aid debuff.
Oh, he's
gonna
playing
be
like
able to
such a
take himself
bitch.
back up, and this is kind of Spam's opening. Like, if it was me, I would drink back up
Jesus.
right here and take out New Jack. Like, you can
What
just,
a
you can just
little
kill him. You can
fucking
just you
bitch.
can rush him down. Like the shaman won't have any mana to work with. If there's
True.
a mana pot, you can also mana or health pot and kind of just take him out. If you want to play it slow though,
Bro,
like Spam is doing,
what?
$50,000
Come
on
on,
the line
New
for
Jack,
that
bro,
first
put
place
this kid in the
spot.
dirt.
It might be a good idea
Grenade
to just
him.
keep taking it slow because
Oh,
there it
fuck,
is. New
missed.
Jack with the mana potion back up to 40%, and Spam's finding himself on the back foot.
Yeah,
Come on, New
I'd
Jack.
like to see Spam play a little bit more aggressive
Come
here.
on,
I
New
mean,
Jack.
Because I feel
Spamp's
like
playing
he's
like a
playing
pussy
too slow,
bitch.
and it's putting him in a position where he's giving New Jack
playing
an
a pussy
opportunity.
bitch. You're
And
being a pussy bitch.
it's happened a couple times here. Oh, but he's coming back with the Arcane Bomb.
Okay.
Frost Nova.
Bro,
Yeah,
he's
he's trying to go for the big shatter
Come
combo
on.
here.
Come on, New Jack, bro.
Just perch spamming
Kill
over
this
here.
kid.
Grounding
Kill
totem
this
into
kid.
the perch spam.
You got it. You got it. You got it. He's going in with
And
the
he's just
dagger.
trying to stay close. New Jack
Baked
is
it.
going to want to stay
Baked
close
it.
as much as possible, so he has the shocks.
Nice!
Lightning.
Yes!
Holy!
Come on! Kill this kid.
So much damage, but it's not
There it is.
enough. Spam gets grounded again, trying to separate, trying to get distance. He's probably going to want to reset with the polymorph here.
Earthshock?
Gets Earthshock. Oh, yes. This might be a finish for New Jack. No! The polymorph in the last second. Holy, dude. This duel is starting to go crazy, man.
Wow, bro.
So that's what LA Shamans are known
Boy, I
for.
hate this
LE
fucking
mastery,
mage.
Chain lightning,
I hate
boom,
this
one
fucking
shot. And
mage.
we saw Spam go from 60%
He's
down to
squirrely, he
20
is.
or 15 right there in a second. And
Oh,
New
he's
Jack,
just
maybe with one more
drinking.
crit, would have just killed him. There was no
God,
ice blocks
that's
left.
so
That could have
Close,
been
man.
Fucking
it could have been game, set, match. And
I hate
Mage
this guy.
once again trying to kite it out
Come
more.
on.
And I think you mentioned on this this morning as fan, but the top tier
interrupt.
players are going to know when to play defensive,
There
but
it
they're
is.
also going to know when to push in aggressively, right?
Yep.
It's like,
Nice,
okay,
New
I
Jack.
can
Go
finish
in on
this
him.
now.
Nice,
The
nice,
problem is when
nice.
there is a situation
Come
where
on,
you don't
come on.
know.
Resist,
Maybe you're
resist,
just, you just
resist,
don't know. You're like,
resist.
can I finish here? I don't
Come
know
on.
if I can finish here.
Come
Then
on,
you start
resist,
playing overly
resist.
defensive. That
New
kill
Jack,
window might
eventually
elapse,
you will resist.
right? Like
And when
you
you
kind of
do, you
waited
will win.
too long, and now
He
the
wasted
window
his
to
counterspell.
take the win it has shut.
Ooh,
and now all
Swamps
of a
used the
sudden
flask.
you can't take that win anymore. And
New Jack
we
used a
might see
potion.
ourselves in a similar situation here. Another arcane bomb
they
lands, well
traded
played from Spam, but
grenades.
he's getting low, and honestly now
polying
New Jack
again.
has the mana advantage.
Don't even
he's
think about
he's pushing
polying.
his advantage,
Do
spamming
not
those
even
purges,
think about polying.
has the grounding totem down.
Oh,
trying to
no,
close the
because he
gap. Spam
jumped,
gets a polymorph
falling
resist,
down
which is
after the
definitely not what he
stun
wants
interrupted
here.
his cast.
Another lightning bolt connecting.
Because he was in the air.
Polymorph resist, or maybe it was just another
Oh,
grounding.
is it finished? Is it the finish?
Yes,
Did he
come on.
resisted? Oh my gosh, the heal,
No.
the health potion. He double potted.
Come on,
tries
come on,
to
you
build
got
distance.
him. You got
What
him.
is he-
New
is
Jack,
he-
New
is
Jack.
he not gonna try and sheep
Put him in the dirt. Nice.
He's been
Interrupt.
trying, but it's grounding
Get him with
totem
those melees.
resist, sheer,
Get him with those
not
melees.
sheer, Earthshock, another grounding, another resist, sheer. Like
Oh.
it's just constant stops, and that is the difficulty for
Oh.
Mage in the matchup. It's like threading the needle, man. You gotta
What a
beat all
little
of the
dick
Shaman's
sucker.
interrupts, right? And then you have to, kind of find your way into that polymorph, into the full burst window, and then New Jack went for the grounding totem
hate
into a
him
quick
so
shrink. I
much,
really like
man.
that play.
And then-
And
oh
another
my
reset here
God.
from Svamp with the Goblin Rocket Helmet. I
Oh
don't
my
know if I love
God,
this
bro.
play.
Bro.
I don't know if I would have gone with a rocket helm there.
I hate this dude. There it is.
really just-
Okay. There's one. He
I
kept
think
him in combat. Good
it's
job,
almost
New
like he's running
Jack.
out of tools here.
New Jack's gonna
Spam
try
has
to
a lot of
drink.
opportunities to reset and to get mana back, and
Drink, bro.
he's not
Drink,
really doing
drink.
it. I think New Jack is playing
Drink.
the like the meta of the matchup. New Jack is just kind of playing it better.
Nice, okay, one.
And,
There it is.
He's just
New
waiting
Jack's
it
a
out,
god.
trying to take the opportunities whenever
Spam's a
he gets
bitch.
them.
Ooh.
And- oh, this might be it.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
This
Come
might
on.
be it right
Don't
here.
you ice
on this
block.
big
Don't you
lightning
ice
bolt
block.
right here.
Oh!
Oh no, he's blocking.
Fuck! Yes!
Oh, he canceled it. He's dead.
New
Oh,
Jack!
what a save.
Yes!
Well played to New Jack. That can be a hard
Wow.
matchup for the Shaman. It's hard from both perspectives, but really well played to New Jack for taking his time, going for the big burst
Good
windows.
try,
New
Spam.
Jack did exactly
You really-
what he had to do to secure that kill.
You really played like a
conserve
bitch,
the
huh?
mana.
There it
The
is.
mage makes a mistake, and that's exactly what happened.
That's
to a
exactly-
T.
yep.
I mean, it was.
I could tell.
He actually had 2 or 3 opportunities where he got him down really low. I think he got him down to 1% at one point, which is just insane.
Yep.
And then to be able to survive, and I mean that's
Ooh,
got to
savage
imagine getting a guy
gladiator
down to
chess
1%,
piece.
and then
This
a
is
mage
Mez.
resets on you, and it's like full health. It's
Wait,
like, oh, God,
Mez
not
versus
I know. It can
PS
happen
Hero.
too.
like, but yeah, man,
Oh,
that was
shit.
that was phenomenal, man. That was a great
Oh,
job by the
shit.
shaman there, and he goes on to the next round.
Man,
PS
I gotta
Hero,
say, I really have to just say,
if
I
he
am so
wins
happy to be
this,
here.
he is the
Thank
main
you guys for
character.
having me and putting this on. I'm so happy to
He
be
is
here.
the main character, bro.
We're watching PS Hero versus Mez in a Makara.
Yep.
On a Tuesday. Like, this is the best day ever. Like, this is the
Oh
best.
my God. All
we
right,
saw
let's see
the
it.
PS Hero gear set. There's some frost resist, and that's really smart. The frost
He's got
resist is
frost
to resist the
res?
trap from Mez. If PS Hero
Whoa.
gets 1 or 2 trap resists, it could be the difference, the deciding factor in this matchup. This matchup historically is
Dude,
maybe
I'm
slightly
so
hunter
ready for
favored.
this.
The hunter does a great job at scatter, feign
No
death
pet.
trapping,
Probably
and
isn't
kiting
gonna
the
use the
rogue
pet
out.
until afterwards.
And then the
So
rogue
PS Hero
can't
can't
really
sap
ever
him and
catch
kill the
back up
pet.
after you're out of sprints, blinds, and vanishes. And PS Hero knows that. So he's like, if I can just resist a trap or two, I could turn the tides here in this duel. And Mez, if he gets 2 resists on traps in a row, Mez will probably just die.
I think Mez
Even
will win.
1, though.
I do. I think Mez is going to win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I really like the call out about the frost resist. A little bit of frost resist can actually go a long way against hunters. So I really like that call out. I like that play by Pichero, and it looks like they're starting. He's in stealth.
PS Hero's a god. He is, but Mez is a BlizzCon champion.
Mez is just sitting there. Oh, okay. There you go.
Put down freezing
Rip
trap.
battle chicken.
Yeah. It's almost like you like threw the flare and it killed the chicken.
Oh, that's a really smart opener. So instead of pushing into the flare, he goes for the magic dust, frost reflector, and runs over the trap into a reset. PS Hero playing on another level, inventing an incredible opener against hunters. His flare will expire. PS Hero will be able to get a proper opener versus a hunter for once.
Oh shit!
Flare doesn't expire quite yet, but still not a bad opener. There's a scatter concussive shot, and Mez getting the distance he wants. We haven't mentioned today quite yet, but the Makarat dual distance is a lot further range than normal duel. So Mez can
PS Hero gets rooted
here. There's a net instant vanish from PS Hero.
Shot?
Reconnects. Cheap shot lands. Trinket to reply. Mez and PS Hero going at it. Mez, where's Mez's pet? Maybe the pet's still in stealth because he doesn't want it to die. I'm not sure. There's a second vanish from PS Hero. Fred being expended. There's Fred.
Ooh, and he roots him.
There it is. There's the blind. It breaks instantly. This is not what PS Hero wants. Not at all. There's the helm, the rocket helm from Mez. He's seeing PS Hero
comes out of it. Wait,
he misses
what?
so much RNG against both of these guys right here that it's almost even. Mez popping the
stun each other,
and
it
from PS Hero. Damage connects once again. Mez getting well. Hellstone used from Mez. 45% life now. PS Hero's not liking this. Thorium nade might land here. Mez looking for blood. PS Hero looking for this next big stun here. There's the scatter. Mez getting distance. There's concussive shot. Nice RNG. PS Hero's gonna fall. It looks like it, and he does. Mez taking out the behemoth of PS Hero.
Between evasion, ghostly strike. Just the amount of avoidance they have is huge. If you get a stun off on them, then you can really tee off on them right then. So huge shout out to Fred, and a huge shout out to Mez as well. So
Jesus,
that last duel, man, was like watching a masterclass in classic WoW. Hunter versus Rogue. Both players played so well. Such great strategy coming out, and despite RNG, honestly, they both got unlucky with RNG, but that's classic WoW PvP,
I think it is, right?
You have to bake in room in your strategy for things like resists, like crits, like you know, just things not going your way, and that's part of classic PvP, and that's something that you have to account for. In this next matchup, though, we have Bobka on the Rogue and Spo on the Druid. Oh man, I wish Soda was here to cast this one. I know he loves those Druid matchups. Spo very experienced. I would love to see the gear choices from Bobka and Spo going into that. That Alarma bot, I'm not actually sure what it does, but it looks like a little Alarma bot from Nomergon or something, and the duel to the death flag drops.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. Spo having the big armor on his gear, stacking up all that armor to get the bonus in bear form against the Rogue. I mean, Spo is stacked up. I mean, so Spo competed in MLG back in the day. Is that right?
I believe so. Yeah.
And he's back
so
at it again.
That was during the time where I wasn't really playing WoW, so I wasn't really familiar. But Chance was talking about yesterday how he used to watch all this guy's videos like growing up. He used to do a bunch of videos and like a lot of the content that he made. So it's kind of cool. Like this is like an OG vanilla, like OG classic player coming back. So here's the big open from Vodka. Vodka opens up with the cheap shot into a gouge.
Gnomish
taking
Death
his combo points, stacking it up. Expose armor into a Gnomish Death Ray. Doesn't really do a whole lot of damage.
No.
Reloads on him. He's got a couple combo points saved up right now.
There's no way Bobka
wins.
wins.
Goes with a blind. He probably... Oh, there's the slice and dice. He uses
no
the slice
way
and dice.
Bobka
He's going to try
wins.
and kill the pet, so he has no combo points.
Banana died.
Wait. Who died? What? Somebody
Is that a competitor later today?
I don't know. Anyway, Thistle T, he's teeing off. He's really going off.
Oh my God, Bobka! Did you see that damage? What the fuck?
Spo is on the ropes
Jesus.
right now. He went out of form to use a health stone, I believe. Bobka is using everything. He's got a rupture on him, and he is teeing off.
Bro, Bobka's just big dicking him.
Spo trying to stun him, and I believe it got dodged. So this is his reset right here. He's going with the Gnomish Rocket Helm.
Oh, bro, his Spo wins.
Excuse me. Going for the reset. He's going to want to heal up. He's going to want to drink. But this is going to give Bobka an opportunity to open back up with a stealth.
Now, Fairy Fire is going to prevent him from doing
There
so.
it
The
is.
Thorium Nade
Wait,
going out.
hit him
I
with
think
the
Soda would be
grenade?
proud of Spo right now, keeping those stacks up. Like Soda yesterday was like, keep up those Fairy Fires.
Yep.
There it is, the refresh in bear form.
Oh,
Spo going
he got
toe-to-toe
stunned
with him
in
in
bear.
bear.
There it is.
Big armor reduction there for that physical
Bobka
damage
isn't
coming in.
doing
Kitty
shit.
shot, though, on the Spo. Doesn't get too much done, and blind. Instant breaks it. I don't know if it was a mistake there from Bobka. I don't know if it was an instant heartbeat or if there was something that that broke that there. This is not really what Bobka wants. I think Spo is playing this really well. I think that's the second blind. The
Spo gonna win?
coming out, and now Spo is in a really great position to just net Moonfire, keep up dots. And
is he actually just gonna win? His health is up. We just haven't refreshed it yet.
Dropping the Fairy Fire. He's doing a good job.
Dude, I thought
today, for sure.
Ready to engage.
At the beginning, I thought he was going to win, but then Bobka was
looks like he's
just
not
big
specking the
digging.
Insect Swarm. At least he's not using it here. Oh, no, there is the Insect Swarm. My apologies. The Gouge coming out.
Look at all of those.
Bobka looking
do
a way to set up this
anything.
kill, but man, how do you kill a bear a full life?
You can't kill a bear.
The kidney shot isn't going to
They're
do much
too
at all. Bobka's down to 50% now. There's less and less cooldowns available for him. I think Spo is looking really great here. Bobka committing another advantage.
Yeah, I think
tries
Spo
to
can
get
win.
an opener. Doesn't look like that
Frame
cheap shot
shift
connects, though.
drive charging.
Bobka and Spo evening out here in terms of the
Bro,
total
he's
health.
keeping that
There's
Fairy
the
Fire
being
up.
used from Bobka. Only 3 uses of that in the whole tournament.
Yep.
And that's one of them. Stun coming
Right,
out from Spo
stun
into the
and
entangling
root.
roots, hoping for no resist there, and he gets that root landed. And Spo going max distance, using it to himself. And maybe out from both players' perspectives. Maybe another Moonfire Insect Swarm to connect, and it does.
Oh, he's gonna...
Looks like Spo's going to want to just
Bro,
max
he's
range
got
this.
oil of
There's
immolation.
The Yeti coming out to
He's
assist Spo in his
shrinking, bro.
endeavors
He's just
here today.
relaxed.
Sitting down, drinking his mana back up, and bear form once again committed
Fairy
from Spo.
Fire's about to fall off.
I think
Fairy
Bobka's
Fire's gonna fall off.
really
Bobka
in
could get a reset.
unfavorable position right now because rogues have like
It's
a
off.
list of
Bobka
cooldowns. Right?
resets.
He's burning through. He's trading all his cooldowns in right now. He has a slice and dice. He's going to try and kill the
not
pet.
quite. The Yeti.
Calling his own pet up. Is that
The
a battle
fucking
chicken?
Yeti.
There it is. It's a battle chicken coming up. Maybe he's hoping for that haste proc. We'll see what happens.
Yeti can't reset. Yep, that's right.
He's now trying to separate. He did just get Fairy Fire.
Oh, he stunned him.
I'm not sure. I'm
He's
not sure
rooting
what
him?
exactly Bobka is trying to do here.
He's trying to kill the pet. Yeah, he's trying to kill the pet.
Gouge. He can't re-stealth because he does have that Fairy Fire on him still, and he's got to find a way to stall this out and try and get a bandage off. He doesn't have the he doesn't have the bandage debuff yet, and I think that's what he's trying to do. But I think
Spo wins.
he really is going to have that opportunity, and he might just try and turn it around and go for it. Stack up as many combo points as he can and try and tee off in a stun is what it looks like.
There's a
He's
charge.
just going to keep that Fairy
the
Fire
charge
on him the entire
resisted?
time, and he is just going to keep that pressure on Spo, making a smart play with the stun
bro, this
into
guy's
the heel,
playing
making
like
sure that he doesn't
bro,
get
he's
too
playing like a
low
rat.
for Bobka to get a chance to tee off on him.
Oh
Bobka seems to be
God.
completely out of cooldowns, and he doesn't really have an answer for Spo
Oh,
being
bro,
able to keep
I would
him
be
out
so
of
mad if I
stealth.
was
With the
Bobka.
Fairy Fires, with the roots,
Bro,
with
the
moon
droid's at
fires, with the insect
100%.
swarms. Bobka is in a bad situation against Spo, the MLG.
It doesn't matter. He's got
the
5
MLG
seconds.
competitor
Spo's going to
from
catch him.
years ago,
Spo's going to catch
OG
him.
classic player.
Spo catches him. Yep, there it
And
is.
he lets the Fairy Fire
It didn't
drop.
matter. He was going to catch him because he was in travel.
Because we saw it take all the way down. I think our UI button is back up. No, it did drop. Okay, so the Fairy Fire dropped. This is Bobka's opportunity. Spo knows
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
He's chasing after him.
He's going to hit him
Trying to
anyway.
get a Fairy Fire on him.
Yep, he got him.
Okay, we're gonna
No, it's not going to happen.
Let's see if we can get a Fairy Fire on him, because that is huge. That is so important right now. Bobka stalling out long enough to get a big heal. Big health.
There's Fairy Fire.
He's got his health back.
Oh, he brought out the Dick Boys.
Back up soon.
Triple
Going for the
Dick
exposed armor
Boys.
right now on Spo.
That's a lot of Dick Boys.
Seeing if he can get a chance to tee off on him.
Bobka's trying to kill
jousting
them.
with him here to try and build up combo points and make a play. Try and
That's
go in
the
with the
Balrog
kidney shot
helpers.
and try and push him. And he goes for the kidney
They're all
shot there,
dead.
but it misses. Goes for the Goblin Mortar. And Bobka is just going to try and rinse and repeat that. He's going to try and
Thorium grenade,
joust
hit.
him, build up combo points, and make a play. And I really think Spo needs to try and push the advantage as much as possible here. Make sure to keep his health
Bobka
up.
is just getting
Don't give
got.
Bobka a chance to turn back around on him with a big kidney shot.
Bobka's getting got. I think Bobka loses.
Obviously, try not to get caught out of form, but Spo is really...
Ooh, 6-second kidney.
Spo's got the advantage here. Bobka
Bobka's
turns it
going in
around,
on him.
making a last-ditch effort here with a kidney shot, going for it.
Yep.
Ghostly Strike, evasion. He's going to dodge just about everything here. And I really think Spo just needs to. Oh no.
Oh
no.
Gouge out of form. That's exactly the opening Bobko is looking for. I don't think. Oh, he gets the kidney.
Trinket's out of it
insta.
insta.
Trinket NS nature
Bro, he
swiftest,
instas.
heals himself back up to almost full HP.
Jesus,
and swiftly
bro,
back
Spo is
into
a
the bear
god.
form. That was what Bobko was looking for. He didn't get too much work done, and Bobko looks like his back's against the wall. I mean, what do you do when you're fighting a bear? I think, and sometimes it's good to like scare him if it's like a little bear, but like against a grizzly, I think you just curl up in a ball and maybe that's
Bobko's got nothing.
Yeah, maybe
Or sit down.
Bobko
Looks like Bobko's doing right now.
Oh, but he gets the kidney shot. He's going toe to toe with the bear.
Out of form is huge.
He's out of.
Maybe he can get.
Oh my
Holy
gosh,
shit!
Goblin Sapper!
What the fuck
could
was
have
that?
been the end for Spo, but that Goblin Sapper could have killed Bobka. That was such a risky
Oh
play.
my
Spo's
God.
kiting it out. He's almost out of mana.
They're going all in.
Toe to toe with Spo here, and I don't know. Oh,
Spo used another
immediately back in the bear form. Well played. He does not get gouged from Bobka. That was a pretty fast gouge, but not fast enough. Might have been caught on that global cooldown. And Spo
charges in. It's gonna be a stun.
That was Bobka's opening full kidney shot lands, and he's doing his best. And I've really got to commend Bobka here for surviving so long, min-maxing the cooldowns. Looks like he's gonna kite out Spo here. Spo can't use that elixir poison cleansing. It'll take him out of bear form. If he shifts, of course, that also takes him out of bear form. So Bobka knows this, and he's punishing Spo. There's the war stomp into the regrowth. Spo's dangerously low. That's 6%.
Bobka turns it around. Holy fuck. Bobka, you guys didn't notice this. Bobka dodged the bash.
Oh my gosh.
He
Dude,
dodged Spo's
Bobka,
stun.
About 2.5 minutes ago, I thought Bobka was done for. That
What
was
the fuck?
Unbelievably
Big dick
impressive.
Bobka.
Spo is a fantastic druid, unbelievable player.
God damn.
But unfortunately, Bobka just barely inches it away from him. I mean, I thought Bobka was completely done for. Now, the thing that Spo did, now he let that Fairy Fire drop, and some people might say like, oh, okay, well, he had Moonfire on him.
Yeah.
Okay, he had Insect Swarm on him. Is that not the same thing? No, it's not, because Fairy Fire doesn't even give you the opportunity to stealth.
You can't go stealth and then cheap and then be taken right out of it.
Stealth, but it'll knock you out out of stealth whenever you take damage.
Relays
So
versus
you could
Bean? Wait,
theoretically,
like,
this
is a good
cheap
one.
shot insta between dot clicks or something and
this
still be
is a
able to
good
do
one.
something even if you have a dot on you. That's why it's so important for druids
Bean versus
to be
Warrior.
able to keep a Fairy Fire on a rogue in that whole duel.
I'm gonna be honest,
that's why we
guys.
saw him trying to separate so much. Also, in
think
addition to
I
that,
think
Fairy
Bean
Fire
wins.
lasts for 40 seconds as opposed to the shorter
I do.
time
I
of
think
a
Bean
Moonfire
wins.
or an Insect Swarm. So that's why that was so important.
Sorry.
And whenever we let that drop,
Cannot comply.
I really think that was the turning point
Landing
because then it
gear
kind of
ready.
out of rhythm and it kind of gave
Cargo scoop
Bobka a little tiny bit of an opening.
Cargo scoop retracted.
That was such a great game. I do want to touch too. Maybe we can confirmation from admins here. It looked like Banana died at the start of that duel. I believe Banana is supposed to be up here later today. In the brackets, I see his name. If we can get confirmation from admins, did Banana actually die prepping somehow for this duel, practicing? Was it
Maybe
some type
he
of
died from
backfire?
reloading his order.
We'll have to wait on that and see exactly what happened there to Banana. In this next duel, though, we have Relay versus Bean. This is Warrior versus Hunter.
What do you guys think?
This is a matchup that we can see go either way. I think,
I don't know.
though, for Warrior, it's not like, at least you're not fighting a mage. You know, from the Warrior Pov, it's like, all right, this is okay, but Bean's such an experienced player. He came second place in BlizzCon with C2.
Bean is very, very
he
good.
is multi-rank one. Through many
Relay.
expansions, Relay getting the charge off and starting things off right. There's the last stand immediately.
Does he hit
giving
it?
him
Does he hit it?
cooldown for
He
that
misses.
health optimization. I love it. The Thorium nade unfortunately misses though
Jesus.
for Relay.
He's gonna try to
Big
fear.
Bean kiting it out. And I don't know where Bean's pet is. Maybe it's starting in stealth once again
He's
to
holding
prevent
it.
the pet from being killed.
The trap.
Scatter Feign Death trap coming out. And Bean,
I really
looks
hate
like he's
Bean.
gonna go for
I
a
hate
couple
him.
ticks of water.
He's such a-
food. Make sure he's fully healthy
Yes!
before kiting it out. But the
Yes!
mount comes
Get
out
him,
and the
Relay.
Harpy
Get
breaks
him.
the trap.
Kill
That's
him.
not what Bean was looking for
Kill
at
him.
all. This is really bad
Kill
for
Bean.
Relay's teeing off. There's no scatter quite yet.
he got
Having said
rooted.
that,
He
Bean
trinketed
seems like he has
out.
a decent positive exchange there.
on, we
Really
got
50%
Gayson
using the
out.
health stone
Bro,
from the
double
Warlock,
root?
which is
Bean
allowed
got
here.
lucky with that.
Anything pretty much allowed in a
Holy
Makara.
shit.
We have the slow fade from Relay and the scatter Feign Death trap coming up from Bean once again. That was quite the blunder, but
It
looks like the
resisted.
trap resists, and
That's
that
what
is
you get.
unfortunate
That's what you
events
get,
here
you
for
little
Bean
resetting
back-to-back.
bitch.
Oh no, yeah, Bean's he's definitely on the back ropes
Bean
here.
used free action?
He tried to get on his mount to separate
Jesus,
and
he
gain
roots
more
him
distance,
again?
but whenever it resisted, whenever
Thorium's-
resisted, A big
Oh,
problem,
that's
something to
so
keep in mind
bad
in
for
vanilla
Relay.
versus the later expansions. Vanilla
Oh, that's
mounts for
so
3
bad.
seconds, so he didn't move for 3 seconds.
He
was
roots
standing
him,
in
and
play for 3
Bean still
seconds.
has
He
Fat
could
Ball.
have just kept running, but he was
Oh,
trying
no.
to,
Relay
he
used a
agree with it.
flask
He was
of the
trying to get as much distance
Titans.
as possible, but it might
Bean
not
used
matter
rocket
because he's got
boots.
all the distance
No.
he needs right now. Relay.
No, Relay, kill Grayson.
Sapper's
Yes.
doing anything he can
Yes.
to kill the vet and try and get away. But Bean is forcing him right now. Oh, and snipes him across the field. There it is. Bean.
No, man.
Bean with a big win, just teeing off on Relay and getting the ability to separate after having pretty much as bad of a start as you could possibly imagine in that matchup. I mean, he got greedy, went for that mount, ended up not moving for 3 seconds. Heartbeat resist, gets it, and then he has the same trap resist. So I thought Bean was in a terrible position. Yeah, I mean, it was just that was something else. Man. That was really good.
Bean is the main character. He was the main character all along. Warriors can beat good hunters, no way.
Okay,
so we're getting
Banana situation. Okay. So Banana, he was a no-show. So he was DQ'd because he was a no-show and was replaced in the bracket, and his character died.
Yeah, unfortunate way to go there. Yeah, so man, that last duel though, just to reiterate, Bean had 2 or 3 very unfortunate circumstances happen and still won. I just want to emphasize how awesome that last duel was, because normally you have your set of things that you're expecting to happen, and if one thing goes wrong, you know, you might be able to make it up. If 2 things goes wrong, that might be it for the duel. But
he no-showed for
kind of
50K.
playing from behind,
It's the way it goes.
expecting the unexpected, so to speak, and ended up coming out on top despite the duel flipping on its head from the get-go. In the next matchup, we have Spicy versus Proxy. We have a Rogue versus Hunter. Looks like he accidentally fapped there. Unfortunate timing. I
just
don't
like
know if they're gonna be able
DSP.
to wait out 2 minutes for that cooldown or not. We have almost full Shadowcraft set here from Spicy. Spicy did fairly well here in the standings, and Proxy.
The boonstick, I like that.
Yeah, very nice. And a lot of these players opting for that Goblin rocket helmet, and I mean, as they should. It's such a great CC, but not only that, it's such a great gap closer for something like a warrior, something like even like a mage that wants to dead zone and push a hunter. But having that CC in your back pocket on a separate cooldown than a lot of other items is a really great cooldown to have. And it looks like the dual flank drops and Spicy goes stealth, and Proxy's posting up on the flare with the freezing trap.
I like how you mentioned how the Goblin Rocket Helm
Sorry, I had to respond to something I had to deal with.
could also be used as a gap closer as opposed to just a reset. Because I think a lot of people look at the Rocket Helm as a reset, but there's so much you can do with that.
It's also an interrupt.
Sometimes you just want to use it to close the gap. Oh, here we go, the duel's starting up. Immediately gets frozen trapped, gets knocked out of it. I don't think that was a trinket. I didn't see a trinket there. But
I think Spicy wins, by the way.
Scattered.
Spicy's a wizard.
His trap is still on cooldown, so he's not going to be able to trap again. Goes ahead and does the rocket on Spicy, but so he's not going to be able to get the full distance and the full benefit out of that. I believe Rocket Helm and Trap is on the same DR, if I'm right. But Spicy's going to open up on him. Proxy is in a really, really bad spot here. He goes ahead and faps, so he's able to get away from the crippling poison procs, but you have Spicy using the blind to go ahead and I don't know why he tried to.
Proxy is just not.
While the pet was hitting him, I'm not sure why he managed there. It might have been a mistake, but
Proxy's.
Spicy is.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had to respond to a message.
I don't know if he's not using his combo, if he's not hitting the pet because he doesn't want to use his combo points. Because I feel like
I think Spicy doesn't give a fuck. Spicy is just dicking onto
and kill the pet.
Because he just needs one big dick crit.
I think if he can't re-stealth and he can't do anything else.
Oh man,
though,
dude,
it looks
that's
like he's
stun.
just able to go in and
that's
if he doesn't get trapped, which he does.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's that full trap that lands on Spicy. That's what Proxy needed. I mean, look at him. She's 20% life.
Man.
Trying to get some distance here onto Spicy. Spicy has to find a way to close the gap.
I think that was a mistake.
Coming in.
I think it was a mistake.
To reply, that's fat plus
Proxy
blind. What's
shouldn't
Proxy
have done
gonna
that.
do? I mean, what do? I don't think there's anything you can do.
Proxy
full
shouldn't have done
lands,
that.
and that's going to be Spicy's duel.
Big
that's
W
it.
Spicy.
Good night, Proxy. Well played to
W
Spicy.
There it is.
Oh, wow, that's a good one. Just for clarity, too.
Spicy played that so well. Omega aggro super wizard.
potion, just for clarity.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about.
So
he didn't reset.
I was confused there. I don't know why he was standing around and not killing the pet instead of like I think he gouged it and then he was just waiting it out. But I don't know how did you feel about that? I mean, he ended up winning the duel, so it kind of doesn't matter. But how did you what did you think about that? Would you have tried to kill the pet there, or?
I think I agree with your assessment. Like, it seems like, why not? At the same time, it really worked out for Spicy, and yeah, like you mentioned, maybe it was a combo point thing. Like, I have 5 combos. If I can get there a kidney, I can just end it. I don't want to like even mess with my pet. I just want to keep up the pressure and kind of maybe just backturn the pet with an evasion and just kind of ignore it, you know. And it looks like that strategy really paid off. Now for this next duel, Sots is a player we haven't covered too much of, but he was one of the, I believe, 4 players that went 5-0 yesterday.
Yeah, I think Sots wins.
Sony, Snuts, Zico, and Sots, if I'm not mistaken. And that's really impressive to go 5-0 in a Swiss bracket, because the matchups get harder and harder as you go on, because it forces you into harder and harder opponents.
Nobody else
went 5-0 on the Priest.
And Little Bach, remember what I called him yesterday? I called him Little Bitch.
Brilliant, gameplay in mind to be able to do that. We have this matchup here. I'm not super well versed in Hunter v Priest, but I'm excited to see how this one unfolds and unpacks. We have probably a strategy from Lil Bach of Viper Stings. Song is sweet. And there it is, the Viper Sting right off the bat. Sots trying to close the gap. We have Cat back with the BM connecting on the Sots in the opener. Another Viper Sting.
He's got the Viper Sting and
Sots doing a great job of not only closing the gap and landing the fear, but also removing the Viper Sting swiftly so it doesn't drain his mana. Little Bach's going to come out on the negative side of the mana drain exchange if Sots keeps up with the incredible reaction time to those elixir cleanses on those Viper Stings. We have some decent RNG there on the concussive shot. Another Viper Sting coming out, but Little Bach's mana burning himself because Sots doing so well at the dispel. Sots miles ahead in his duel so far. Stuns coming out. Thorium nade is being chucked into the air.
He just doesn't make
mistakes. Have the Viper Sting, realizes it, takes it off there once again. Sots has the mana advantage, the health advantage, the pressure advantage, the cooling advantage.
Came right out of it, broke the sleep.
I think that's pretty much it. Mind Flake connects, Little Bot goes down, and Sots looking like an absolute professional in this first round of the day.
Bro, that was a professional assassin.
The thing is with Little Bach there, I mean, he had the pressure on him really heavy right off the bat. He tried to seperate with the sleeve. Unfortunately, he had him serpent stinged, and
just the way it is.
I guess it was just
insane for
where
that Priest is disgusting. And he did get lucky. You're right. He got lucky with blackout procs. He did.
It just kind of fell. So some of these duels are going to be like that. That is vanilla. Some of these duels are really long, and some of them are just going to be like that. So great showing by Sot, man. Great showing by Sot.
I think Lil Bach went in there with one game plan. The game plan was to use those Viper Stings, kite it out, the Priest, and then take the win. And Sots was like, well, I have Elixir of Poison Resist and had a good keybind for it. It's probably keybound to spacebar or something, because he pressed it instantly every time. And little Sot, there's no cooldown on Viper Sting, right? So he just re-vipered, it got dispelled, he re-vipered, it got dispelled, he re-vipered, it got dispelled, re-vipered, it got dispelled. Now all of a sudden the Hunter was ooming himself. Dispel, the Elixir of Poison Resist, costs 0 mana. Viper Sting has a pretty substantial mana cost. So the Hunter oomed himself, and then the Priest took the win. Because not only was Little Bach ooming himself, but he was also doing no damage, because if you're Viper Stinging, it comes at the cost of not aim shotting, multi-shotting, arcane shotting, other stings, getting damage off. Little Bach is doing no damage, mana burning himself, and Sot really just looked like a professional. I'm a Sot fan. I can't wait to see how the rest of the tournament unfolds for him. I'm excited for his next matchup. That was really well played.
Yeah,
I feel like he's the dark horse.
Reverse mana burn that we were talking about yesterday too. It's like a lot of times you can make these classes that mana burn. Ironically enough, Hunters and Priests both do that. But you can make people burn their mana with dispels or with other abilities, putting up rank 1 buffs, and they'll like spam dispelling you.
That's
like
right.
That. Like for Hunter, he's shooting that Viper Sting and he's forcing it. So that's great assessment on that. I think the trying too hard to do nothing basically, because it's just immediately getting removed and doing no damage. It's just, you're not going to get anywhere with that.
And that's going to separate like a good player from a great player.
So true.
Like a good player will have a strategy in mind. A great player will have a strategy in mind, and when it's not working, change that strategy in real time. And here we have this next duel underway. It's Shadow Priest versus Warlock. Generally, we've seen Warlocks have a slight advantage here. Shadow Priest looks like he's going for early dispels, using max range to dispel the Priest and to avoid, or to dispel the Warlock and to avoid a lot of the incoming pressure and coming assault here from Madnox. And Future's doing that to quite a successful degree here, using Shadow Word Pain, building up stacks, but the Death Coil comes in. Looks like Future's actually killing the Fell Hunter here, going for the pet kill. When that second pet comes out, you might go for a second pet kill. Let's go for a long game. Shadow Reflector used, not too much value coming in.
Whatever I was supposed to say.
And yeah, this might be a little bit longer of a matchup here.
Yeah, I can see this going back and forth for a while now. I mean, this is it's a pretty classic thing that we see with
maybe Fuch wins. Well, Fuch already had to use one of the Ts.
They're constantly. I think
Fuch is going too hard.
Have a ridiculous
Fuch is going to run out of steam,
not only for themselves but for their pets with the health funnel.
Nice.
So if you're trying to kill the pet, they're going to be able to heal it.
Stun. Look at that.
The life taps, the drain lives, using health as a resource.
Silence. He's running away from the psychic stream.
Part of their kit. And then the Priest as well, you know, being able to pop out of shadow form, being able to heal themselves. So I really think this is going to go back and forth for a little while.
Yep.
Fuch actually, by the way, Fuch is actually somebody who was in my guild, was in Crusade, and I actually met him a week ago.
Yep.
So just saw him at TwitchCon randomly. But yeah, he's been grinding real hard. So it's cool to see.
Got to watch him die. Got to watch him die right now.
Yeah, that's great. I was talking about that with Xane too, like seeing those faces that you know, and look how cool this is. Health funnel healing the pet.
That's like some Harry Potter, Voldemort versus Harry Potter shit.
And Nox knows if that pet goes down, it's not going to be great for him.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
He's certainly on the back foot here, down to 20% mana and 40% life. This is exactly the position Madnox is looking for. Drain mana is coming out. Madnox looking for that long game. Looks like a potion might have been used, a mana pot being used. Looks like Future comes out of shadow form, gets counterspelled or spell locked on the heal, and that might be the beginning of the end here for the Priest, because it's going to cost mana to go back into shadow form, which he does, but now he's pretty much oomed. So how are you ever going to create pressure?
What's he gonna do? Jump her out, keep jumping.
Position of Madnox,
Wait,
you just want to keep the Priest
spammed a flask to get more mana.
Some mana. There might have been a T, health and mana regenerated.
No, he used another flask. He clicked it off and he used another one.
But it doesn't do as much as Future wanted, and this might spell out the end for him. Furbog, Medicine Pouch, but Future drops and Madnox takes it. Rip to your guild, yes, man. I'm sorry.
Jesus.
I was hoping to see Fuch make a run. Fuch was great. He actually mained a Warlock in vanilla, but I was hoping to see a great run from Fuch, but unfortunately it did not pan out.
It's just the way it is. That's the way it goes. That's the way it do. Voldemort wins. Alternate universe.
But going for that medicine pouch late, it just wasn't enough to keep him up.
What y'all like? Y'all might notice.
Yeah, some of these items
the flask
are low-level quests.
He used another distilled wisdom flask when he was at 0 mana.
Orb, I believe it's a
so
level,
he used
like 30
one and it went like this,
blue offhand.
and his mana went down
normally,
again.
like most
he
players, will use it for a bit and then like vendor it.
He uses it
but for
again.
this tournament, players had the foresight to be like, wait a minute. I could get back a couple hundred mana.
2 flasks.
That could be the difference between winning and losing. And like once
that's
again,
why we
medicine
banned
pouch,
a bunch of flasks.
It's not like an innovator. It's not like it's a
specific thing.
Full heal, but that little edge, all of these little things add up, right? One more resist, one more miss, 300 more mana, you know, and that's why Classic WoW is so cool. Like,
I think
even in PvE, like Warriors going for like 1% more crit, like that's a big deal, you know, and that's what's so cool to see with these duels. Every inch they can get, they're gonna take, and competitors really went out of their way with such a big prize pool to min-max their gear as much as humanly possible. We have Gripping versus Crazy here in this next matchup. This is a Warlock Mirror matchup. We saw a couple of these yesterday, and some of the Warlock strategies were to kill the pet and then kill the resummon pet, and another strategy is just to go for the kill on the Warlock and see if you can rush him down. I'm curious what these two specific Warlocks are going to opt for in this matchup. We have dots coming out to
they're both killing the pets
here. Both Warlocks opting for the pet kill. I wonder if
Crazy's going to fear Crazy and kill his pet.
Well, that's something we saw yesterday in the Warlock.
That's a slow pet.
We saw that at the end too.
Where it was Gripper's got it. There it is.
Pets was a win condition.
Ooh, Crazy. Crazy resummoning.
That
They're
arcane
pretty
bomb
much
finish
even.
off the pet and the swift resummon coming out there from Crazy.
Fell
and from
domination,
Gripping.
15-minute
One
cooldown.
pet down from each Warlock, second pet is up from each Warlock, and it's really going to be the race to finish on this next pet. They're kind of ignoring each other for the time being. Whatever pet falls first, it might be a situation that we're both second
Crazy
pets fall.
automatically
In that case,
using
it
the
would be a true 1v1 with no Fell Hunters to disrupt the gameplay here. But Rowlum's pet looks like it's going down. Yeah, so Gripping is going to be the one with the pet, I believe, and Crazy is going to be stuck without it. Crazy's going to be on the back foot for a
Crazy's
little
going to
bit.
kill the
Actually,
pet, though.
I might be
think
mistaken. It might be the
he's
other.
gonna
Yeah,
kill
looks
the
like
pet.
it's the other way around. Crazy has the pet. Gripping does not. Gripping at 50% life. Still needs to kill that pet.
heals
No,
the
it is
pet.
Gripping's pet. I was right the first time.
He's healing the pet.
It's like confusing me, that health funnel. He's trying to save him. He can't
Bro,
quite.
he's got
Okay,
the
both
other
Warlocks
bonus
have no
pets
pet.
on him.
Summon Fell Hunter
Look
coming
at the
out
chicken.
from
Look at
Gripping.
that. Bro, that cock is
chicken
mad.
Is so annoying.
Dude,
Gripping.
the pushback from the chicken, and the pushback from the chicken actually gave him enough time for is that I'm getting confused back and forth now, but it gave him enough time to actually
Chicken's
cast
hungry,
the Fell
yep.
Hunter as well, for Crazy to cast the Fell Hunter as well. After not starting it until he was maybe halfway through the cast, so it was super funny. The difference that it made. That chicken
I think
was
Crazy
actually big
wins.
time.
Crazy's gonna win.
It was, man, and Gripping's
If he
really
gets
low,
that,
and
he
Crazy might have
doesn't.
the advantage off that. Arcane Bomb misses,
Whoa, he
unfortunately,
missed
but
the
Crazy
arcane
has such a
bomb.
big lead here. I'm curious if the
how
Warlocks
does
are going
Crazy
to go
lose?
for the kill now, or kill the
How
third
does
pet.
Crazy
Looks like
possibly
both
lose?
Warlocks opting to actually play the game and go for the kill against each other. Crazy using that offhand Spellstone,
There
I
it
believe,
is.
and Full Fear comes out through it.
Banish
comes out from
banishing the
Gripping.
pet.
Maybe going to go for a first aid on the Banish. That was really well done
Smart,
from Gripping.
very
Evening
smart.
the tides here. Crazy's getting feared so far. I don't think it's going to be far enough for the duel to expire. The nice thing about Makaraz is the dual range is really far. We'll see if
that would be really
that
funny
is
if it
in or out
was.
of range.
Yeah.
Looks like it's in range. He's coming back.
That would be really
Crazy,
fucking funny
not
if he got
quite
feared out of
full
range.
life yet.
Yeah,
Is
he was,
it-
I think it was life tapping while he was running back is what that looked like.
Okay.
Was a Crazy fear? Yeah, it was nuts.
So he's going for advantage. I mean, they're basically going for like a full.
They're like, all right.
Here.
They're
both
having a
got their pets
reduel
up.
anyway.
They're manaing up.
But they
drinking
don't have
up,
fell
they're
domination.
drinking up. They're
And Crazy is still on the back
kind of
foot.
waiting it out. Looks
You know,
like
he's
they're going for a
15%
full
health
on. They're
down.
starting the duel over essentially.
Okay.
Both Warlocks, though, no Fell Dom,
Ooh,
so
look
these
at that
pets
fear.
are going to be extremely fragile. No resummons when they
Ooh,
die.
we
So
got
the
it
first
out.
player to kill the pet
They
and
double
the commit
Death
after
Coil?
that might be the victor. There's a Death Coil coming out onto Crazy, and Gripping is probably pretty happy with this exchange and this reset, because Gripping was definitely on the back foot there, and I think Crazy might be kicking himself for not pushing his advantage and instead opting for the reset.
Yep.
Dots coming out, and Gripping gets the first pet kill. Now Gripping is totally in the driver's seat here, and Crazy must be super upset with this last minute or so of the duel. Spelllock into the Full Fear coming out.
There it
Gripping
is.
getting full dots up, actually confident enough to go for a life tap into a health stone, keeping his health and mana healthy. Drain life coming out instead of the drain mana, just really pushing this advantage. Barov's trinket being used. It's going to summon 3 helpers to help the onslaught of Crazy, but using it defensively like this, we'll see if it can turn the tides.
Oh, I think,
Yeah,
dude,
it's really
I think
important for
Gripping has
to
had
keep
it
pushing
under
this,
control the
especially
whole
given that
time.
They don't have Fell Dom.
Look, Crazy is
they
like
did a full
fully
reset, but
dotted.
They did lose some of their cooldowns.
Gripping
right?
wins.
The Death Coils and the Fell Doms. So what
Wait,
Fell
Gripping used
Domination
the
does,
flask.
It allows them to cast a pet really fast. But an Arcane Bomb is going out. It
I think that was a
misses.
flask.
The Arcane Bomb misses. Arcane Bomb coming back, changes his
nobody
mind,
has a
starts
pet.
casting a fear. Gripping
Is he gonna
really
get
wants
him?
to push this.
Oh, he
on
got
Crazy.
him.
Lands a
Ooh.
grenade, and this could be it, and it is.
Kobe!
What a finish
There it is.
from Gripping,
Holy
who was on
shit.
the ropes for the entire duel,
Wow.
really before that reset. They did the full reset, and Gripping comes back
Damn.
and finishes the job against Crazy.
From the mat, what a match,
Fantastic,
yeah.
man. Absolutely fantastic job. Yeah,
Warlock
when that
versus
reset
Warlock.
that happened, they it was a full
Why'd they
reset,
do full
but
reset?
they didn't have some of their cooldowns.
It was
right?
mutually
The Death
beneficial.
Coil, the Fell Dom. So losing your
Yeah,
pet,
it was just mutually beneficial for them.
losing your pet first hurts really bad. That Fell Hunter casts something called a spell lock. It'll interrupt you. For those of you guys who are maybe new to Classic WoW, new to dueling, it can spell lock you. So whenever you lose that pet, you lose a big portion of your kit.
Druid
You don't have
versus
an offensive
Priest.
dispel, you don't have
Sony,
a
yep,
spell lock,
Sony's after this next
and,
match.
Obviously, you're losing damage as well from just the auto attack straight up. So huge play, man. Huge play after the reset.
I know we've touched on it before, but with this much money on the line, with $100,000 on the line, it's really easy to succumb to the seductions of a reset.
Yeah.
When we get back to full life, full mana, full health. Let me just play safe. Let me just get full life. And I think, unfortunately, there for Crazy,
got a lot of Shadow Priest,
it might have been the wrong choice. Like Crazy could have taken the win, but instead he's like, you know what? Let me eat the full. Let me get full health and just go again. But on the second playthrough, he didn't quite get the same RNG, right? Maybe the resist, the crits were different, and then Gripping took that advantage. And I think Crazy's like, oh man, right? And that's what we were talking about with a player like I think it was Zico, like knowing when to run, but also knowing to be like, I can't reset. I'm 20% life here, but I can't reset. I have to take the win now, or else I'm probably gonna lose.
True.
And if we get the full reset, my class doesn't work in a way where that's going to be advantageous. And in this next matchup, we have Dakota on the Shadow Priest up against Luxia on that Restoration Druid. Does have a green chest there. Has quite a bit of stamina. Another green helm though. It looks like. No, that's his Dakota rather. That Dakota didn't quite have time to get
I feel like Dakota would win
this gear for this tournament
because I think Shadow Priest beats Druid.
Opting in there for Luxia, I like that. I don't know. 1 or 2 resists can spell out the difference here. It's really nice though to get Shadow Resist gear that also might have stamina, because like you were mentioning yesterday as fan, if you're giving up stamina for resistance, it's really just a gamble.
Yeah. Like you're going for that RNG, really. You're going to you're gambling to, hey, I'm gonna have less total health, right? I'm gonna have less total health, but I'm gonna go for some resistance and hope that I just avoid the damage altogether instead of taking a lower percentage of my health and damage. So.
True.
That's right, and we have the dual flag down every time this goes down. It's just like you can feel the intensity.
There it is.
I'm so happy Blizzard opted for a unique flag design here. And instead of just a normal dual flag, it's like, no, let's make this one epic so everyone knows what's actually occurring when one of these flags drops. I know when you're outside Orgrimmar, Stormwind, and you see one of these flags, it's like, okay. You know, even if someone declines, just seeing it drop is pretty cool. Looks like
Luxia beats
the duel started here,
let's see what happens.
Luxia getting the opener on Dakota.
Okay.
Looks like some bleeds are coming out. The full fear connects. Instant trinket
Luxia
from
goes
Luxia.
in with the Barobs.
Luxia popping that Barobs trinket and connecting a lot of damage here on the Dakota. Platform, he comes out of platform to get the Moonfire and Insect Storm. A lot of bleed damage onto Dakota. I'm curious on the strategy here from Dakota. Looks like Purge spam to start with is pretty standard because there's so many buffs these players prepared, and just purging all of those buffs off is going to drastically reduce the power level here of Luxia. Shifts out of form, gets the full fear. Well played there from Dakota. Mana pot back to full HP. It looks like our spectator UI is not updating the mana pot yet onto Dakota. There it is, 60% mana and 50% for Luxia.
Maybe Luxia has the advantage. I'm hard to
spam into the Rocket Helm to close the gap. It's a pretty nice opener for Luxia. And Luxia using that early Innervate and spamming those scrolls, the low rank scrolls, the Noggenfogger Elixir to protect the Innervate from being dispelled. I really like this play. Luxia knows if he can get value from the Innervate, regenerate
fearing him out of that
win
stealth
in the long
is
game.
so insane.
But if that gets purged,
this actually
not so much. That will be the beginning of the end. If that Innervate gets purged, Dakota's not so happy with that exchange. What's nice about Wands is the 5-second rule doesn't get activated. So if you guys are unaware, after 5 seconds of not casting an ability, you will start to regenerate mana. And Dakota knows this, and he knows it, and he's playing into that 5-second rule by using the wand to push the damage primarily. Another nice play from Dakota, drinking with the server ticks, using that 5-second rule to his advantage, optimizing wand usage to conserve as much mana as possible so that when he needs that mana to finish it off, he'll have exactly what he needs in his back pocket here. Luxia on the back foot, 10% mana.
I love how like we lagged out for like 2 minutes and nothing
has
changed.
Been expended. Dakota's in hot pursuit here. Insect Swarm from Luxia. Mana pot used, and I like that. Nice and early. We want to make sure to get the pots on cooldown so we can wait until the next pot comes back up, and this could be a longer duel on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like this one's just going to go back and forth. Sorry about the lag issue. Apparently, I had an issue with the lag. I don't know where it came from.
It is what it do. It be what it is.
Yeah, sorry about that. We're all good.
Yep, it's just how it is.
I really think Dakota's going and playing the slow game on this. Like you said, you mentioned the taking advantage of like a spirit regen, casting with that, saving with that mana. The 5-second rule, getting his mana per 5 back from spirit. And using that wand a lot just to get a little bit of damage in. It's not very much, but just getting that little bit of damage in and not actually casting a spell goes a really long way. Kiting out, going back and forth with this duel. this could be a long one. This could be big.
I don't know.
big back
I
and
think
forth.
it's going to happen really fast.
Another full fear
it's going to be
connects
really
from
slow
Dakota.
until it's
we get
really
a blackout
fast.
proc. And that's kind of what Dakota needs, right? Like we need nonstop RNG. We need the stars to align, so to speak, for Dakota to actually line up that kill. And Luxia knows that, and Luxia is waiting for his opening. And like we've mentioned a lot before, a lot of the times in a duel like this, it's waiting for that first person to make a mistake. Right, you're kind of just staring them in the eyes and waiting for a mistake to happen, and boom, when they make a mistake, you take your kill.
Yeah, I think this is
and
what
that's
happens.
exactly what Luxia is doing. Luxia,
As soon as somebody makes a
very
mistake, it's
experienced
over.
Player here in the PvP scene, and he knows this, and he's maybe not in the matchup that he wants here.
Yeah.
But waiting for Dakota to slip up.
Luxia is really low, man. I
Unfortunate
think
truth
Dakota
here for
wins
Luxia
this.
is Dakota is not slipping
let's
up.
be
He's
honest.
playing an incredible game here. There's that that bomb being used. Silence coming out from Dakota aggressively. Luxia
Dakata's gonna be able to put
very
dots
low.
on him again,
Bash
though.
comes out. Swift men
Oh,
to follow.
there's the
So
dots.
Luxia is talented in that Swift men,
Oh,
just like
he's got-
yesterday.
he's got
Inner
devouring
focus dots
plague.
coming out to keep that mana conservation
Ooh,
up
let's
from
use a
Dakota.
potion.
Luxia uses the mana pot, and I really like the early mana
Come
pot
on.
from about 2 minutes ago because it probably saved him there to have that another mana pot. Now here's the thing: if Dakota
Ooh,
presses his
Swift
advantage
man.
too hard, Dakota will and then Luxia
True.
can win.
True.
And Dakota knows this. He's keeping that mana
Yep.
around 30 or 40%. You might be thinking, why doesn't he just
There we go.
spam
There we
Mind
go.
Flay and Mind Blast, whatever? It's like, well, if Dakota goes Luxia
Yep,
doesn't
Luxia
die,
can
gets the
win.
reset. Luxia can then keep Dakota
Ooh, it broke
and
the
take the
fear.
win. And that's why both players are playing
There it
so
is. There it is.
passively here. It's like, well, you know, we
Okay.
don't want to get to that situation
Come
where we're
on.
going in. We want to save a little bit of mana to
400.
maintain a
This
little
is a
bit of
long
healthy
duel.
HP here. Luxia, though, pushing in with that arcane
Whoa,
bomb, and that
Luxia
can turn
misses
the
the
tides for him.
bomb?
Dakota dotted up that mechanical mithril
Not
dragonling,
good.
doing damage to Dakota, and Luxia is
Okay.
just taking any little bit of help he can get.